Belong with Me. A Chapel Cove Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2020 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde. This book is dedicated to Susan B. Thank you so much for all your help and support. Chapter 1. Cassidy Longfellow never had the door shut in her face. Until now. Fuming, she stared at her neighbor's forest screen door. Okay, neighbor for the time being while her sister was on a vacation and Cassidy was voluntold to watch her 15-year-old niece by her mother, and her perfect sibling. After all, at 40, Cassidy still didn't have a family of her own, unforgivable. And it was high time for her to spend more time with her niece back in Chapel Cove instead of hiding her nose in her books and translations. Cassidy grimaced at the memory of constant berating as she pressed the doorbell again and listened to the melody playing through the spacious house. It's going to be a piece of cake, her sister had sung out over the phone.
Yeah.
Right. Yesterday, that a piece of cake had given Cassidy insomnia and indigestion, not necessarily in that order, and was the reason she was ringing her neighbor's doorbell for the second time. Last night, Gina had overstayed her curfew for 2 hours and then had tried to sneak through the window after a date with the boy next door. This morning, the friendly relationship Cassidy had with her niece before had given a crack. A bigger one than the tiny curvature on the stucco wall of this house, the color of Cassidy's favorite milk chocolate. For a moment, her mouth watered. She needed chocolate. Cringing, she glanced at her plus-size waist. Okay, maybe she didn't need chocolate, but she deserved it after this. Never mind her regular New Year's resolution to go off sweets. 7 days without chocolate was 7 days too many. People, it's winter here. She rubbed her palms over the soft and woolly brown coat. She'd never been the confrontational type, but she was not going to spend another night calling the local health clinic and police department. The door opened. Finally. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Please come in. So sorry my youngest nephew closed the door on you. A deep, husky masculine voice gave her a pleasant feeling that surpassed even the one caused by her favorite indulgence. Deflated, she stared at the stranger. Tall, well-built, and muscular, with chiseled features and dark hair feathering the collar of his black sweater, he resembled the handsome hero of the Russian novel she'd translated a month ago. Minus perfect English pronunciation, but that could be forgiven. His hair was mussed at the top, and she had an inexplicable urge to reach out and smooth it. It probably would feel soft under her fingertips. Oh yes. She could get lost in those brown eyes, the color of rich, sweet, melting on the tongue, chocolate. Her mouth watered again. Uh-oh. Time to remember she was far from the slim, beautiful heroines she'd translated about, or seen in real life in her mother and sister. Stiffening her smile, she stepped inside. Besides, the man wouldn't be so excited to see her after she explained the reason for her visit. He even smelled good. Something spicy and exotic. Even a little mysterious. Reluctant to wipe away the warm and welcoming smile on his face, she lingered a moment. How old was he? About 40? Not that she could be interested in him, after not one, but 2 boyfriends had left her heart in shambles. And okay, maybe she had a very tiny, inferiority complex, but what bespectacled, shy, overweight girl wouldn't while growing up with a popular cheerleader sister who always seemed to do the right thing? Cassidy squared her shoulders. She was different now. More confident. She just needed to find that confidence from somewhere deep inside. The reason I'm here. Yes, I know. You're the nanny I talked to the agency about. I'm Jonathan. You have no idea how much I need your help. I would do proper introductions, but I'm running late for the meeting with Trent's teacher. Cassidy's eyebrows shot up. Talk about a mistaken identity. I'm Cassidy Longfellow, and I'm your neighbor for now. Anne. Great. So you didn't have to drive far. Would you mind showing me your ID, please? He shrugged into a gray coat. She needed to straighten this out. She reached into her purse, fished out her wallet, and showed him her driver's license. I am really Cassidy Longfellow, but I'm not. He wrapped a black scarf around his neck. I'm sorry, but I have to run. On the counter, I have the list of things needing to be done, and Trent will fill you in on the rest. I hope to be back in an hour. Then he was gone. Out the door. Alarm rang high inside her. She had to stop him before he got far away. Her experience with babysitting was limited to taking out her niece for ice cream, and Gina used to be much more obedient back then. This had disaster spelled all over it. Cassidy rushed to the exit. Thwack. Her left foot caught on a toy car and slipped forward while the right foot didn't get the memo. Her arms flailed as she tried to maintain equilibrium, but she only grasped air. A moment later, she landed on her back. Another toy, thankfully, a plush one this time, lessened the impact of her body meeting the hardwood floor. Well, lessened it a tad. The sound of the motor disappearing in the distance made her groan. Hi. A hazel-eyed boy of about 5 years old leaned over her. I'm Bryn. What are you doing? Hi. I'm Cassidy. That's a good question. Her elbows twinged, but nothing major. She did her best to scramble to her feet. Her best wasn't enough. She stared at the white ceiling. How did she get herself in this predicament? Need some help? A teenage boy who Cassidy guessed was Trent, and the reason for her visit here, extended his hand. With unruly dark hair reaching his shoulders and jeans sporting numerous cuts, he looked like an ordinary teenager, except for the surgical mask on his face. No thanks. Somehow, she managed to obtain a vertical position on her own. You must be Trent. At your service. He tipped an imaginary hat, but she had a feeling he was mocking her. Then he turned to his brother. Ms. Cassidy is our new babysitter. No, I'm not. She tried to keep the panic out of her voice. Tried and failed. It's all a big mistake. I'm not a babysitter. I'm. Trent nodded. Our next-door neighbor. Well, temporary neighbor. You have a lot of Gina's features. Okay. Okay. She could get the phone number online and find out why the babysitter was still not here. This would get resolved soon. I'm glad you figured that out. From the corner of her eye, she watched Bryn, who started to play with the toy cars. I'm going to call the local agency, and they are going to send a real babysitter. Or maybe you can watch your little brother, can't you? Right after I tell you you're not going to date Gina ever again. Maybe it was bad timing for scolding him. Her temperature rose, and a few drops of sweat trickled down her back, so she took off her coat and hung it. Then she removed her boots. Trent folded his arms on his chest. See, I'm sort of under the weather. He gestured to the surgical mask. My uncle didn't think I should cook lunch, prepare the formula. Hold on. Hold on. Her eyes widening, she moved a little further away from Trent and his germs, to be on the safe side. Then marched into the living room and sat on the carpet near Bryn, who'd abandoned his cars for colorful building bricks. Prepare the formula? Yes. Our little sister is asleep right now but should wake up soon. You do know how to change diapers, right? Breathe in, breathe out. In a small town like Chapel Cove, there was only one caretaker's agency. Though the town had grown tremendously since she'd left it 3 years ago, after her breakup with Max, never to return. Hold on. Of course, she could just leave, but that wouldn't be the right thing to do, would it? Lord, please help me figure this out. The prayer appeared unexpectedly. She'd stopped praying after her heart had been crushed for the second time. She perked up at the sound of the phone ringing. That could be the agency. One could hope, right? Then she zoomed in on the house phone on the counter. Huh. Who had home phones these days? Well, it didn't matter. Trent walked to the cream-colored thing and picked up the receiver. Yes. No. Thank you. I'll let my uncle know. He hung up and faced her. That was the agency. Hope bloomed inside her chest. Yes? When is the babysitter going to be here? I'm afraid it isn't happening. She couldn't make it. His voice sounded cheerful. Was he enjoying this or what? She narrowed her eyes. She didn't like her niece's boyfriend before she'd met him, and she liked him even less now. Life was so much easier when she could hide behind the laptop screen while translating. Okay. She helped Bryn snap some bricks atop his small construction. Well, Trent, you'll just call your uncle and tell him. I can do it and make him miss the meeting with my teacher. Or I can let him have that meeting, and if it doesn't go well, I'll be grounded for life. Or at least for a month. Meaning that I won't be able to see Gina in that time. Huh. You drive a hard bargain. She nibbled on her lower lip. Bam. Bryn destroyed the brick building and lifted pleading eyes. You're not gonna leave? We didn't play cowboys and Indians yet. Those eyes touched something deep inside her. Arg. Her heart squeezed. She knew she was about to surrender. For some reason, it seemed really important to play cowboys and Indians with Bryn. She wanted to help these kids. Okay, deep down, she wanted to help her handsome neighbor, too.
No.
That couldn't be the reason. She didn't even know whether he was single. He didn't have a ring, but that didn't mean much these days. And that warm feeling inside her was not caused by his image in her memory. Or the spicy scent lingering in the air. Okay, I'll stay. She sighed. Hurrah. Bryn jumped to his feet while Trent plunked a cowboy hat on her head, then stepped back. The next thing she knew, she had a rubber arrow on her chest. Bryn was running around her in circles, screaming "Yowawawa." Quiet, please. You'll wake up your sister. Cassidy moved closer to him, pondering how to take off the arrow without having her blouse come with it. Trent shook his head. You're not supposed to be talking. You were hit with an arrow by a brave Indian.
Yeah.
Bryn lifted his tiny fist. Cassidy groaned. Things like this normally didn't happen to her. She led a quiet life in Portland, and she liked it that way, thank you very much. As much as she tried to change for Dorian, and later for Max, and become more outgoing, she was an introvert through and through. She looked into the little boy's expectant eyes and decided to go with it. She dropped herself on the floor, after moving toys out of the way, of course, and started convulsing. A good actress she was not, but Bryn cheered her on the way. Then she closed her eyes. You're breathing. Bryn's voice made her hold her breath.
Yeah.
You're good. The boy's acknowledgement allowed her to get up finally. What do you want for lunch? She smoothed her white blouse and beige skirt. She needed to be careful not to ruin it while cooking. She'd obviously overdressed for a simple visit to the neighbor, but she'd wanted to produce the impression of a strict, no-nonsense woman. Pizza. Bryn clapped his hands. Cassidy brightened. All she had to do was dial the number and get takeout, and voila, lunch would be served. Trent chuckled as he walked to the counter and then handed her the list. Number 1, please don't order pizza for them. There are ingredients for the salad in the fridge and lamb chops. There went that idea. She leaned toward the little boy. What would you like to do next? Painting. She glanced at Trent. He means watercolors. Trent hesitated, then added, I can watch him while you're cooking. Maybe this guy wasn't all bad. Why is your uncle taking care of you in the first place? She asked before heading to the kitchen. Our parents went on the same cruise Gina's took. The teen looked away. Last chance to mend their marriage. And yes, Uncle Jonathan is single. Her heart did a strange little flutter.
Uh-oh.
All she wanted was a quiet life while she disappeared into the worlds of books, articles, and documents in a different language, without her dear relatives reminding her how much she'd failed in the romance department. She didn't need to add another failure to the list. I didn't ask. She threw the words over her shoulder. But you wanted to. Trent snickered. By the way, I was kidding. I don't have a little sister. A whoosh of relief left her lungs. Then she resisted the urge to grind her teeth as she whirled around. You made up a little sister to torture me. You won't go anywhere close to my niece, even if I have to tie myself to her by a rope. Well, that sounded a little drastic, didn't it? Besides, no way Cassidy would want to go to high school again. She suppressed a shudder. The teen laughed and lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. Careful. The way to the uncle's heart might lead through his nephews. Jonathan Hastings parked his scarlet-red sports car, one of the few reminders of his previous life, and hurried toward his sister's house, having a twinge of reluctance that the only quiet hour he'd had in days would be over soon. It seemed easier to run a corporation than to take care of children. Good thing he adored his nephews. Well, they weren't blood-related since his sister had married a divorced man with 2 boys. But in his heart, Trent and Bryn were his nephews, and that was what mattered. They were good boys, too, as shown by the conversation with the teacher who praised the quarterback and the school star up and down. Now to make sure Trent took his medications and to check on Bryn, who'd coughed a couple of times in the morning. That was Jonathan's reason for leaving Bryn at home instead of sending him to kindergarten, though he'd suspected it was only a trick to skip kindergarten. Jonathan ran up the porch. He'd give the babysitter a nice tip. The babysitter. She'd seemed too stiff and, well, too strictly dressed for a nanny, but he was too desperate to care. His heart fluttered for some reason. She did have the biggest blue eyes he'd ever seen. And she'd smelled sweet and pleasant as a whiff of some flowery perfume had reached him. Not that he needed the tiny spark of attraction that had surprised him when he'd opened the door. After his disastrous divorce and Ophelia taking his heart, bank account, and company with her, he was in no market for romance. Besides, the feeling most likely wasn't attraction but relief to be getting help. He entered the house where the pleasant scents of vegetables and fried lamb chops drifted his way. Great. He smiled, and his stomach perked up. Lunch was probably ready. After he'd managed to ruin most of breakfast, the idea was especially welcome. Then he walked into the living room and froze. Could it be the same prim and proper woman he'd seen over an hour ago? Her blonde hair, previously gathered in a tight bun at the nape of her neck, had gotten free and stuck up in all directions. Frankly, he liked her hair better this way. A dark stain decorated her formerly pristine white blouse. And her skirt? Well, it was missing altogether. Instead, she'd wrapped an olive green towel around her hips, secured with a large safety pin, the white tag dangling near a long run in her black pantyhose. Her glasses sat crookedly on her cute little nose. But more interesting than all else was how she was moving on all fours on the floor along the wall. What had she said was her name? Cassidy Longfellow? He cleared his throat. Ms. Longfellow? Are you playing a new game I don't know about? She winced and assumed an upright position. It's not a game. The hamster ran away. We're trying to find him. We're trying to find her. It's a girl. Bryn appeared from under the table. Based on his forlorn expression, the hamster wasn't hiding there. Yes. Trying to find her. Before, well, you know, the woman's cheeks pinked as she made a sweeping gesture in the air. He nearly groaned. Of course. Before their cat could get her. He spun around, his heart rate spiking. She seemed to understand him without words. The cat is secured in the laundry room. The room was searched thoroughly first. Still, Cookie might sneak into the laundry room and have a meeting with Princess. He sure hoped that wouldn't happen. Bryn adored that hamster. Sorry about the runaway pet. In my defense, I did feed the children lamb chops and a garden, she coughed. A garden salad. I'll pay double your babysitting rate. Jonathan walked into the living room and scanned it for the tiny speck of latte-colored fur. The hamster disappeared, but the house wasn't burned in his absence. The children were alive and even fed, so she deserved it. About that. Trent entered the room. He'd probably been looking for the pet somewhere else. Hopefully. Ms. Longfellow isn't a babysitter. Jonathan's mouth slid open. What? Chapter 2. Trent continued, she's Gina's aunt staying with her while Gina's parents are on the same couple's cruise ours are. Oh yes. Of course, with them all being friends, they decided to go on that cruise together. The woman nodded. Please call me Cassidy. We're neighbors for now, after all. While I think a nanny is a great profession, she did her best to tuck her hair into her tight updo and failed, and a difficult one. I'm actually a translator. As it all sank in, Jonathan groaned.
Oh no.
I made you stay with the kids. You probably came here to welcome me to the neighborhood. She and Trent exchanged glances. What was that about? Well, not exactly, she said at last. Jonathan scolded himself as he winced at a stab of guilt. What was wrong with him? He trusted Ophelia enough to make her an equal partner in his firm. Now, he trusted a stranger to babysit his nephews without even asking for references, which was reckless. Probably, that unwanted spark of interest had affected his senses. Didn't he learn anything after his father, the man he'd looked up to, betrayed them? I have to go. Sorry about the hamster. She stepped toward the exit. No pay necessary. Bryn sniffled. We'll find Cookie. Jonathan ruffled the boy's hair as gratitude expanded his chest. This neighbor didn't have to stay with the children, and she still did. She even refused to be paid. Ms. Longfellow, I mean, Cassidy, I'd love to repay you for your kind gesture. No need. She straightened her glasses. Then her jaw slackened. Jonathan followed her gaze. If you secured the cat, then who is this? The feline sauntered into the room, then sat down in the middle of it as if enjoying everyone's attention, and her tiny tongue flicked. Bryn's eyes grew huge. No. You didn't eat Cookie, did you? Princess must have managed to open the door handle with her paw. She does that sometimes. Jonathan's heart sank a little, but he infused his voice with reassurance he didn't feel. Of course, Princess didn't eat her. Cassidy leaned to the pet as if she were going to open the cat's mouth and try to search inside. I'm a horrible babysitter. Trent, who just checked behind the entertainment center, shook his head. You're fine as a babysitter. You're a horrible pet sitter. Trent. Jonathan shot his older nephew a scolding glance before sending an apologetic one to Cassidy. Trent, please secure the cat again. In a better way this time. Yes, sir. His older nephew picked up Princess and marched out of the room. Thanks. Jonathan opened the doors to different sections of the entertainment center and searched them one by one with no success. Then he glanced back. He had to admit this woman piqued his curiosity, especially since she'd stopped looking all prim and proper. Cassidy squared her shoulders. I can stay a little longer. We'd better find that hamster fast. Huh. He started to like this woman.
No!
No thoughts like that. He reached the small company in a few quick strides. Let's work as a team. It might be easier if we walk in one line, everybody with his or her own section. You know, like they do while searching for missing people. Trent rushed into the living room. The cat is secured. I think. Considering that the hamster is probably somewhere on the floor, maybe we should get close to the ground, too.
Yeah.
Bryn showed the example by dropping on all fours. Like that. Good idea. Trent dropped himself onto the floor. The woman's cheeks pinked again. But she followed the kid's example, and Jonathan had no choice but to do the same. Strange excitement bubbled inside him as the four of them moved forward. This was beyond weird and awkward, but still fun. Maybe he could use something similar, though elevated to an office level, as a team-building exercise for his corporation. He suppressed a grimace as a knife twisted inside him. He didn't have a corporation anymore. His ex had taken care of that. He did his best to look at the carpet as he moved forward, which coincidentally matched the runaway pet in color, but he couldn't help sending Cassidy a few quick glances. Why on earth was she wearing a towel? She seemed to read his mind as she concentrated on studying the carpet. You're wondering what happened to my skirt, aren't you? Yes. Well, it wasn't every day one saw a woman wearing a blouse and a towel. Concentrate on the search. Though Bryn was the smallest, he moved faster than the rest of them. Jonathan did his best to catch up. Trent snickered. Bryn finger-painted while she cooked. I volunteered to watch him. Jonathan could guess where this was going. Then Bryn ran to the kitchen and placed his hands on Cassidy's skirt. I thought you were supposed to watch him. I did. I watched as my brother ran to the kitchen and placed his hands on Miss Cassidy's skirt. What could he do with that logic? I decided to wash the skirt before the stains dried out and made it difficult to get rid of them. Her cheeks pinked more. They reached the end of the room and I'd a spacious hickory-hued sofa and a matching love seat. I'll check behind the love seat. Trent pushed the love seat away from the wall. Clear. I'll help move the couch. She stepped to the piece of furniture and took hold of one end. I can move it by myself. He lifted the other end. Men, she muttered under her breath. Or maybe he'd misheard. They shifted the couch away from the wall, then crawled toward each other, searching the carpet. Thwack. They bumped heads as they met in the middle. Sorry. He rubbed his aching forehead. Me, too. She mirrored his gesture. Then she looked up, a shy smile on her lips. She did have a very attractive mouth, with a tiny birthmark in the corner of her lips. Snap out of it. Please forgive me. I'm totally out of my element. Same here. His gaze lingered on her longer than necessary. Then he got up and helped her do the same. The sweet scent of her perfume made his heart skip a beat. Trent cleared his throat. I see somebody is having fun. Her blush deepened, and something inside him softened at the adorable color. In his corporate life, he'd been surrounded by confident women, not that there was anything wrong with confidence, who'd sometimes made advances at him. He'd never seen them blush. Nor would they be caught dead wearing a towel or crawling on the floor looking for a hamster. He tore his gaze away from Cassidy. Let's go to the kitchen. They checked the kitchen and Bryn's room where they had to go through the piles of plush toys and little cars. Bryn's lower lip stuck out. She's not here. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. As such compassion mixed with the misery in Cassidy's blue eyes, Jonathan had a nearly irresistible urge to reach out to her. She cared about a little boy she'd just met and his tiny pet. She must have a kind heart. Even as his heart warmed, Jonathan straightened his spine to its full capacity as he closed one of the toy boxes. He'd been deceived by a woman who'd claimed to have a kind heart before, and he had a ruined career to show for it. But curiosity about Cassidy didn't disappear. So you said you're a translator. How many languages do you speak? 4. She rummaged through another pile of plush puppies and kittens. Whoa. His jaw slackened. Impressive. Looking for a hamster could be rather a bonding experience. Who knew? I translate books, articles, documents, and from time to time, do interpreting for meetings and phone conversations, though I prefer translations. What about you? If it's okay to ask, what do you do for a living? She glanced at him. I used to have a home security company. He took a deep breath. Starting over, building a new company from the ground up wasn't going to be easy. He'd done consulting jobs while he'd been gathering funds for it. Her eyes narrowed as she obviously picked up on the I used to part. But she didn't ask anything else, and he was grateful for it. As they went through Trent's room, after the teen's protest, of course, Jonathan shook his head in disbelief. With the teenager's desk drawers so messy, 10 hamsters could have hidden there effortlessly. When did you last tidy up your room? He alternated between being thorough and preserving the teen's privacy. Trent froze for a second. Is that a rhetorical question? Jonathan chuckled. Never mind. One thing immaculate in the room was a large aquarium with colorful fish. I feel sorry for the cat. Living in a house with a hamster and fish and not being allowed to eat them. Cassidy scanned the room. Then her face brightened. Look. I see the hamster. Trent and Bryn rushed to her. Where? Where? On the curtain. Right at the top. She pointed at the tiny animal. How come I didn't notice it? Jonathan hurried to the spot before Cookie could have a chance to scurry away. Sometimes all you have to do is look up, she whispered. Something I often avoid doing. He hadn't done that in a while, too. His faith had weakened a lot after his father's leaving and even more after Ophelia's betrayal. I'll help get her. Bryn raised his hands. Jonathan hoisted his younger nephew on his shoulders and reached the curtain fast. Thankfully, the hamster didn't move. Bryn snatched the little animal.
Yay!
Let's go put her back to her place. Jonathan carried Bryn and Cookie to the kids' room where he lowered Bryn to the floor and watched him secure the pet. I'll feed her, too. The kid gazed at his pet adoringly. Good. Just make sure Cookie doesn't escape again. Though come to think of it, the search was more fun than he could have imagined, maybe because a certain lovely neighbor had accompanied them. That certain lovely neighbor hurried to the hall and slid her feet into sensible low-heeled boots. I've got to leave.
Bye.
Jonathan opened his mouth to tell her not to go, but they'd already taken up too much of her time. Besides, why would he want her to stay in the first place? Thank you for your help in the search. As she reached for her coat, he helped her put it on and got a whiff of her flowery perfume again. For an inexplicable reason, it made his heart skip a beat. It might sound weird, but I enjoyed it. I'm glad the hamster is safe and sound. She smiled, and something about her smile sent a pleasant wave through him. It had so much effect on him that he forgot to mention she'd put on her coat while still wearing a towel around her waist. He closed the door behind her. As much as he loved his nephews, he hadn't been looking forward to this trip to Chapel Cove because he'd needed to stay in Boston to find a way to regain his company, or build a new one. Otherwise, he'd be the same failure his mother had claimed his father to be. Growing up poor had fueled Jonathan's drive to build a successful business and was part of the drive behind his need to either start from scratch again or regain his company. It had funneled his desire to help other poor children achieve their dreams. The more he waited, the fewer chances he'd have. Still, something shifted inside him. Sometimes all we have to do is look up. He raised his eyes to the ceiling. Lord, are you listening? Thank you for the hamster's safe return. And, did you bring me to this small town for a reason? His praying skills had become rusty, but an awkward prayer was better than no prayer at all. Then he looked at Trent. I should have told her about the skirt, right? Trent shook his head. Nope. Taking Miss Cassidy her skirt will give you an excuse to go to her house and see her again. Jonathan walked to the living room and turned cartoons on for Bryn. Who said I want to see her again? I saw the way you looked at her. With interest. Trent smiled like a cat who'd just eaten a canary or hamster. It wasn't interest. It was surprise. Jonathan waited until Bryn climbed onto the couch and sat near him. Well, whenever you decide to return the woman her rightful skirt, it's in the dryer. Smiling, Jonathan found Bryn's favorite cartoon. While he wouldn't call what he felt toward Cassidy interest, there was certainly something. There was vulnerability and maybe even fun behind that prim and proper exterior. And he did owe her a skirt, an apology, and maybe a dinner. He'd just have to guard his heart in the interim. Eyes narrowed, Cassidy stared at the boxer who'd brought her the leash and stared back at her. Gina, remind me, please, if this is your dog, why am I the one to walk him the day before yesterday, and, apparently, today? Mackie gave out a short bark as if voicing his complaint. Not that I mind walking you, she told the boxer in a softer voice. But I need to shower and wash my hair after that afternoon at our neighbor's. Jonathan's image made her heart flutter, but she did her best to dismiss the feeling. And there should be a box of chocolates with my name on it. Sitting on the plush salmon-colored sofa, her darling niece texted somebody on the phone and said, without lifting her head, "Didn't you have getting a dog on your list of New Year's resolutions?" I think, for the third time in a row. Mackie barked his agreement. Cassidy suppressed a groan. She really needed to keep that list to herself. Well, getting a dog seemed more realistic than getting a life. Yes. I just didn't get to it yet. Deciding on the breed. She swallowed at the memory of the dog dragging her on the leash in the yard yesterday to the point it was unclear who walked whom. She'd nearly fallen on her behind several times. I think it's going to be a Chihuahua. On the bright side, I stayed off chocolates for a week. Gina continued texting. Oh, I'm so glad you put stop eating chocolates on your New Year's resolutions list. Something about the note of guilt in her niece's voice told Cassidy the box of chocolates didn't have her name on it any longer. You ate them all. The teen shrugged. In my defense, he tried to snatch a couple, too. Dogs shouldn't be eating chocolates, so I did it for Mackie. Thanks a lot, Gina. Mackie barked, and Cassidy shook her head in disbelief. Traitor. I feed you. I walk you. And you try to gulp down my chocolates. Is that gratitude? The dog wiggled as though trying to wag his docked tail, and she didn't have the heart to be angry with him. Or her niece. Oops. By the way, what happened to start exercising? Gina smirked. She really needed to keep that list a secret. I had a translation assignment. Maybe you could do it while running on the treadmill. We have a fully equipped gym room here, by the way. The doorbell prevented Cassidy from coming up with new excuses. She rushed to open the door. Her breathing quickened as she waved Jonathan inside. It had been years since she'd felt that way. After the second painful experience in the romance department, she'd promised herself to never, ever, ever fall in love again. Ever. Cassidy's tongue turned heavy, so she silently led him to the spacious living room. The place reflected her sister's preference for expensive furniture and electronics, with a pricey sofa and love seat, and a gigantic TV above the faux fireplace, as well as Gina's love of science fiction in the tall alder bookcase filled with science fiction books, and large framed covers of her favorite volumes on the walls. Cassidy had given her many of those books when Gina had been younger and hadn't switched to reading on her e-reader yet. One of the volumes, the first book Cassidy had translated, was proudly displayed on the top shelf. Gina slipped the phone into the back pocket of her slacks and glanced at the visitor with open curiosity. Today, her niece's chestnut brown hair swung against her shoulders in two shiny braids, and her long bangs were pinned up, exposing her lovely face and hazel eyes. Usually, Gina let her hair cover part of her face as if she'd tried to disappear behind it. Much to her mother's chagrin, the girl wasn't her slim, blonde clone and seemed to take more after her aunt by being on the chunky side. Gina did her best to hide that chunkiness inside a black sweater a size too big and custom-made pants with vertical stripes. As much as Cassidy had tried to persuade her niece she was beautiful the way she was and even shared her own sad experience of being desperate to slim, down to the point of being bulimic as a teen, her efforts had apparently been ignored. The girl's mother's words and society's expectations had told her otherwise, and Cassidy could relate to it all too well. Cassidy hurried to make introductions. Jonathan, this is my niece, Gina. Gina, this is Jonathan, Trent's uncle. Why did her heart flutter as she took in his muscular frame? After her last heartbreak, she was sure she'd become immune to attractive guys. Totally, absolutely sure. Hello, Gina. A pleasure to finally meet you. Trent can't stop talking about you. He shook the teenager's hand as she got up. The girl's eyes brightened. Oh. Really? I mean, great to meet you. Yes, really. Well, I came to return Cassidy's skirt. He seemed to realize how his words sounded and hurried to correct himself. She left it at my place. I mean, at the place I'm staying while I take care of my sister's children, next door. He placed a small bag on the floor. Cassidy's jaw slackened. Uh-oh. That wasn't the way it sounded. Gina jammed her hands on her hips. Huh. I'd love to hear everything about it. Because somebody read me a long lecture this morning about my morals, well, that somebody apparently. Jonathan, would you like something to drink? Cassidy did her best not to look at her visitor because when she did, warmth came up her neck. She waved somewhere in the air. Hopefully, he'd understand it as an invitation for him to sit down. Spending her life in front of a computer didn't help her social manners, and they weren't great to start with, her dear sister's words. Cassidy suppressed a grimace as she wished badly it were otherwise. No thank you. He took a seat on the couch, which she saw from the corner of her eye. Cassidy shot her niece a glance as she took an armchair. Best not to sit down near Jonathan on the sofa because his spicy cologne did weird things to her senses. I happened to babysit our neighbor's child today, and my beige skirt got dirty. So I decided to wash it. Gina sank onto the couch, her mouth tight. Wow. How did I miss all that fun? Did you go home without a skirt? That doesn't sound like you. Okay, so she wasn't the fun aunt, and Gina had pointed it out too many times. And maybe she'd overdone it when she'd buried herself in work to stop herself from thinking about Max and his hurtful words. Her heart squeezed, painfully restricting her blood flow. No, best not to go there. Cassidy's cheeks heated up more. I didn't walk without a skirt on. I wrapped myself in a towel. Such a pity I didn't snap a photo of it and post it on social media. Gina said it like she meant it. Cassidy blinked. How did her sister deal with that kind of attitude on a daily basis? She needed to change the topic, and fast. She turned to Jonathan. I admire you for volunteering to take care of those children. She obviously had her hands full with just one teenager. Good thing she loved her sister, and okay, her niece, too, very much. Well, maybe Cassidy did her best to love her sibling while mostly trying to avoid her, but Gina was a great teen, when she didn't try to sneak out of the house in the middle of the night. I love my nephews. Besides, my sister sort of guilt-tripped me into it. So I can't take the credit. A sheepish smile curved his lips into his tanned cheeks. Somehow, that smile only added to his charm. Not the thought she should be having. But you're here, helping. A sting of guilt made her frown. She hadn't been there for the boy she'd loved with her whole heart. Dorian. She'd lived with the consequences ever since. Well, if you saw the house this morning, you wouldn't think that. He chuckled. It was a total mess. With toys everywhere and a few coffee stains on the counter, the house was still a mess, in her opinion, but probably best not to point it out. How would her Portland apartment look in his eyes? She'd kept it spotless, not a thing out of place, books organized by color, and shoes, too. A few landscape pictures broke up the monotony of beige walls before those walls blended into a similarly beige carpet. She rented an apartment, so it wasn't like she could paint walls or put in a less monotone carpet. But frankly, the color, or lack thereof, suited her just fine. Her rib cage constricted as she gripped the armchair's smooth surface, and for a moment, it became difficult to breathe. She'd had so much joy when she and Max had gone house hunting, then finally settled on a cute cottage with a fenced-in yard boasting a swing and a treehouse. She'd dreamed about having a lot of children, had picked bright colors to paint every room. Even 3 years later, she couldn't grasp how all that could come to an end. She hadn't bought the house because it had become a place of shattered dreams. She couldn't live there alone. As she forced herself to return to here and now, she glanced around. She'd spent hours cleaning her sister's place after arriving. Her cleaning habits had become a bit obsessive, hadn't they? At first, it seemed a harmless way to deal with her emotional pain. Not so much now. Jonathan continued, the reason I came here. We know. Gina's snort interrupted him. To return the skirt. Also to thank Cassidy for babysitting. As a sign of my gratitude, I'd like to invite you to dinner. What? A new feeling spread inside Cassidy. Or maybe an old feeling she'd forced herself not to experience anymore. Though it was just a thank you dinner, maybe it meant she'd have a chance to. No, there were no new chances for her. At least, not in the romance department. Gina pinned her with a stare, which was no easy feat, considering Cassidy was taller. How does this work? I have a no-date rule, and you're going out on a date. That's unfair. I'm not going out on a date. No matter how much she wanted to see Jonathan again, it couldn't be a good idea. A recent trip down memory lane reminded her she'd already had 2 strikes. She drew in a shaky breath. She'd never be able to go through such pain again. A year after Max had broken off their engagement, when she'd thought she could take it, she'd driven to that dream house in Chapel Cove. Then she'd parked at the curb, sat there until she'd gathered the courage to get out. Children's laughter had reached her from the backyard, as well as enticing barbecue aromas. On weak feet, she'd walked to the hurricane fence. 2 little blonde girls with pigtails were playing in the treehouse and laughing. A young couple stood near the barbecue pit with their backs to Cassidy, the man's hand around the woman's shoulder. A picture of pure happiness that she'd longed for so badly. A lump had formed in her throat like it was forming now, and she'd run to her car. That night, she'd driven back to Portland with the intention of never returning to her hometown. The dream had died together with her love for Max. If only she'd been more outgoing. She tried so hard to become the sociable, fun woman to be his match in his partying lifestyle, but she hadn't succeeded. How about a thank you dinner then, not a date? Jonathan flashed her a smile. She nearly swooned. I appreciate the offer, but no thank you. She infused her voice with confidence she didn't feel. Gina looked from Cassidy to Jonathan, and something unrecognizable flashed in her eyes. I think it's a great idea. I'll even help babysit Bryn. Suspicion pinching her shoulder blades tighter together, Cassidy eyed her niece. You just want an excuse to see Trent, don't you? The girl fluttered her eyelashes. Yes, but it works in your favor. Come on, Aunt Cassidy, the last time you had fun was, I don't know when that was. And the last time you went on a date was, seeming to realize what she'd said, she covered her mouth with her palm. Oops. Jonathan's eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. Well, now he'd think she was a boring spinster. Okay, maybe she was a boring spinster, and that was fine with her. Until now. Cassidy narrowed her eyes. Well, thank you for volunteering. I'll take you up on that. The girl jerked her chin up, her lips twitching. Really? As long as Mrs. Mackenzie agrees to chaperone. Cassidy had known the kind lady since time Cassidy was a little girl. When she'd recently become the mother-in-law of her childhood friend, Aileen, Cassidy couldn't be more thrilled. If you're okay with it, Jonathan. She turned to the man, and something bittersweet stirred inside her. He nodded. I called my sister, and she said Mrs. Mackenzie is awesome. In fact, she's babysitting for me right now. Not fair. Gina groaned. Do we have to have a chaperone? It's not like we can kiss anyway while he's wearing that stupid mask. Cassidy shrugged. Take it or leave it. And out came a demonstrative sigh. Okay. That smile making a brief appearance, Jonathan's eyes warmed. Great. I'll pick you up in an hour. Will that work for you? Sure. Did she respond too fast? Then he hesitated. Cassidy froze. Did he change his mind about the invitation? And why did the thought make her heart drop? Seconds passed. Long, miserable seconds. Actually, I thought of something. Would you mind if we take Bryn with us? I'd feel guilty leaving him, and he's been asking about you nonstop since you left. Air whooshed out of her lungs. He didn't change his mind. I make a good dead cowboy. That sounded strange. I mean, sure. I'd love for him to come. He tipped his head toward Gina. You're welcome to join us, too. No thanks. She folded her arms across her chest. I'd rather stay with Trent. He got up and walked to the door. See you soon. Cassidy followed and closed the door behind him, then returned to the sofa and looked at the dog. What just happened? Gina said. If you sit and stare like that, you'll never get ready for your date, thank you dinner. And fine, I'll walk the dog. Are you going to go without any makeup? Maybe I can help you with it. Also, you need to do something with your frizzy hair. And your outfits are, well, hopeless. Right. Gina's turquoise lips matched her eyeshadow. No way was Cassidy leaving the house like that. Young lady, you're going to take care of your pet and then do your homework. I'll make sure to check it before I leave. Gina rolled her eyes. Aunt Cassidy, I know you speak several languages and are really smart, and deep down you have a great personality. She tapped a finger against her lips, apparently thinking a moment. Very deep down. But you're not going to attract a man looking like this. Especially such a handsome man as Mr. Jonathan. Her eyes glazed over. Good looks must run in the family. Bottom line, you need to change your appearance a little if you want Mr. Jonathan to look at you twice. That was entirely the point. After losing Max, she didn't want to attract male attention. She'd never been a beauty, but she'd been pretty, even if somewhat chunky. So she'd chosen to look as unnoticeable as she could. No point explaining that to her niece. Cassidy did her best to dismiss the longing inside to look her best. Oh okay, I'll go walk the dog now. Gina put Mackie on a leash. As Cassidy walked to the mirror and studied her pale makeup-free face and hair firmly locked into place on the nape of her neck again, a new stirring appeared inside her. It had been a long time since she'd wanted to pretty herself up. Could she call one of the few friends she'd had as a child? Though they'd kept in touch online for years, she'd only briefly met with Ale on her arrival, and it would be selfish to ask her for help, especially after she'd recently become a newlywed. Jonathan's smile appeared in front of Cassidy, and she pulled her phone from her jeans pocket. It wouldn't hurt to ask. As a bonus, she could ask Ale to bring some of those cherry turnovers her mother-in-law loved so much. She swallowed hard. Maybe issues with makeup and hairdo could get resolved, but what was she going to wear? Gina's voice reached her from the hall. I know I'm supposed to take care of my pet and then do my homework. But I checked your closet to see if I can help you choose something. You know, wearing a towel instead of a skirt doesn't seem like such a bad idea anymore. Chapter 3. As Jonathan walked Cassidy to Tia Irma's entrance while holding Bryn's tiny hand, he couldn't tear his gaze away from her, amazed by the change in her appearance again. When he'd met her, she'd looked uptight and a tad plain. Her stern expression, her pristine outfit, her tight updo, everything had said to stay away from her. When he'd seen her after returning from the meeting with his older nephew's teacher, she'd been distraught, disheveled, and clearly out of her element. While it wasn't exactly inviting, it was somewhat fun and touching. But now, she nearly took his breath away. Her long blonde hair flew freely over her shoulders, and a slight application of makeup helped her features stand out. Not bright turquoise shades like Gina's, but a few tasteful touches somehow made her blue eyes look bigger and highlighted her high cheekbones with pink rouge. Her chocolate brown coat hugged her curves nicely. While she wasn't slim, it only added femininity and softness to her look. Her well-defined mouth, covered in pink lipstick and lip gloss, had a nice shape. And, for some reason, that tiny birthmark at the corner of her mouth made him think of kissing her. Ridiculous thought. He was still reeling after his divorce and definitely not in the market for romance. Besides, his concentration should be on his nephews and getting back his company as soon as he could return to Boston. All that self-talk didn't stop him from staring at Cassidy as he opened the restaurant door for her. She smelled wonderful, a flowery perfume that enticed him to step closer to her. But her blue eyes were still guarded, and he ached to wipe away the sadness inside them. The hint of her smile caused the desire to keep that smile on her face, to make it bloom with joy. But then, he'd fallen for a beautiful, shy girl with sad eyes and a soft smile before and had paid dearly for it. All the shyness and innocence had been a pretense then, cleverly used until he'd lost not only his head but also his company. He'd probably lost something even more precious then, his ability to trust people again. After the hostess led them to the table, he assisted Bryn into the chair, then helped Cassidy remove her coat and pulled a chair out for her. A long flowy skirt suited her and reached leather boots. A turtleneck sweater matched her eye color, and dangling earrings with some kind of shimmery stone danced in her ears. She sat down, and as she moved, the light caught in her earring, attracting his attention to the graceful line of her neck. An unknown feeling stirred inside him. My concentration should be on my nephew. The boy was unusually quiet, so Jonathan checked his forehead, afraid he might have gotten sick. Worry squeezed his rib cage. Bad enough to let Trent catch a cold on his watch. The last thing he needed was for Bryn to get sick, too. Thankfully, Bryn's forehead didn't feel hot, but Jonathan still asked him, "How are you feeling?" "Good." The boy blinked at him. The tight band around Jonathan's rib cage loosened. At that age, children didn't learn to lie yet. The waitress appeared. He opted for beef fajitas while Cassidy chose chicken enchiladas and Bryn went for chicken enchiladas, too. For the moment, the boy was putting a dent in complimentary nachos. Before Jonathan had a chance to catch it, one of those tortilla chips went in Cassidy's direction and stuck in her hair. Unfortunately, the kid had also scooped up some salsa with it before throwing it, so red liquid ended up on her neck, the graceful line of which Jonathan had admired moments ago. "Sorry." Based on his smile, the child wasn't sorry in the least. "You shouldn't do that." Jonathan found his sternest voice and wagged his finger. "Or Miss Cassidy will never want to see you again." Bryn's lips tugged down. "Sorry." This time, he said it like he meant it. "Let me help." Jonathan leaned toward Cassidy with the best intentions of fishing the tortilla chip out of her hair. The sweet scent of her perfume wreaked havoc on his senses, and that was the reason he accidentally brushed the back of his palm against her smooth, soft skin. He got the tortilla chip, all right, but his heart started beating much faster. Her eyes widened, and her deliciously pink lips parted. He had a slight jolt of satisfaction that his reaction wasn't one-sided.
Uh-oh.
He made himself look away from her lips and picked up a napkin. Now he had the wonderful task of wiping salsa from her neck. It was a tough job, but somebody had to do it. Her eyes widened further. "I can do it myself." Jonathan watched Bryn from the corner of his eye. While he was fairly sure the boy wouldn't throw tortilla chips at Cassidy again because of the threat, he didn't have the same confidence the child wouldn't throw them at other guests. Bryn wouldn't care if he saw them again or not. Though he was usually well-behaved, he was acting up with his parents gone, even behaving a bit babyish in an added bid for attention. Jonathan shifted toward Cassidy. "You can't see yourself the way I do." He gently swiped her neck with a napkin, and his pulse accelerated again. Thank you." Her voice came in a whisper. Bryn munched on his nachos loudly, thankfully all of them ending in his mouth and not somebody's hair. As much as Jonathan enjoyed physical contact with Cassidy, it created thoughts he didn't need to think. The arrival of their food provided a much-needed distraction. The enticing scent of fried meat and vegetables wafted in the air. When the waitress left, he hesitated. While his faith was lacking somewhat, he wanted his nephews to have Christian values. The boy's parents had agreed with him, though they didn't take much time to instill those values themselves. Jonathan's brother-in-law had been too busy chasing skirts, and his sister too busy making scenes to do more than an occasional prayer. Jonathan's mother had tried to give Christian values to her children, but their faith had been shaken when her infidelities had been discovered and his father left them for another woman, taking most of what they'd had with him. The fiasco with Ophelia, who'd pretended to be a Christian when it had suited her, had made it worse. Well, no need to recall the past. He glanced at Cassidy. "Would you mind if I say grace?" She lingered before slipping her hand into his. "Please go ahead." His heart shifted as he took Bryn's tiny hand, after the boy had wiped off all the salsa, and said grace. After another slight moment of hesitation, she said amen. Did something happen to her faith, too? He cut enchiladas for Bryn, then gave due to his delicious fajitas that came with refried beans and Mexican rice. As a bonus, they served guacamole in a small dish. Its salad green hue plus the red salsa and bright orange rice making the table a splash of color. Cassidy, it was kind of you to come help your sister with Gina. He wiped salsa from Bryn's face. Not everybody would drop everything to take care of a teenager, who, as Jonathan had gathered from Trent, wasn't always easy to deal with. I was rather voluntold, too. But I do care about my sister and niece. It's just, I didn't want to return to Chapel Cove. Wasn't ready for it. Her eyes darkened. Don't know if I ever will be. Something had happened to her here. His diaphragm squeezed. He wanted to know more. Trent had told him Cassidy was single, but was there some heartache, or several, in her past? She looked away. Taking care of one teenager doesn't compare to taking care of a teen and a child, plus 2 pets. Well, many more pets, if you count fish. So really, you're doing much more than am I doing? He lowered his voice so Bryn wouldn't overhear. Frankly, they drive me crazy sometimes. But I do love them. Besides, maybe I needed a break from the consequences of a painful divorce. His fork wavered. Why did he say things he'd kept to himself to a woman he just met? Oh. Her hand flew to his as if to offer silent support, but she'd stopped it midway. I'm sorry. Some things aren't meant to be. It had turned out that, right from the start, my ex-wife was after everything I owned. I could be okay with giving her the house, cars, jewelry, and a substantial bank account. But I wasn't about to give her the business I've worked my entire life to build. She stole it from me and sold it to one of our competitors. He'd done his best to let it go, to turn over the page, but so far, he hadn't succeeded. Again, why this openness? Maybe because since Cassidy had let down her guard somewhat, her gaze was understanding and even inviting. What about you, Cassidy? He returned to his food, making sure Bryn was eating his enchiladas and not throwing them around. Okay, it was too early to ask such a personal question, but this woman piqued his curiosity like no other. Not even his ex. Cassidy took a sip of her iced tea. Then she used a linen napkin to soak up salsa Bryn had just spilled on the table. She clearly didn't want to answer the question, and he shifted back. Maybe it was too painful for her, or maybe he was interested in her much more than she was interested in him. Swallowing his disappointment, he turned to Bryn. How is your food? Yummy. The boy saluted him with a tortilla chip. Just as Jonathan decided she wasn't going to share about herself, she said, I've never been married. I dated when I was younger and twice was in serious relationships, but my first love, Dorian, left me. Then I was 35 when I fell in love again. His name was Max. She stopped and took another sip of her drink. Then she moved rice on her plate. He didn't urge her to continue. He waited patiently, resisting the impulse to cover her hand with his. Based on the mist in her eyes, the story didn't end well. For a while, everything was great. When Max looked at me, I felt like the only person in the world. When he asked me to marry him, I was deliriously happy. It was like a dream. I was shopping for the white dress. We even nearly bought a house we loved. We were going to move in there right after getting married. I was deep in wedding preparations and in my work. I took on as many assignments as I could because the down payment was hefty, and I insisted on splitting it halfway. She paused again and downed the rest of her drink. And then something happened. He said it as a statement, not a question. As compassion stirred inside him, he wiped salsa from Bryn's fingers again, giving her the time and privacy she seemed to need. A sigh escaped from the depth of her soul. Max and I were different. He loved being among people and loud companies and parties. I preferred staying at home reading or translating near a fireplace. I did my best to change for him, went to parties, tried to be sociable. But I only felt awkward and miserable, and most likely, it showed. She ran her index finger over the top of her glass, those blue eyes cloudy as a typical Oregon day. So it was a relief to use wedding preparations and translation assignments as an excuse to miss a couple of those parties. Her shoulders sloped, and she seemed to sink deeper into her chair with each sentence as if hiding in its confines. A week before the wedding, Max said he realized I wasn't the woman for him. When he was at a party, all eyes were usually on him and, as a consequence, on me. I didn't measure up. He needed someone more attractive and outgoing for his lifestyle. He broke off the engagement. As his fingers fisted, he uncurled them one by one. It was his loss. A sad smile touched her lovely lips, and she raised her eyes to his. Thank you, but I didn't think that way. Those liquid blue eyes held his, drew him closer, made him thirsty. I was crushed. I was a shy, overweight nerd in high school, and though I changed, some insecurities stayed with me. He said he enjoyed my cooking, but I was boring, overweight, and no match for a guy like him. His words ripped open an old wound. Later, I found out he was having an affair behind my back, too. I decided romance wasn't for me. I loved twice, and I lost twice. I consider it a sign I shouldn't fall in love anymore. Don't say that. It's rather a sign he didn't deserve you. His heart fell. So there was no chance of a future between them. Not that he was going to pursue a relationship with her, but now he had a strange sense of loss for things that would never be. Thwack. A plate with what was left from Bryn's enchiladas and rice flew to the floor. Jonathan's arm shot out as he tried to catch it, but he missed it by a fraction of an inch. Sorry. The child's mouth made a perfect O. It's okay. No biggie. Jonathan got up from the chair and stooped to the floor to collect the shards at the same time Cassidy did. They bumped heads and looked up. We really should stop doing this. He attempted to joke, but as he peered into her desolate eyes, he knew her heart was as broken as the plate on the floor. The next night at 10:30, Cassidy watched the nightstand clock for some time, her stomach clenching. Then she got up, marched into the kitchen, filled a glass of water, and drained the cold liquid that was supposed to refresh her. The boxer trudged into the kitchen, and she gave him a biscuit. As Mackie munched on it, she stroked his smooth fur. What are we going to do with this girl? The dog waggled his dock tail, barked something that probably meant he didn't know either, and returned to his biscuit. I think this calls for some chocolates. She reached to the upper shelf of the cabinet where she kept her new emergency stash so that Mackie wouldn't get to it. The boxer lifted his head, a question in his eyes. It's going to be only one piece, and it helps me think and calm down. She opened the box and snuck one piece into her mouth, then closed the box and returned it to the shelf. As the sweet deliciousness melted in her mouth, she walked to the bedroom, sank onto the bed, and watched the clock for what felt like an eternity but according to the fluorescent numbers was only 5 minutes. The dog walked to her, jumped onto the bed, and placed his head on her lap as if feeling her distress. What a wonderful companion. This time, she was sticking to her resolution to get a dog when she returned to Portland. Her gut twisted as she stroked his smooth fur again. Gina should be back by now. Where is my niece? Head tilted, Mackie barked something as if to say, how am I supposed to know?
Yeah.
Right. That was a rhetorical question. Carefully, so as not to move the dog, she reached to the nightstand for her cell phone and called Gina again. Like the 3 previous calls, it went to voicemail. Cassidy groaned, called her niece a few tender names, and resisted the urge to hide her face in her palms. Mackie licked her hand, his way to offer silent support. Grateful for his company, she patted him. Should I call Jonathan to see if he had better success reaching Trent? The dog gave 2 short barks. You're right. It's too late to call, especially a person I barely know. She cradled the phone in her hand. Though, after last night's conversation, I feel as if I know him better than anybody else in my life. Strange, isn't it? She didn't intend to start feeling close to him. It was supposed to be just dinner. But when he'd listened to her story, his eyes had filled with emotion as if he'd really cared. Then he'd entertained her with Bryn's and the cat's antics in an obvious attempt to cheer her up after she'd shared her sad story. Her heartbeat picked up. The dog gave another bark, pulling her out of her reverie. You're right again. Gina. I need to think about Gina right now. Worry tightening her stomach, Cassidy listened for the sounds outside. Trent had managed to get a hardship driver's license, so he'd driven his father's car. Do you hear anything? She leaned to the dog. If he did, he'd run to meet Gina. Mackie didn't move. Me either. She suppressed another groan as worry grasped her heart and squeezed. She should never have agreed to Gina seeing Trent again. Now what? As the dog shifted, she patted him. That was another rhetorical question. What if something happened to her niece? The movie was over hours ago. Tia Irma's, where Gina had said they were going after the movie, was most likely closed by now if the last customer left. Should she start driving to the restaurant or around the town, checking at the teen's friends? Cassidy hugged her middle and rocked back and forth, as much as having a part of a large dog on her lap allowed it. Is Jonathan as worried as I am? Or is he sound asleep? Mackie jumped from the bed and ran to the window. Yep. One way to find out. She rose, walked to the window, and peeped through the slit. Aha. She perked up. One window in the house next door was lit, and a tall male silhouette stood outlined behind the curtains. She returned to the bed, picked up the phone, and stared at the screen. Deep breath in. Long breath out. Again. Many years had passed since she'd called a guy, and even then, she'd rarely done so. Max's image flashed in front of her eyes, causing an echo of dull pain inside. The dog trudged to her and nudged her hand. Cassidy squared her shoulders. She needed to think about her niece and not her own pain. Now or never. Chapter 4. Cassidy found the phone number he'd given her after dinner yesterday. Jonathan answered on the first beep. Cassidy, I'm so glad you called. Despite unease, a pleasant wave washed over her. Trent isn't back yet. Tension tightened his voice. I know he's with Gina. I want to go search for them. We need to find them before they get themselves into a pickle. Would you like to go with me? Oh. I hoped you were glad because you wanted to hear from me. Words escaped her mouth before she could stop them. That, too. But I thought you weren't looking for romance. Doubt mixed with something else in his voice. Hope? Or was it her wishful thinking? Cassidy straightened her spine as she suppressed an unwelcome longing. You're right. I wasn't. And yes, absolutely, let's go look for your nephew and my niece. But who'll stay with Bryn then? Mrs. Mackenzie volunteered, and she's already here. Thank you so much for recommending her. She's great. Yes, she is, and you're welcome. How about I'll meet you near your car in 15 minutes? Sure. After hanging up, she picked up her purse from the nightstand, placed the phone in her purse, and leaned to the dog. We're going to look for our teens. Please behave yourself while I'm away. In response, the pet got comfortable on the rug as after a job well done. Cassidy rushed to the bathroom. Worry for Gina mixed with nervous excitement, leaving her movements jerky as she brushed her hair, applied pink lipstick, and sprinkled a few drops of perfume, wishing she had Aile's help. As she opened her closet and scanned her meager travel wardrobe, a stab of guilt made her wince. How selfish of her to be concerned about the way she'd look in front of Jonathan when something might have happened to Gina. Cringing, she grabbed one of the first things her fingers touched, thankfully, a pair of jeans she'd bought today. Aile had dragged her on a shopping spree, in case Cassidy's non-date repeated itself. The jeans were of an impossibly bright magenta hue because Aile insisted Cassidy needed more color and more excitement in her life. Well, with Gina missing, she already had plenty of excitement, thank you very much. She paired those jeans with a warm charcoal gray turtleneck, then donned a coat, a scarf, and boots and headed outside. Hunched against a cold gust of wind, she approached Jonathan's car. Longing stirred inside her as she saw him waiting for her there, his hands in his pockets. In the dim lantern light, his posture was similar to Max's, and her heart squeezed at the painful memory of Max breaking up with her. Her feet suddenly heavy, she wanted to run away, escape her memories, and reality. Think about Gina. She hurried toward the car as Jonathan opened the passenger door for her. Thank you. She slipped inside. The car held the scent of his spicy cologne, and she was thankful that this was different from her past and no match to Max's cologne. The scent still made her head spin until it started tipping closer to Jonathan. She shifted toward him as if drawn by a magnet. Ridiculous. She moved to the right as much as the seat allowed and clicked the seatbelt closed. Let's go. Her voice came out gruffer than she'd intended. Thanks for doing this with me. He turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. Gratitude softened her irritation with herself. If not for Jonathan, she'd be searching the sleepy dark streets alone. On the contrary, thank you. I suggest we check Tia Irma's first. Sure. He pulled out of the driveway. It's on the way to two of Trent's close friends, anyway. She nodded as if he could see her in the car's darkness. Okay. Jonathan had gotten more information from Trent than she'd gotten from Gina. Cassidy had no clue where most of Gina's friends lived. Oh, where was that sweet little girl she'd love to pamper with plush toy dogs and peach ice cream? She could still taste those creamery concoctions and hear Gina's contagious laughter from years ago. Back then, Cassidy hoped she'd one day have the same with her own child. When she'd met Max, she was sure God had answered her prayers and her dreams were about to come true. I'm surprised Tia Irma's is still open. Jonathan's voice jerked her out of memory land. She glanced at the brightly lit restaurant. They stay open until the last customer leaves. Growing up in town and knowing such minor details came in useful. I didn't know that. He rushed around the car and opened the door for her. Once upon a time, she'd loved this coastal town with its friendly community and the peaceful whisper of waves that seemed to calm her soul. But not anymore, after Max had broken up with her. And now Gina was missing. Maybe it was better for her to stay in Portland, deep in her work, and never come back. Hadn't she intended that? God, why is this happening? A lump formed in her throat as she slipped out of Jonathan's car and followed him inside the restaurant. The scents of fried meat and freshly baked tortillas lingered in the restaurant, but the customers didn't. The lump grew bigger. The staff was finishing the cleanup. Trent and Gina were nowhere to be seen. Jonathan touched her elbow. We'll find them. This is only the first place we've tried. I wish I had your optimism, she whispered as she followed him to his car. She shuddered. The wind was as freezing and unfriendly as the hopelessness inside her. The coat didn't help enough as cold seemed to seep into her bones. Cold? He wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Briefly, she leaned into him, desperate not so much for warmth but for support. She couldn't lose her niece, too. Then she stiffened and moved away. His eyes darkened as he clicked on the fob and opened the door for her. It'll be warmer in the car. Trent and Gina just want to spend more time together and are in no hurry to get back. It's going to be all right. She took the passenger seat, then eyed him as he climbed in. You're not even upset at Trent, are you? A muscle moved in his jaw as he turned the key. Upset isn't the word. I'm going to kill that guy after I find him. He paused as he drove away from the restaurant's parking lot. Okay, I was exaggerating there, of course. I'm just going to chain him to myself or something. A nervous chuckle escaped her throat, which eased up tension in her chest. I think I have the same intentions for Gina. He made a turn. As we can't really do that, we'll have to come up with an alternative. Parenting is tough, isn't it? No kidding. What if? Guilt made her rib cage constrict painfully. What if we can't find Trent and Gina? Have faith. Faith. That was something she had an issue with. She attempted to say a prayer, but it didn't come easily. She prayed so much for comfort after Max's dumping her, and yet her heart was still broken. Lord, please help us. That was all she could come up with, but maybe it would be enough. After they visited several of Trent's friends, who turned out to be peacefully asleep, her heart sank. She kept checking her phone, still no messages from Gina. Cassidy drew in a shaky breath as they drove off from the dark red brick house of the last friend Jonathan knew about. Jonathan called Mrs. Mackenzie on the hands-free phone to check on Bryn and their pets. Cassidy called Gina again and listened to long beeps, with each beep her heart sinking lower. He disconnected his call and stopped at a red light. If you were a teenager here, where would you go? She sat up straighter. Why hadn't she thought of this? I know about a sort of hidden pier we went to when I was a teen and sneaked out of the house. He chuckled. You sneaked out of the house? She shrugged. I wasn't always the shy gray mouse I'm now. At least, she tried to be brave for Dorian. But she hadn't been brave enough to go with him on that boat ride. I'd never call you a gray mouse. Surprise rang in his voice as he moved forward on the green light. Okay, not a mouse, but a hamster. She thought a moment. Not like yours. A quiet hamster who avoids human interaction and doesn't venture out of the house much. Why? It's safer that way. Then nothing bad happens to me and people I care about. She swallowed hard. I hope you don't blame yourself for Gina missing. He slowed around a curve. They are two crazy-in-love teenagers who want to spend more time together. Really, it's less than an hour past their curfew. I meant to ask you. Speaking several languages is impressive. Tell me, how did you get into translating? He was probably trying to get her mind off worrying about her niece rather than being genuinely interested, but she might as well take the bait. I saw several movies based on Russian novels of the 19th century. All the balls and gowns were so beautiful and the men in guzer uniforms so handsome that I wanted to be part of their world. Even if only in my imagination. And just because of that you learned Russian? Wow. Admiration rang in his voice. Well, I grew up with 3 friends, one of whom ended up being my first crush and my boyfriend. Dorian. Since we were kids, we dreamed of traveling the world when we grew up. Russia became one of the countries we were fascinated with. Nostalgia mixed with the familiar pain inside her. He stopped at another traffic light. What happened to those friends? One moved to California. We keep in touch via the internet. He goes to different countries for his vacations. As for Dorian and my best friend, Ty, she waited until she could push the words past the lump in her throat. Okay, Ty is short from Tyler, and it's a popular boy's name. But my friend's father gave her that name in honor of his brother. Dorian and Ty left me when we were teenagers. Moved east and stopped all communication. His parents told me he didn't want to talk to me any longer. Another part of that story filled her with a sense of betrayal, but she wouldn't mention it. I'm very sorry. He drove ahead on the green, compassion tightening his voice. Somehow, she'd pulled herself together and moved forward after losing Dorian. But she'd never really moved forward after losing Max, at least in the personal life sense. She was stuck in the past. Drowned. Drowned in her regrets. That described her current condition well enough. If I had gone with Dorian that day on that boat ride like he'd wanted me to, maybe he wouldn't have realized I wasn't the girl for him. Guilt knifed her. What happened wasn't your fault. His hand touched hers, a brief touch, but still, she felt it all the way to her heart. It was. If I had been braver instead of thinking about the bad weather forecast, things could have turned out different. Tears burned her eyes. Please stop blaming yourself. Anger raised his voice, loosening the compassion that held his tones tight. Easier said than done. Beyond her passenger side window, pink lantern light bathed the stores. Turn left here. Maybe there's something, or someone, much better for you in the future. A streetlight cast his reflection across her window as he made the turn, his shoulders tight. Her mind understood he was right, but her bleeding heart didn't. 2 heartaches should be enough. The same thing happened with Max. As much as I tried to become what he wanted me to become and go to all the parties, I couldn't. Turn right here, please. Pain ricocheted inside her. You need to stop this self-blame. He turned to the right. Actually, you need to stop. She peered into the darkness. What? This is the place. Please stop here. The familiar surroundings of the place she'd frequented made her rib cage constrict. She hadn't been here since Dorian had broken up with her. It used to be one of their favorite spots. If not for Gina, she wouldn't have come here now either. It could be useless to check this place because, while it was beautiful here in the summer, in the winter it was too cold to admire the beauty. Jonathan reached to the back and placed the strap of a bag on his shoulder. This time, she didn't wait for him to open the car door. As she stepped outside, a fresh breeze brought cold, salty air, but it was the memory of losing Dorian that had her shuddering. Hold on a moment. He took off his scarf and tightened it around her neck. As he stood close, his spicy scent made her heart skip a beat. This wasn't necessary. I'm not shuddering from cold. At another sting of guilt, she closed her eyes. Then she opened them and stared into his dark orbs. Since hearing Max's hurtful words, similar to the ones she'd heard in school, that she wasn't good enough to hang out with, she'd pushed many people away from her. Jonathan didn't deserve to be pushed away. He was trying to help. I'm sorry. Thank you. She infused her voice with soft notes. My pleasure. Something flashed in his eyes. I mean. Never mind. Let's go. Yes. While she wanted to find Trent and Gina, the pier wouldn't have been the best place to stay on a winter night. The teens could freeze. She took off in a jog, and he kept up with her easily. They found the pier empty, and her heart dropped to the ground. It was probably silly to look here in the first place. But I thought I had a hunch. She gazed at the dark ocean waters with the moon and stars reflected in them. Lord, please guide us. Chapter 5. Cassidy perked up as she had another idea. There's a small parking lot close to the ocean. Couples sometimes go there, though they usually do it in much warmer weather. He nodded. Good thinking. Let's check there. They rushed back to the car and soon were inside it. She welcomed the warm air as he turned on the heat. Lord, please help us find Trent and Gina soon. She'd prayed more in the last 2 days than in a decade. Maybe she was finally getting closer to God? She'd been upset with God after losing Dorian and Max. But really, it wasn't up to her to understand God's reasons. She clicked the seatbelt closed. Turn right from here. While Jonathan drove off, she leaned forward as much as the seatbelt allowed. As if it could help the car go faster. Keep going straight for now. About 10 minutes later, they pulled up to the parking lot. Hope stirred inside her as she spotted a sedan similar to Trent's father's car. There it is. Jonathan turned off the engine. Air whooshed out of her lungs as she released her seatbelt. But anger swiftly replaced the relief. I don't know what I'm going to do to that girl. Just as fast as worry took its place, her gut tightened. I hope they are okay. They are going to be. Let's go. Once they got closer to the car, he pointed a flashlight on the window. The teenage couple was huddled under a blanket on the front seat, their eyes closed, and dread pooled in the pit of her stomach.
Oh no.
They are not moving. No, no, no. Jonathan squeezed her shoulder in a reassuring gesture. They are asleep. The tight band around her lungs let go, and she could breathe again. Then worry slammed into her again. But it's too cold to be asleep here. What were they thinking? Trent opened his eyes, blinked, then straightened in his seat and rolled down the window. I'm so sorry. We were watching the stars and fell asleep. Watching the stars? Really? Somehow, she had difficulty believing it. Trent cleared his throat while straightening out the blanket around Gina. After we made out. But that was the extent of it. Promise. Gina stirred in her seat. Her teeth chattered. Sorry. You couldn't have fallen asleep somewhere warm? Jonathan dropped his bag onto the ground, unzipped it, and pulled out a large metallic thermos. We kept the engine running at first. We wanted to see a falling star so Gina could make a wish. I sure hope that was a very important wish because you'll be grounded, young lady. Cassidy did her best to keep her voice stern. Jonathan unscrewed the thermos top and poured steaming liquid into the lid, which he gave to Trent, who passed it to Gina. A fresh mint scent spread in the air. Here. Drink this. Mrs. Mackenzie made her herbal tea. It should warm you up. Trent, start the engine and turn on the heat, please. While Gina took a few careful sips, Jonathan removed another blanket from his bag and handed it to Trent, who spread it over his girlfriend's shoulders. Gratitude warmed Cassidy's inside. Jonathan had come prepared, something she hadn't thought of. She'd isolated herself for so long, had taken care of her own issues for so long that having someone's help was unexpected and pleasant. He took out a mug from the bag and poured tea into it, then handed it through the open window to his nephew. Your actions are going to have consequences. Trent flashed them a smile as he accepted the mug after turning the key in the ignition. Thanks for the tea. Well, you can ground me for life like you promised before. He drank the liquid much faster than Gina. I even volunteer to dedicate my life to babysitting Bryn, especially if Gina will join me. He had the gall to joke. Cassidy pinned him with a stare while Jonathan gathered the thermos and the mug into the backpack. Sounds like a good start. As for Gina, snow shoveling, dishwashing, floor mopping, and cooking are all calling her name for the next decade. No, Gina groaned. Or 2 decades. Cassidy narrowed her eyes. I'm getting some good ideas here. Jonathan zippered up the bag. Trent, I'll add cooking to the list of things you're going to do for the foreseeable future. Let's go back now. Sure. We'll follow you. Trent rolled the window up. Cassidy and Jonathan hurried back to his car. Jonathan clicked on the fob and started the engine before they reached the vehicle, so when Cassidy climbed inside it, it was warmer than outside. As he drove off, she glanced in the rearview mirror. Trent followed them indeed. Oh, young love, so naive and optimistic. A wave of envy washed over Cassidy. Once upon a time, she'd been like her niece. How it all had changed since then. A few minutes after they drove off, she glanced in the rearview mirror again and nodded to herself. They are following us. Jonathan's deep baritone reached her. Even the sound of his voice did strange things to her heart. Concentrate on Gina. Most likely, the teens didn't even feel guilty. Putting their relatives through hours of painful worry probably seemed like nothing to them. Tell me more about yourself. Your former job. Your marriage. Her hand flew to her mouth. Did she actually just ask that? How did that slip? She was thinking about Trent and Gina. Don't answer if you don't want to. I want to, though my ruined marriage isn't something I like to talk about. His tone was a bit rough around the edges, and though she couldn't see his expression in the car's darkness, she could imagine he was frowning. You were honest with me, and it's only fair that I repay you in the same way. Her fingers tightened around the door handle. She'd let curiosity get the better of her. He shouldn't have to. It's okay. Really. Ophelia was young, beautiful, and seemed so very innocent. She worked as an accountant in my company. His voice dipped low as if the memories were still painful. Though I saw her sending glances at me and found her attractive, I have a policy of not dating my subordinates. He paused as he made a turn. That's a good policy, she said carefully when he didn't continue. Besides, I was dating someone else at the time. That relationship didn't work out. Meanwhile, Ophelia volunteered for a position at the charity I ran and organized several parties for my workers and fundraisers. She was always so eager to help, so enthusiastic about things. Her enthusiasm was contagious. I found myself spending more and more time with her outside the office at charity functions and enjoying it. He stopped at the red light. It looks like I'm talking more about why I got married than why I got divorced. I want to hear the entire story. Really? She nodded for emphasis as if he could see her. Everything about this man fascinated her, even the part of how he'd fallen for another woman. Was she a sucker for punishment or what? He moved forward on the green. Once, she stumbled when she passed near me, and I caught her before she fell. Having her in my arms made me think about kissing her. Another time, she stayed late to help clean up after the office party, and her car was at the mechanic, so I felt obligated to give her a lift. Repairs took longer than expected, so I drove her home for a week. I found myself more and more attracted to her until I finally asked her out. The rest was history. And then, she waited a few seconds while only the roar of the motor and her own heartbeat interrupted the silence. It took me 5 years of marriage to figure out she was funneling our company's money and my own into an offshore account. Only when she ran away with one of our competitors and I hired a private investigator did I finally find out the truth. Compassion squeezed her heart. I'm so sorry. That must have been horrible for you. How stilted and trite she sounded. Surely, her skills with English were better than that. Ophelia filed for divorce. I was that blind. Bitterness coated his voice. Now I have to build a new business from scratch to help provide for my sister and for the charity to continue doing its good work. It's all teetering on the edge. All because of me falling for the wrong person and being too stupid to see what she was doing. You weren't stupid. You were in love. If only she could find the right words to comfort him, but English or Russian or Spanish or German, the right words didn't come. Instead, regret flooded her. There was even less chance for them to be together than she'd realized. He was burned on romance and had trust issues, and she was too scared that a new relationship might end like her last ones. Well, never again. His hand cut the air as if to solidify his statement with a gesture. She reached for his forearm and let her hand rest there. Just as she was about to remove her hand, he turned to her, as if surprised, then placed a hand on hers. He continued steering the wheel with his free hand. While she wanted to tell him to keep both hands firmly on the wheel, the words stuck in her throat. A wave as pleasant as his touch washed over her. Their conversation was sad, heartbreaking even. Why then had the warmth of his fingers on hers created the image of his arms wrapped around her, his lips brushing hers? Sweet anticipation rippled through Cassidy as she let her imagination run wild and the spicy scent of his cologne envelop her. Reality struck as he drove into her sister's neighborhood. She glanced back and frowned. She couldn't see Trent's father's sedan. Did they turn off somewhere? They were right behind us. They'll be here in a moment. Confidence kept his tone even. They slowed down. Turmoil roiled inside her. How did she let Gina slip from under her nose again? How can you be so calm? Don't you care about your nephew? You didn't even seem to be upset with what he did. If not for him, Gina wouldn't have broken her curfew. He thinks, since he's a quarterback and popular, all is allowed. The words slipped from her mouth before she could stop them. Oops. Maybe she let her nerves get the better of her. I can see their lights further down the road now. His voice dipped a little. I might have gone lightly on him, but I want you to know something. Yes, Trent is a quarterback and popular and all, but he's more than that. Did you know he's the one who reads his brother bedtime stories every night? When Bryn was 3, my brother-in-law started cheating on my sister. Between bouts of depression, she was chasing him all over town. Cassidy deflated as she watched the lights behind them. I had no idea. Trent was taking care of his little brother and their pets most of the time. There's a reason for the aquarium in his room, too. He wants to become an oceanographer and help stop pollution of the ocean. Or did you know that he and Gina started a charity to help one of the endangered marine species? I had no clue. A sting of guilt made her wince. I was afraid for Gina to get hurt. I assumed Trent was like the popular guys in my school when I was growing up, the ones who only cared about their image and had girls falling at their feet. Well, except Dorian. Strangely enough, the memory of him didn't bring the familiar sharp pain. Was she finally healing? All his bravado and easygoing attitude is more of a defense mechanism. I took him and Bryn for summer vacations every year after Bryn turned 2, and I know them well. Trent is a good kid. Thank you for telling me. Of course, even good kids made mistakes, but she kept that observation to herself. Compassion for Trent and Bryn filled her heart. Their childhood was much more difficult than she'd imagined. Jonathan parked near her sister's house and turned off the motor. They were back, but she didn't want him to remove his hand. She longed for that connection to stay, as if that could make the things between them possible. In the yellow light of the lanterns, she could see him looking at her. But the light wasn't strong enough for her to read the expression in his eyes, an expression she desperately needed to read and translate. Was he as attracted to her as she was attracted to him? Or at least a tiny fraction? His fingers tightened around hers, and her breathing became erratic. She'd deprived herself of such human connection for so long that now she was hungry for it like a person who hadn't eaten in days. It was as if she needed it to sustain herself, though she hadn't understood it until now. She leaned toward him. Her heart started beating wildly when he leaned toward her, too. Was he going to kiss her? Was she going to respond or pull away? A delicious feeling pooled in the pit of her stomach. She knew what she wanted to do, but she knew what she had to do, too. The distance between them was becoming smaller and smaller. The sound of a motor as a car drove around them solved her dilemma. Trent's car pulled up nearby, and Gina climbed out of it. Cassidy jerked back, and the connection was lost together with the beautiful moment. Disappointment sliced through her, but she shrugged nonchalantly. I'd better go. Gina and I are going to have a long conversation. That goes for Trent, too. Jonathan's voice was husky. Was it her wishful thinking, or was there disappointment in it, too? Might be for the better they got interrupted before she lost her head. Or her heart. First, maybe Jonathan didn't intend to kiss her, and she could have made a fool out of herself by initiating that kiss. Second, what example would they give to their nephew and niece? Third, she'd never kissed a guy even on a third date, and they hadn't even had one single date because dinner at Tia Irma's couldn't count as such. Fourth, neither of them were seeking a relationship. Fifth. Okay, that was enough of a list. She suppressed a grimace as the wonderful feeling inside her evaporated. All in all, kissing him was a bad idea. The only thing worse would be falling for him. Yet, what if she was on the way there already? 3 days later. While Bryn was munching on a cookie at the table, Jonathan opened the cat food can and scooped its contents into the cat's bowl. Hopefully, if he fed her well enough, she'd stop trying to get into the hamster's box. He was coming to the conclusion that the hamster had run away to escape the cat. The cat strolled into the kitchen, sniffed the food, and looked up at him. Eat. He stooped to Princess and stroked her soft fur. This is going to be it. You're not getting the hamster. The cat meowed something that probably signified disappointment, waited for a moment, then started eating. Good. We all have to make do with what we've got, don't we? He muttered under his breath. For some reason, an image of the lovely woman next door appeared in his mind when he said that. Trent walked into the kitchen and grabbed a carton of milk out of the fridge. Not necessarily. How many times have I told you to use a glass? Jonathan frowned as he recited in his mind the million things he needed to do today. And what do you mean by, I not necessarily? What, Princess will smell a human and won't drink milk after me? Trent gulped down half of the milk carton. You don't have to make do with what you've got. It's obvious you want to call Miss Cassidy, so why don't you? Jonathan peeled an apple and cut it in slices for Bryn. This should be much healthier than cookies, and the boy did like apples. Do I even have to explain? You and Bryn are my priority. The cat lifted her head from the food and meowed unhappily. Well, you, as well. And the hamster. Plus, I'm trying to find ways to build a new business while doing it long distance. And because of the things that happened to us, neither one of us wants a relationship. A quick sting of regret told him that maybe he wished otherwise. Trent rolled his eyes. Okay, you can't invite her out because you're stuck with us. And well, for many other reasons that happened in your and her past. Boy, am I glad I don't have a past yet. Well, if you can't take her out, invite her in then. Invite her in?
Yeah.
For a night of movies and popcorn. I'll be the chef of the day and make popcorn. I'll even suffer through a kid-friendly movie. Jonathan perked up but made an effort to dismiss the idea. After what you pulled off 3 days ago, you should be on cooking duty, anyway. Besides, you just want the excuse to invite Gina. So what? Trent finished the milk carton. Okay, so maybe he didn't need a glass. But that wasn't the point. It's not as if with all of you present we can do something. He rolled his eyes again, inappropriate. Oh, and bonus, you'll make sure we stay in a warm environment. I still shudder at that hot milk you made me drink the other night so I wouldn't catch a cold again. Mrs. Mackenzie's remedy. And you like milk? Jonathan rubbed his forehead. He'd have noble reasons to do this, too. It would establish some sort of a truce in the families because Trent and Gina had been sulking without the possibility to see each other. He'd already caught Trent twice trying to sneak out the window. I like cold milk, not hot. The teen disposed of the empty carton as the cat hissed at him. Don't worry. There's another carton for you in the fridge. As if not believing him, Princess walked to the refrigerator. Trent opened the door and pointed to the carton. Right there. Then he closed the door and turned to his uncle. See where this grounded for life rule leads me to? I'm talking to the cat. Soon I'll be talking to fish. Oh, hold on. I already do talk to the fish. Newsflash. We all talk to the cat here. Well, besides the hamster. Though I'm not so sure about the hamster. Hamsters talk? Bryn's eyes grew big. I'm sure they do. Jonathan refilled the boy's glass of milk. We just don't understand what they say, or whether they talk in feline language. And even Miss Cassidy can't translate them. Maybe he read too many children's books to the kid where all animals did talk. Trent rolled his eyes for the third time. Was it just his nephew, or did all teenagers take up that habit? I'm only trying to help. Listen, I'll even make turkey and cheese sandwiches. Sandwiches. Bryn clapped as if it was the best food in the world. And this after Jonathan spent hours yesterday making an elaborate dinner and nearly the same amount of time scrubbing dishes, and the casserole pan. Okay, slightly burned food wasn't great, but it was difficult to watch after Bryn, who was running around, and cook at the same time. Trent had claimed to be studying in his room, memorizing lessons with his eyes closed, as the teen had explained it when Jonathan had checked on him. Jonathan eyed Trent suspiciously as he placed the dishes in the dishwasher. I didn't know you could cook. Another eye roll. Seriously? It's just sandwiches. One doesn't need to take culinary courses for that. Besides, if I told you I could cook, you'd make me cook. And where's the fun in that?
Yeah.
Where's fun in that? Jonathan helped Bryn climb from the chair, then glanced at the wall clock. By the way, you're designated to clean the stove today. Tidy up the counters. Really? Trent groaned. That's what I get for coming up with a great idea. Instead of thanks, I mean. Thank you. And it's either that or cleaning bathrooms. Jonathan rested his hands on Bryn's shoulders as he waited for the answer. Trent gave out a demonstrative sigh. Okay. After your cooking yesterday, I need a knife to shave it all off. Cut me some slack. I'm still learning. Jonathan spread his hands. Besides cleaning the stove, changing the litter and cleaning the hamster cage are also up for grabs. The teen held up his hands as if in mocking surrender. Okay, I've got it. I'll help, too. Bryn lifted his head. I'll put my toys in the boxes. Great idea, buddy. Jonathan ruffled the boy's hair, so soft under his fingers, and a surprising wave of tenderness overwhelmed him. He'd missed this precious child so much when he returned to Boston. So Miss Cassidy doesn't trip over them. Actually, Miss Cassidy's foot getting stuck in Bryn's toy car was what caused her to babysit Bryn in the first place. Trent grinned. Thank you, Bryn. Jonathan chuckled as he led the boy to the living room. Confusion clouded the child's eyes as if he didn't understand what he was thanked for, but then he nodded. You're welcome. Jonathan fished his phone out of his jeans back pocket and found Cassidy's number. Then he held the phone to his ear with his shoulder while he helped the youngster pick up toys. Hello, Jonathan. Joy rang in her voice. Was she glad to hear from him? It made him smile. How do you feel about a movie night at our place? Gina is invited, too. Gina. We're invited to a night of movies at our neighbor's. Cassidy's voice warmed another fraction. It's about time, the girl yelled in the background. But would it be convenient for you? Now uncertainty dampened Cassidy's words. Just say yes. You know you want to. I definitely want to. Gina's voice grew closer. Ouch. Some shuffle accentuated the exclamation. What happened? Jonathan tensed while he tucked the toy dog in a box. My niece gave me such a friendly shove I nearly fell off the chair. I'd love to come for a movie night. Because you received a friendly shove? Because I want to. She laughed. Gina is right. Of course, I am. The young girl's voice trailed in the background again. You adults are making things way too complicated. His pulse spiked at the thought of seeing Cassidy soon. There was something about the tenderness in her blue eyes that drew him in, the graceful line of her neck that sent his heart beating faster, or that tiny birthmark in the corner of her mouth and the way she tilted her head when she'd leaned toward him in the car, that had made him lose his head and nearly kiss her. There was more. Her compassion when he told her about Ophelia, the way she cared about her niece, or even her shyness and humility endeared her to him. Was she really kind and caring as she appeared? Or was it a mask, as it had been with Ophelia? Chapter 6. In the evening, Cassidy stretched, content, while sitting on the comfortable leather sofa at her neighbor's place. Unlike her sister's eclectic living room that combined gigantic, expensive electronics with quirky pink, salmon furniture and could also dub as a library, this room was more what she'd call modern chic, boasting glass tables, black and white drawings on the silver-gray walls, and a rug with geometric forms covering most of the tiled floor. A fireplace and two bookshelves hosting leather-bound books with worn-out covers seemed out of place but added coziness at the same time. A large seascape hung above the fireplace where Trent and Bryn's photos on its white mantle provided a much-needed splash of color. She breathed in the buttery scent of popcorn. She couldn't imagine having a place for popcorn in her stomach after such a scrumptious dinner. Jonathan had gone all out with baked salmon, rice, and a garden salad, though he'd admitted he'd ordered most of it from a seafood restaurant, the Fisherman's Hook. It had turned out to be more than a movie night. Despite Bryn dropping his plate again, the cat trying to get on Cassidy's lap, and her splashing her hot tea on Jonathan from nervousness, dinner was a delight. Watching a movie promised to be a delight, too. Sitting near Jonathan sent her pulse skyrocketing, though clearly with so many pairs of eyes watching them, the movie, nothing romantic could happen. His palm brushed against hers, and her pulse increased even more. He was so close that she could easily put her head on his shoulder. If she lifted her face and turned it so and he dipped his. Just the idea of him claiming her lips with his sent a delicious wave through her body. What would the kiss feel like? Trent plumped a plate with a few finger cucumber and turkey and cheese sandwiches on the glass coffee table, making her wince. Just in case you get hungry later. Thank you, Trent. No, the kiss wasn't about to happen, and she dismissed a sting of regret. Jonathan leaned to her a fraction. I hope you all will like this one. It's a Christmas romance based on a book by Autumn MacArthur. It's sweet and lovely. Bryn plopped himself on the hickory-hued sofa on the other side of her. Like Ms. Cassidy? Cassidy chuckled as she ruffled the boy's soft hair. I can see you're going to be popular with the girls. And thank you. Jonathan grinned. My nephew is right. As she looked up, she caught him staring. His gaze slipped to her lips as if he had the same thoughts she'd had moments ago, then slid back to her eyes. Time seemed to stop, and the air became charged with awareness. She knew she was surrounded by children and animals, as the cat did manage to get onto her lap this time, so she had to look away, and still, she couldn't. Neither did he. The faint scent of his signature spicy cologne mixed with the buttery scent of popcorn and a fresh one of cucumber affected her more than she wanted to admit. The question in his dark orbs drew her in. The music coming from the TV made her avert her gaze in its direction. Apparently, Bryn had turned on the movie. Warmth rose up her neck. What was she thinking? She needed to snap out of this. Trent and Gina gave them an understanding glance as they took the love seat matching the leather sofa. Trent wrapped his arm around Gina's shoulders but, as his uncle's eyes narrowed, removed it, and he and Gina concentrated on putting a dent in the popcorn. The movie was fun indeed, and Cassidy found herself watching it with interest. Despite thinking her stomach was full, she even managed to gulp down 2 cucumber and turkey and cheese sandwiches before noticing it. Huh? When had she snuggled up to Jonathan? Her neck heated up again as she shifted away and straightened up. Sorry. Don't be. His voice was low and caressing. That was nice. Wonderful was the word she'd rather use to describe what she felt. It was warm and cozy here, and the feeling inside her was so pleasant and precious that she was scared to move and lose it. She didn't remember the last time, if ever, she'd had it. Max didn't like to spend time at home, so she'd suffered through social functions she dragged herself to with him rather than enjoyed them. With Dorian, they'd mostly spent time outdoors near the ocean, and she'd felt excitement and curiosity more than anything else with him. Not warm and cozy like this. She stared at the screen, but her thoughts ran wild. Why did she feel this way? Besides Gina, this wasn't her family, they weren't even Jonathan's kids. This wasn't her house. This wasn't her man. She was only a guest here. A guest who'd have to leave soon enough. She didn't belong with them. But the longing inside her told her she didn't want this evening to end. She'd thought she'd lost her dream about love and family when she'd lost Max and the house. She'd been certain she'd belonged with Max and the home maybe she'd chosen. But he didn't want to belong with her. The incredible feeling spread as if she'd finally found the place to belong where she'd least expected it. She suppressed a sigh. This dream was just as unreal as the movie she was watching. She felt a jolt, there was a plunking sound, and then something was missing. Something warm and soft. Oh, the cat had disappeared from her lap. Well, no biggie. At that moment, Jonathan laced his fingers through hers, and she forgot to breathe. If she felt this strongly when he as much as touched her, what would happen when he kissed her? If he kissed her. That was a very big if. Thwack. She flinched and glanced up at Jonathan, then at Trent and Gina. Where had the sound come from? Did something break? Jonathan leaped to his feet. The cat. I'll take care of it. He disappeared into the hall. Princess probably threw a pot with a houseplant from the windowsill again. Trent shrugged. Poor houseplant. Cassidy rose. Poor us who have to clean it up all the time and then buy new plants. Trent grimaced. My father thinks there should be as many plants as possible in the house because they produce oxygen. So far, the cat didn't get the memo about the oxygen part. But we still love her, Bryn added before sending a palmful of popcorn into his mouth. Trent grinned. We do. I'll help. Cassidy headed in the direction the noise had come from. She found Jonathan scooping pot shards, soil, and chewed plant from the floor into a dustpan. What can I do to help? Can we salvage the plant? I don't think so. Princess did too much damage. He carried the dustpan to the kitchen, and Cassidy followed him. Who would think it can be more difficult to take care of 2 kids, a cat, and a hamster than to supervise 100 employees? You forgot the fish. She couldn't even imagine supervising 100 employees, and her heart dipped a little. They had come from 2 different worlds. Despite living in Portland, she was still a modest small-town girl, and he was a big city executive who'd make his new company as successful as his old one had been. He was here temporarily, and she'd be wise to remember it. Her stomach clenched. As soon as their sisters and the women's husbands returned from that cruise, he'd be back in Boston, and she'd be nursing a broken heart like she had after losing Dorian and Max. Thankfully, Trent takes care of the fish. I just need to make sure the cat doesn't decide to, well, go fishing. He threw the dustpan contents away and washed his hands. As they walked into the hall, he stopped and touched her hand briefly. I wanted to tell you that you look beautiful tonight. That warm feeling spread inside her again, and it became difficult to remember why she had to stay away from him. Thank you. Must be a big difference from the day you met me. You were beautiful then, too. I just didn't see it at first. He stepped closer. A little more, and she'd be able to feel his breath on her cheek. Her heart flip-flopped in her chest. We need to go back. Yes. We do. His hand shifted toward her but stopped midway. Neither of them made a step toward the living room. I'm afraid Trent would be too distracted by Gina to watch Bryn. Jonathan reached to her and brushed the back of his hand against her cheek. Cassidy's breathing went shallow. I agree. I want to see you again, and soon, but now Bryn might need me. He wanted to see her again? She dismissed the flare of hope. By the time he might be able to trust women again, he'd be back in Boston. Let's go back. She needed to make it easier for him, so she marched to the living room. Trent and Gina jerked from each other as if they were about to kiss, and Gina's cheeks pinked. Bryn seemed engrossed in the movie. Cassidy took her place and wrapped her arm around the little boy's shoulder. When Jonathan sat down near her, it felt so right that she had to remind herself of the reality. Not my place. Not my children. Not my man. We don't belong together. We never will. Her rib cage constricted painfully. Are you okay? Jonathan's fingers touched hers. And just with that, he made things better. She gave him a wobbly smile. Yes. Thank you for asking. Do you have anything scheduled for the weekend? His eyes darkened as if the answer mattered to him. Seeing him again wouldn't be a good idea. No, we don't, Gina answered before Cassidy could come up with an excuse. Great. How would you like to take a drive into the hills tomorrow where there's been more significant snowfall to play in the snow and build a snowman? This time his hand rested on hers longer.
Yay!
Bryn clapped his hand. Ms. Cassidy will build a snowman with us. Awesome. Right, Aunt Cassidy? A mischievous smirk twitched Gina's lips. Jonathan bent toward her, giving her another sniff of his enticing cologne. Agree, please. You know you're outnumbered. And Bryn obviously has taken a shining to you. If she didn't agree, Gina would probably try to persuade her with a, you know you want to. Better stop it. And okay, the day with Jonathan sounded wonderful. Cassidy nodded. Okay. She took a shining to this little family, too. Way too much. Lord, why? Why do you show me something I thought I stopped wanting, only to take it away later? She leaned back, settling between Bryn and Jonathan, and when Jonathan intertwined his fingers through hers again, she didn't take her hand away. Instead, she cherished the feeling as they enjoyed the movie. The Lord had given her this for a reason. She had to believe it. She had to start believing God's plan for her was better than anything she could devise herself. This little family didn't have it easy. They deserved all the bright moments they'd been given. For the time being, she'd enjoy being with them and help in whatever way she could, and when the day came to leave, well, she'd nurse her broken heart later. After a while, Bryn slipped from the sofa. I'll go feed the hamster. Gina had drifted off to sleep, so Trent had taken to the armchair not to disturb her. With visible reluctance, he rose. I'll help him. Jonathan seemed to take advantage of the moment as he brought her hand to his lips. Alone at last. We only have a few minutes, so I wanted to tell you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She felt something on her shoulder. Too light for the cat. You might not like it. Not what I was going to tell you, but what's on your shoulder right now. He took his hand away, and she missed its warmth immediately. Something tickled her neck, and she looked to the side and met with the gaze of two black beads. The hamster. She nearly jumped, which would have probably sent the tiny animal into the air, but managed to contain herself. Is he supposed to, roam around? Tickling with his whiskers wasn't entirely unpleasant, but she didn't want Cookie to make a restroom on her shoulder. It's a she. Bryn snatched the hamster, and Cassidy exhaled her relief. She escaped again. Don't worry. I closed the cat in a different room. Trent spread a blanket over Gina. Observing so much gentleness in his eyes and in his gesture, Cassidy wondered whether this could be his first love. She had no doubt Gina was smitten with him. With all her heart, she hoped this budding love wouldn't end as sadly as hers with Dorian had. Not the master bedroom where the houseplants are, I hope? Jonathan leaned forward. Let me think. The teen's face took on a pensive expression. No, of course not. Seriously, you should know me better by now. Bryn stuck the hamster into Cassidy's face. Isn't Cookie cute? For a moment, they observed each other, whiskers tickling Cassidy's skin again. Cassidy did her best to recall whether hamsters bite, especially while being uncomfortable and squeezed by a child's hands. Let's get her into her place. Jonathan rose. By the way, you didn't happen to put the cat in your room? You know, the place with the aquarium in it? Trent's eyebrows shot up. Oh. Oops. I'll go get Princess before she decides to take a swim. He rushed out of the bedroom. Bryn's eyes clouded. Cats can swim? Not that I know of. Jonathan eased the hamster from his hands. You know what, let's get Cookie and you to sleep. Can Miss Cassidy tuck me into sleep and tell me a fairy tale? Bryn turned to her. Something changed inside her. I certainly can. Well, I'll do my best with the fairy tale. What was happening to her? One day she was having her comfortable, boring life away from the rest of the world. Now she was looking for missing teens, nearly kissing a hamster, and telling fairy tales to a little boy while imagining a totally different fairy tale with his uncle. A few more days like this and she'd end up believing happiness was possible even for her, after all. Once in Bryn's room, Cassidy flipped on a dim lamp. Light-bathed ocean blue walls, one painted with ships of varying sizes and colors while toy ships covered a shelf on another one. A captain's hat hung on a small aquamarine chair. That gave her an idea as she drew the blanket closer to the boy's chin. I'll tell you a story about a small ship that wanted to swim far away into the ocean. She glanced up at Jonathan, and he nodded while watching her with attentive eyes. Leaning toward the child, she made up the story. The little ship went into the ocean and got lost. But then bigger ships found him and brought him home. Bryn's eyes closed. It's a good story. Can you tell me one tomorrow like that? I will try. Tenderness expanded her chest. Good. He seemed to have drifted to sleep. Jonathan placed a fleeting kiss on the boy's cheek before straightening out and looking at her. Since you appeared in his life, he doesn't ask about my sister as often. I'm grateful because I can't seem to get hold of her. You know, you'd make a great mother, he whispered. Did she imagine it, or was there wistfulness in his voice? Her expanded chest tightened as she tucked the soft blanket around the child, then got up with care to make sure she didn't wake him. Maybe it was those sad hazel eyes that had tugged at her heartstrings. Or maybe it was the fact that the poor kid seemed to be unwanted by his birth mother and then the woman who'd played that role for a while. Or maybe it was the desire to have children she'd suppressed for 3 years. But her heart was melting, and she didn't care that she'd only known the boy for a few days or that they weren't blood related. Yes, his uncle was great. But every child needed a mother, and in that moment, she wanted to be the one to tuck Bryn in bed, to tell him bedtime stories, to nurture his dreams, make cookies for him and with him, play with the dog in the yard together with the child and his uncle. It had taken some time to warm up to Trent, who'd given her way too many headaches, but warming to Bryn was so easy. She already longed to fill the void in the child's life while filling the void in her heart. As usual, she wanted too much. Lord, please help me find the place to belong. And please help this little family. Amen. Jonathan and she tiptoed out of Bryn's room and back to the living room. As she entered the room, she stopped in her tracks sitting on the carpet near the love seat. Trent was watching Gina sleep, such a tender expression on his face that Cassidy knew he wasn't just putting another notch on his belt. Let Gina sleep for right now, okay, he whispered as he hopped to his feet. What are you going to do? Jonathan whispered back. Why, go to my room to sleep, of course. What did you think? Trent shoved his hands into his pockets and shook his head as if in disbelief that his uncle could think anything else. No. We need to leave. Cassidy stepped forward but kept her voice to a whisper, too. Trent sent a glance toward his uncle as if asking for help. How about a cup of hot tea and pastries? Jonathan gestured toward the kitchen, something unreadable in his eyes. Common sense told her she needed to wake up Gina and leave, even if tomorrow was Saturday and Gina could sleep in. Instead, she said, I'd love to. His eyes brightened, and for a moment, she lost herself in them again. In a matter of days, against her better judgment, she was falling for the man she barely knew. And she didn't know how to stop it. But she had to, so the story with Max and Dorian wouldn't repeat itself. Chapter 7. Jonathan placed a steamy cup of tea in front of Cassidy as the mint aroma spread around them, adding to the flowery scent of her perfume. He was drawn to her, more drawn than he'd ever been to any woman, even Ophelia. He took a seat and clasped his hands together, not to show how much he ached to touch Cassidy's pale skin, to brush his fingers through her long hair. With so many questions he wanted to ask her, he still kept quiet as if his tongue were filled with lead. He moved a plate with pastries closer to her and said grace. Saying grace became a habit now rather from the need to pray with the boys before every meal than from a real conversation with God. Every time he tried to talk to God, he remembered Ophelia and just couldn't form the sentences in his mind. Bryn is such a sweet boy. At a young age, he already knows he wants to be a captain and loves ships. She smiled as she seemed to recall the conversation in his little nephew's room, but a light shadow flew over her face so fast he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't looked so closely. You don't like ships, do you? Not ships. She wrapped her fingers around the cup as if she suddenly felt cold. I find it difficult to be around the ocean. One of the many reasons I haven't returned to Chapel Cove for so long. I spent a lot of time with Dorian near the ocean. I guess it reminds me too much of my first heartbreak. I'm sorry. Not your fault. She took a careful sip, looking downward. Max made fun of my reluctance to be near the ocean. He'd persuaded me to go on a boat with him once. I felt sick for days afterward. And to think I used to enjoy looking at the tranquil waters. It's difficult when we have to leave things that brought us joy. He sipped his herbal tea and then bit into a cherry tart, making a mental note to thank Mrs. Mackenzie tomorrow. It felt so cozy to drink tea and eat pastries with Cassidy that it nearly felt like family. He shook his head to get rid of the crazy thought. What did you enjoy doing that you had to leave behind? Her eyes were attentive. Welding, he said without hesitating. Don't get me wrong. I loved having my own business. But welding was so much fun. My father taught me. He made the bench for our porch and the gate. The memories were sweet, until the day his mother yelled at her husband that he'd made the gate and the fence to keep her inside. Jonathan had looked up to his father until his dad had walked out on them. He'd read the same disappointment in Trent's eyes whenever the teen had talked about his father. Trent had obviously known about his dad's cheating. At least, the teen hadn't given up on football that he'd taken up to impress his father. After Jonathan's father had left them, Jonathan had never tried to weld again. The cat walked into the kitchen, rubbed against Cassidy's leg, then purred when Cassidy stroked her back. She's a great pet. She is. She's a rescue. Bryn picked her at the animal shelter, and I'm so glad he did. Trent was reluctant at first because of the fish, but of course, he gave in because he adores his little brother. She smiled. Bryn is easy to adore. And so was she.
Uh-oh.
Where did that thought come from? Jonathan rubbed his forehead. I worried about him and Trent a lot. I still do, but I'm so grateful for the way Trent turned out. He could have become rebellious, could have acted out. He paused for a moment. He'd acted out when his father had left. Then he pushed the memory away. Anyway, Princess seems to be able to sense when he's upset and comes to him. They even play hide and seek. Her eyes widened. Hide and seek? Princess would hide behind the door and then would jump at him. Then he'd hide behind a different door, and when the cat approached, Bryn would jump from behind the door, laughing. And so on. Jonathan smiled, but his heart squeezed a little. The cat was more attentive to the kid than most adults in his life. She's pretty amazing then. Princess likes you, and she doesn't like many people. The hamster likes you, too. They say animals can feel if the person is nice or not. Maybe finally he'd found a woman he could trust again. His heart shifted. What a shame that they'd have to go their separate ways soon enough. Trust was important to him. This evening was beyond precious. He even managed to ignore the worry that he couldn't get a hold of his sister for days already, or that she didn't try to contact him to ask about the children. She told him the internet connection on cruise ships wasn't great, but wouldn't she and her husband worry about the kids? Thank you. They all certainly adore you. May I be frank? She lifted her eyes to him, and an unsure smile touched her lips. He leaned forward. Please. I imagined you totally different. When Gina described Trent's uncle as some rich hotshot, I thought you were like one of those affluent business owners who hire me to interpret for them. Okay, it was probably only the ones I met, but they acted so full of themselves, barking orders and caring about profits way more than they cared about people. I'm so glad you're different. You're okay with looking ridiculous if it helps find the hamster. You dropped everything to assist your family. He winced. For years, I was one of those people. I called it confidence and desire to take my business to the next level. My life revolved around my job. This is the first time in many years I've drunk tea with someone who's not a client. Or attempted to make dinner. When the kids vacationed with me, I usually got takeout. You did cook the salmon? I'm impressed. I thought. Jonathan waved in the air. Okay, I mean, I burned it, but at least I tried. I didn't notice how Trent grew up until things started going bad in my sister's family. I let so many things pass by me. I probably need these children, need to be here, more than they need me. He didn't even know why he'd craved his outward success so much, why he'd based his self-esteem on the amount he'd earned instead of God. Or maybe he knew. His gut twisted. His mother had yelled at his father that she'd cheated on him because he couldn't provide for her. Growing up dirt poor had taught Jonathan survival skills. But it also had given him the subconscious understanding that women based men's worth on the size of their bank account. Did he really measure his own self-worth the same way? Then losing it all meant rebuilding it again, the correct way. Maybe the loss of his business, as much as it had initially crushed him, wasn't so horrible. He'd been so angry with God then. But was God leading him on the right path now? Trent and Bryn never cared about his bank account. They loved him the way he was. Cassidy unknowingly helped him understand that. And Cassidy. He couldn't be wrong about the interest in her eyes. Success had come to him early enough that, when he'd dated, he could never be sure whether a woman was attracted to him as a person or to him as an executive. Cassidy knew he'd lost it all and was still interested. Maybe a strange thing to be grateful for, but it mattered for many reasons. And he was drawn to her beyond measure. As he took another sip of his flavorful tea, he did his best to think clearly. I can't imagine how your sister has been taking care of 2 children and all the pets. I always wanted a lot of children, but I admit, Gina is driving me crazy sometimes. Cassidy picked up a cherry tart from Ale's pastries and held it under her nose as though savoring the tangy sweet aroma, before nibbling at its crust. Until things got bad with her husband, my sister was a great wife and mom. She did take good care of these children, though they are not blood related. Her eyes widened, and she put the tart down so fast some of it crumbled onto her plate. They aren't? My sister fell in love with a man who already had 2 children. His wife succumbed to alcoholism shortly after Bryn was born, claiming her husband was cheating on her and she needed to drown her sorrows. She's been in and out of rehab ever since. Empathy flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm proud of my sister for stepping in. It's especially amazing considering the examples my sister and I had. Her eyebrows lifted. The examples? His hand with a mug stilled in the air. Then he placed the mug on the table. He'd already shared with this woman more than he'd shared with anybody. Why not continue? That would prevent him from thinking about how much he wanted to lean to her and claim her lips with his. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. She studied him over the rim of her cup, then took a careful bite of the tart. My mother cheated on my father. He forgave her. She cheated again. He finally divorced her and married a different woman. Guess what happened next? Her eyes widened as she placed her cup on the table, too. Don't tell me his new wife cheated on him, too? Bingo. I suppose my dad really knew how to pick them. Not. He swallowed a bitter taste. The same thing happened to my friend. Thankfully, he found out before he married the girl. He was heartbroken. I was even scared he'd do something to himself. Compassion darkened her eyes. I'm so sorry. Then your experience with Ophelia. I can only imagine how horrible it must have been for you. But I hope you don't think all women cheat. Not all, of course. My sister has been faithful to her husband, despite him stepping out on her. To be fair, I worked with men long enough to know more than a few of them had affairs. No wonder it was difficult for him to trust women. He'd had too many examples of infidelities. He chased down the bitter taste with sweet hot tea, then lowered the mug to the table again. She reached over and squeezed his fingers before returning her hand to the cup. But that's not right. That's not the way it should be. He looked away, wishing she didn't take away her hand. An invisible bond was forming between them, but he liked the physical connection, too. Sharing all this with Cassidy left him breathing easier, as if the tight band around his lungs loosened. That's the way it is. Indignation flashed in her eyes as she sat up straighter. No. I want to believe most men and women are faithful. And if they ever make a mistake, they regret it deeply. You haven't seen what I've seen. She shrugged and munched on the tart absent-mindedly. I guess there are some advantages to being a recluse. At a sting of guilt, he winced. I didn't mean it that way. When she lifted her blue eyes to him, sadness mixed with the compassion in them. I can imagine this makes it difficult for you to trust people, especially women. He got up from the chair. I need to check on Bryn. And I need to leave. She glanced at the wall clock and jumped to her feet. I didn't realize it was this late. His stomach tightened. He didn't want her to leave. He stepped to her and became lightheaded from her flowery perfume. I didn't mean to drive you away. You didn't. In the soft kitchen light, she looked especially lovely, despite being makeup-free, and the watermelon-hued sweater suited her. But I have to go. It's late. Her lips parted, and despite her words, she didn't move. The graceful line of her neck beckoned him to touch her, and the urge to kiss her became nearly irresistible. He was attracted to her, no matter how he'd promised himself he'd never fall in love again. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and she breathed in sharply. Her eyes widened and reflected the same wish he felt. Cassidy, he shifted toward her. Footfalls of little feet caused him to pull back. Uncle Jonathan, I'm thirsty. I want a glass of water. Bryn's voice sounded sleepy. A sad smile tipped Cassidy's lips. Then she placed a kiss on the top of the boy's head. I'll wake up Gina, and we'll let ourselves out. Good night, Bryn. Good night, Jonathan. She left a scent of flowery perfume and a sense of regret for the things that couldn't be. The next day, Cassidy smiled as she breathed in crisp winter air in the hills outside of Chapel Cove. Yesterday had been perfect until Jonathan's words about Ophelia and his mistrust of women. But after a cup of coffee with Gina and pumpkin roll pastries from Ale's store, she'd broken her New Year's resolution about no sweets yesterday anyway. This morning, Cassidy decided to make the best out of the glorious day God had given them. Another one of those New Year's resolutions she'd tried to keep but didn't always succeed with. Okay, maybe Jonathan's whispering in her ear earlier, "I'm so glad you joined us," had something to do with her improved mood, too. The boxer was obviously in a great mood, as well, as he was running around, barking, and doing his best to knock down everyone. "Sit!" Cassidy yelled in her sternest voice, and Bryn dropped himself on the ground. "Sweetheart, I didn't mean you." She helped the child up, and she and Jonathan shook off the snow from his emerald green coat. It took her and Gina giving the same command several times before the dog took pity on them and plunked himself on the ground. As soon as the dog stopped running circles around them, the kids started doing it. "Let's build a snowman. Let's build a snowman. Let's build a snowman." The dog tilted his head and looked at her with reproach as if asking how come it was all right for the boy to do it and not for him. She patted the pet. "That's because he doesn't bump into people." At the same time she said it, Bryn bumped into her legs. "Sorry, Ms. Cassidy." Her arms shot out as she searched for equilibrium.
Oh no.
She didn't want to fall on her behind again. "I've got you." Jonathan steadied her. As she stared into his eyes with him holding her close, the world seemed to still. The dog barking and child screaming brought her out of her mental fog. "Thank you." She smiled at him, then stepped away. Trent cleared his throat. "With this speed, by the time we start building a snowman, it'll be spring, and the snow will melt."
Oh no.
Bryn stopped running around and screaming. "The snow will melt? Your brother is joking." Gloved hands on his hips, Jonathan turned a slow circle, surveying the surrounding area. "We need to find a spot for the snowman first. How about in the shade of that large evergreen? The snowman should last longer in the shade." "Yes." Bryn grabbed snow from the ground, rubbed it together, then dropped it. Jonathan followed his nephew's example, with the difference that his snow formed into a large ball. "Cassidy and I will make the largest ball for the foundation." "We'll make the second one," Trent said without tearing his gaze off Gina. "You and Gina have to stop holding hands for that." Jonathan pulled the olive green scarf tighter around his younger nephew's neck and the knit hat lower.
Yeah.
"That might be difficult." Trent chuckled but scooped up snow. While Gina wore a cute pink knit hat, Trent had chosen to go without any headwear, and the breeze played with his long dark hair. The layer of snow on the ground was thin but hopefully enough for a snowman. "If there's not enough snow here, we can maybe shake some from the trees," Cassidy said. "Good idea." Jonathan smiled at her. Just like that, her heart melted as a snowflake would melt on her palm. Back to present matters. They all wore waterproof gloves, which should prevent their hands from getting wet and cold. "I'll make the head." Bryn rolled the ball in the snow as soon as Jonathan released him from his caring grasp, while the dog helped him by nudging it with his nose. Jonathan would make a wonderful father. She shook her head to get rid of the thought. What a shame he was too jaded after his experience with Ophelia to fall in love again, get married, and have a family of his own. Was rebuilding his business and being a doting uncle all he dreamed of now? Her dreams had changed after meeting him, or maybe they returned to something she'd wanted before. She no longer craved the solitude of her Portland apartment. She wanted a lifetime of afternoons like this, with the children and pets she'd grown attached to and the man who'd love her for who she was. She longed for the people she wanted to belong with to want to belong with her, too. So simple yet so complicated. Maybe even impossible. "We're getting behind." Jonathan grinned at her as he started to roll the ball in the snow as if inviting her to join the fun. "Oh yes." Something warmed inside her despite the cold air as she placed her hands on what was about to become the snowman's foundation, and moved it forward with Jonathan. He didn't need her help. He'd have done a great job on his own. But he invited her in. She just wished he'd invite her into his heart, too. Soon they had the foundation for the snowman. Jonathan rolled it up to the tree and pressed on the center of the ball, probably to make it easier for the middle one to stay on it. Trent and Gina rolled up their work. The middle part is ready. The head is ready, too. Bryn and the dog rolled up their handiwork, which ended up more like a cylinder than a ball, but surely, nobody would mind. Jonathan and Trent hoisted the middle part and balanced it on the foundation. "I want to put the head on myself," Bryn said, though he seemed unable to lift it off the ground. And never mind that the snowman was going to be much higher than the boy was. Jonathan solved that dilemma by lifting his younger nephew along with the snowball. Yes. Bryn fit the snowman's head where it belonged. His eyes narrowed in concentration above his scarf as he twisted the snowman's head just so until it stopped wobbling. "Now, let's decorate." Cassidy and Gina rushed to the car where a shopping bag sat in the trunk with the carrot, buttons, and candies Cassidy had prepared. By the time they were back, the snowman had hands in the form of 2 sticks, a hat, and a tie. "A tie?" She handed Bryn the carrot, which he promptly put as the snowman's nose when his uncle lifted him.
Yeah.
The boy's enthusiastic nod sent his hat tilting over one ear. The snowman has a cor tie-in. Like my uncle does. Jonathan's eyes darkened. Did. A stab of worry made Cassidy wince. Did he miss his rich life in Boston? Would he go back as soon as he could? She handed the boy a small bag with an assortment of buttons, and Bryn chose one large blue button and another one forest green, smaller in size. Jonathan and Cassidy exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. As long as Bryn was happy, it didn't matter if the snowman had mismatched eyes. Then she helped Bryn line up the snowman's mouth from candies, and their creation was done. Jonathan swung the boy to the ground. "Great job, everyone." So this was it? Cassidy dismissed a sting of regret, wanting the fun day to continue. But she didn't want the boy to stay out in the cold either. Or Gina and Trent, considering Trent had only recently recovered from the flu. Who is up for driving home and drinking hot cocoa with marshmallows in front of a fireplace? She grinned at the small company. "I also baked chocolate chip cookies this morning." So much for the New Year's resolution to give up on chocolate, but this was a respectable reason. Everybody raised their hands. She'd cherish this day forever. "Thank you, Lord."
Oh.
A birdie. Bryn pointed to a nearby tree where a bird had flown into its branches. Everybody stayed quiet as a dark-eyed Oregon junco hopped from branch to branch. Her heartbeat increased when Jonathan circled his hands around her waist. She tipped her head up at him, and his radiant smile, as he gazed at Bryn watching the tiny bird, tugged at her heart. At that moment, something inside her changed. Yes, Jonathan was a broken man, a man whose trust in people was shaken at best. A man who'd craved the success he'd lost in a big city with a life so different from her own. But she sensed he was also a man who could love with his whole being and care about someone the same way, too. This was the man she could fall for easily. Still, many people only loved once. She'd done it twice already. Could it happen for the 3rd time? Could she hope to be loved back? As the junco took off in flight, Jonathan's arms and warmth disappeared while he stepped toward Bryn and readjusted his hat. "We'd better go, too." A note of reluctance dulled his voice. Then he perked up. "I do look forward to cocoa and cookies, though."
Yay!
Cookies. Bryn took off in a run toward the car, and the dog rushed after him, barking. Jonathan and Cassidy followed, laughing. A short drive later, they gathered around the table, and Jonathan said grace. This time she didn't hesitate to say amen. "Look. The marshmallows look like little ships." Bryn took a sip. "Careful, please. The cocoa might be hot." His uncle sent a worried glance his way. Thankfully, the boy appeared fine as he stuffed a cookie into his mouth the next moment. "Yummy." Cassidy warmed inside, as much from seeing the little family around her as from wrapping her fingers around the smooth, heated surface of her scarlet-red mug. The scent of cocoa and cookies spread in the air. She bit into a soft cookie, delighting her taste buds with its sweet deliciousness. Trent whispered something to Gina, and she laughed softly. Then he handed her the cookie plate. The teens were in their own world. Jonathan covered her hand with his, causing her heart to do a somersault. "Thank you for being with us today. For the snowman, for the cocoa, the cookies. For being you. I'm the one who should be thankful." Looking in his dark eyes, she knew she could stare in them forever. Right there, in that moment, she was happier than she'd ever remembered. "Belong with me. Please." She'd thought she'd never find happiness again in Chapel Cove, the place that had caused her so much heartache. Could God have much better plans for her than she'd thought possible? Her phone beeped in her coat pocket. Sorry. Might be some urgent project from a regular customer. She fished it out of her pocket, opened the text, and stared at the screen. What? Her stomach lurched. This didn't make sense. Are you okay? Jonathan and Gina's concerned voices filtered through her mental fog. Words lodged in her throat, and she couldn't push them further. Shaking inside, she managed a curt nod. But she wasn't okay. Far from it. She kept staring at the screen as if waiting for the words to change, which they didn't, of course. "This is Dorian. I'm back in Chapel Cove." The phone slipped from her hand and thudded onto the floor. Chapter 8. Jonathan spent the rest of the day making lunch and dinner for his nephews, cleaning up afterward, feeding Princess, helping Trent with homework, reading a book to Bryn, changing the cat litter, and doing what seemed to be a million other necessary things. Coming up with new ideas for his business and putting out feelers in the industry got delayed again. He'd managed to do some consulting work on his laptop, but not nearly enough. He pushed down his frustration. How did people manage full-time jobs and families? A mystery. During all this time, one thought kept turning up in his mind. What had happened to Cassidy? She'd seemed happy building and decorating the snowman. By contrast, she'd been so distant after they'd had cocoa and cookies at her place. It must have been about that text. It didn't help that when his sister had finally called she'd sounded strange. Guilty. She didn't even ask to talk to the children, and that had made his gut twist as if something was about to happen. His brother-in-law didn't call at all. "You're worried about Miss Cassidy, aren't you?" Trent's voice reached him. Jonathan stood up straighter. "No. Why do you say that? You changed the cat's litter for the second time when it didn't need to be changed, and now you're scrubbing the frying pan for 5 minutes, like you want to make a hole in it. I have a lot on my mind. Did I tell you your parents said hi?" "You did. Neither of them bothered to talk to me or Brynna though." "It's okay. I don't care any longer." His older nephew grimaced, showing he did care as he took a chair in the breakfast nook. "Anyway, I talked to Gina. She snagged Cassidy's phone and worked hard to find out what that text was about." The boy paused with a dramatic flair. Jonathan tensed, then searched for his parenting bone. Sneaking into somebody else's phone is not the right thing to do. Besides, Gina would need to have a code to open the screen. Most people these days protect their private information, including info on their phones. Gina saw a few times how her aunt punched in the code. Another long pause. Was his nephew torturing him or what? Jonathan nearly gritted his teeth. "Are you going to ask me what she found out?" Teasing notes lilted through Trent's voice. "Yes." "No, that sounded firm enough, didn't it?" Never mind that Jonathan was dying to know what had rattled Cassidy this much. "Well, I'll tell you anyway." Trent stretched his legs, crossing them at the ankles. Sure enough, he took his time before continuing. "I'm not even going to ask you to remove the grounded for life rule for that. Ms. Cassidy deleted that text." Disappointment sliced through him. All this buildup for nothing? Jonathan closed his eyes, then opened them again. "Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. But then Miss Cassidy received another text that seemed to upset her a lot. Another dramatic pause. I think I'll make myself some coffee. Do you want a cup?
No.
Jonathan groaned as he dried the pan. I'll reduce the grounded for life rule. You'll only be grounded for the next 3 years. 1 day. A year. 1.5 days. Trent poured water in the coffee pot, taking his time. 6 months. 2 days. The teen switched the coffee pot on and spun to face Jonathan. And let me tell you, this is going to be the most difficult 2 days in my life. It's like for you not to see Cassidy in years. If he put it this way, it did sound cruel. Jonathan wiped down the counters, then started scrubbing the second pan. Okay, until your parents are back. 2.5 days. Deal. Gina managed to ferret out from her aunt that the text was from someone by the name of Dorian. He said he wanted to see her. Wait a moment. I didn't say it was a deal. Then it sunk in. You said it was from Dorian? Yes. And you're welcome. So, did she deceive him about Dorian's leaving? Everything darkened in front of Jonathan. Trent stepped up to the sink and turned off the water, then took the pan from his hands and finished drying it. You're as pale as our ceiling. Don't get so upset. It might be just a friend. Jonathan stared into space. He'd thought Cassidy was different from the other women he'd met. He'd thought she was someone he could trust. Then he squared his shoulders. He might be too quick to jump to conclusions because he'd seen too much unfaithfulness in his life. Cassidy hadn't given him a reason to distrust her so far and seemed to be surprised by the text, so she must have told him the truth. Or was he wrong to trust her, after all? On Monday, Cassidy paced the room. She'd received a few requests for translations, but she couldn't concentrate with a foggy mind. All she could think about was how much she longed to see Jonathan and the strange texts she'd received Saturday. She wanted to talk to him about it, maybe ask for advice, but when she'd called him, he didn't answer. Her stomach clenched. How did it happen that a man she'd recently met had become her closest friend? Of course, she could try to call her sister, but the connection on the cruise ship was sporadic at best and non-existent at worst. Besides, she and her sister had never been too close. She had several good online friends, but it would take a long time to explain about Dorian. Thankfully, Gina was studying at her friend's place, or her niece would be peppering her with questions. Cassidy dropped onto the sofa and wrapped her arms around her middle. Should she reply to the text? Find out what was happening once and for all. The doorbell chime made her jump to her feet. Hopefully, Jonathan decided to stop by. Finding it a little easier to breathe, she rushed to open the door. When she glanced in the peephole, she frowned at the unfamiliar face, then stepped back from the door without opening it. How may I help you? She asked through the secure white door. Hello, Cassidy. Please open up. It's me, Dorian. She drew a shaky breath. Could he have changed that much? The tall, muscular bearded man dressed in a black coat was so different from the boy she'd remembered. Black facial hair covered most of his face. It took a few moments of looking into his eyes for the flicker of recognition to appear in her mind. The eyes. The eyes were the same. Dorian's. Or maybe she simply wanted to believe he was back. Either way, it was time to find out. She flung the door open. Words didn't come easily, so she gestured for him to enter. Everything inside her was shaking, and every breath came at a cost. He stepped inside. She closed the door and waved toward the living room. Take a seat. I'm sure this is going to be a long conversation. Then words came too easily. If you're really Dorian, how could you do this to me? To all of us? Why did you disappear? Why didn't you want to talk to me? When did you return to Chapel Cove? How come I haven't heard about it? He didn't even blink. He walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. It's good to see you again. She pushed down a wave of anger as she stomped after him. That doesn't answer my question. That doesn't answer any of my questions. You're not going to offer me a glass of tea or a welcome hug? The mischievous smile behind all that facial hair gave her a hint of the Dorian she once knew. Then he seemed to sober up. I guess not. You didn't even bother to say
Goodbye.
Do you have any idea how often I cried myself to sleep when I lost you and Ty? Then it hit her. Is she back, too? She held her breath, waiting for an answer. Yes. A muscle twitched in his cheek, visible even under the beard. He'd probably grown it to stay incognito in his hometown for as long as possible. It seemed it helped so far, but it wouldn't help for long. Why was she thinking that? Why did it even matter? What mattered was that her first love and her best friend were back. Cassidy drew in a much-needed breath. This was a gift, a wonderful gift that needed to be treated as such. Well, what happened to you two? Why did you leave? Why was it your parents who told me you'd decided to break up with me? Didn't I deserve even a few words in person? She pushed the words past the lump in her throat as she stared at him. She was scared to blink. What if she blinked and he disappeared? It's a long story. Leaning forward, he braced his elbows on his knees and held her gaze. She didn't budge. I spent 25 years first trying to figure out why you left me, then blaming myself for it. I can spend an hour or two listening to your story. Her mind was cloudy. Was it a dream or reality that Dorian was back? Ty and I went on a boat ride. I was upset with you that you didn't want to go, as if you didn't care about me. So I didn't pay attention to the weather forecast. You were right. The weather changed quickly. After, he closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead as if the memories were painful to him. Or was it a flash of guilt in his eyes before he closed them? Disregarding such suspicion, she leaned forward. After, he squirmed in his seat, pressing his fingers to his shut lids. He opened his eyes. Well, Ty and I wanted to return. I dropped the oar into the water by accident, and the current took the boat further into the ocean than we'd ever intended. Her hand flew to her mouth.
Oh no.
We were frightened, and I tried to calm Ty down. Then we saw a boat ahead. I was going to holler at them for help when something, maybe intuition, stopped me. A figure inside the boat leaned down and picked up something heavy, then threw it overboard. I realized that person might be disposing of a body. Ty might have realized the same thing because she screamed. Her eyes widened, and she was unable to utter a single word. The man turned to us. I told Ty to jump and pushed her off the boat, then followed her into the water at the same time as shots thundered in the air. We held our breath underwater and did our best to get as far from our boat as we could. When we finally surfaced, I was terrified the guy followed us and would see us. But his boat disappeared. Despite being great swimmers, we struggled against the current. Only by God's grace did we make it to the shore. Praise God, she whispered. If she had been with Dorian that day, she wouldn't have made it to the shore. She'd have drowned. Unlike him and Ty, she wasn't an athlete. We made it to Angel Cove and rested ashore for a little while, keeping an eye out for the guy. Then we gathered our strength and dragged ourselves home. Thankfully, our homes weren't far away. Our parents were terrified the murderer might find us. It's a small town, after all. He was in a black hoodie, so we didn't get a good look at him. But he saw us. Maybe not very well, but it was still a risk. Why didn't you go to the police? She shuddered as she imagined all Dorian and Ty had gone through. I suggested it, but my father told me not to. My uncle was killed in New York when I was little, and the person who killed him was never found. So my father didn't trust the police much. He had distant relatives in the East, so he suggested that Ty and I needed to disappear. He persuaded Ty's mom of the same. And you didn't protest? She did her best to soften her words with a gentle tone. I was only a frightened teenager. He rubbed his forehead again. What could I do? When he lifted his head, misery cast shadows in the hollows of his eyes. Okay. Sorry. He moved closer to her. It was summer, so our parents didn't need to pull us from school in the middle of the year. They didn't let me talk to anyone but piled me in the car and drove to Dad's relatives as fast as the speed limit allowed it. Dad told me that, if I contacted anybody from my previous life, I'd bring danger to them. I discovered later that the body was found. But not the murderer. That's it. What happened later? Years later? Did you get married eventually? She studied him. Did she want him to be single? Not anymore. The thought startled her. Something she'd wanted so long and was heartbroken she couldn't have could be within her reach now. Yet, it no longer mattered. He nodded. Yes. We divorced 5 years ago. Any children? One son. He's grown up and on his own now. Dorian shifted closer still. I know it's a bit of a shock. But I haven't seen you in forever. May I at least have a hug? She leaned to him and accepted his hug. She didn't feel the exhilaration she used to have any time he'd been close. Empathy with a touch of sadness stirred inside her, but no romantic love. He let her go and searched her eyes. I'm single now. I did some investigation. I heard you're single, too, that's why I'm here. I came back to Chapel Cove a few days ago when my mother said you were in town and single. Would you like a second chance? Her jaw slackened. She searched her soul. If this had happened years ago. No, if this had happened before she'd met Jonathan, she wouldn't hesitate with the answer. She'd be so ecstatic she'd probably barely contain herself from jumping up and down. But now. She did feel joy that Dorian was back and that he was okay, but with the sweetness of that came an added bitter taste of regret. There was no former warmth between them, but rather a strong gust of cold wind. Warmth, she felt that when she thought about a different person. I can't. I met someone. There was a pause. Is it serious? Yes. No. I think it's serious on my part. I don't know. Heat rose up her neck. He's from Boston. He'll probably return there as soon as he can. I don't know if there's a future for us. I mean, everything shows that there's no future for us, but... She sounded pathetic, didn't she? But she couldn't help it. When she thought about the person with whom she'd like to have a chance, first, second, third, millionth, an image of Jonathan appeared in front of her. Wonderful feelings consumed her at simple memories. How he'd hugged her after they'd made the snowman. How he'd tucked a strand of hair behind her ear after sharing a cup of herbal tea, making her breath shallow. How he'd listened to her stories and seemed to care about her pain. How he'd passed her popcorn while watching the movie. Simple, so simple, and yet she'd treasure them forever. The memories of being with Dorian had been more exciting and adventurous. She recalled them diving from the pier, kissing in the moonlight, talking about visiting faraway countries while watching the stars. Maybe what she'd considered love had been rather adrenaline and excitement and would have worn off with time. A sad smile appeared on his face. I see it in your eyes. Despite everything, you'd like to have a future with that guy, wouldn't you? She knew the answer to that, and she knew the life she wanted now. But was it as inaccessible to her as the dreams she'd once had with Dorian? She swallowed hard. It doesn't matter what I'd like. He rose. It does. Very much so. I walked away from the girl I couldn't forget and then took too long to return to the woman she became. Don't make my mistake. God puts people in our path for a reason. Yes, she whispered as she got up. But would Jonathan see it the same way? After taking a few steps, Dorian turned around. I've lost you now, haven't I? You lost me 25 years ago. For a moment, she shifted toward him, but then stayed at the same place. He looked downward, kept silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Sadness lingered inside her. I'd still like to be friends, if you're open to it. And about friends. Why did you go on the boat that day with Ty? She'd had her suspicions, but she hadn't wanted to believe them. Because Ty asked me to. And then she kissed me. She said she was sorry and that she'd liked me for a long time but didn't want to hurt you. We decided to forget about the kiss like it never happened. As he scowled at the floor, his bangs fell on his eyes. So her suspicions were true. She waited for the sharp stab of jealousy she'd experienced before when she'd seen beautiful Ty looking at Dorian. The jealousy didn't come. She wanted to wipe those bangs away from his eyes like she'd done so many times and stopped herself. The gesture would be too intimate now. But the kiss did happen. Maybe that's the person you need a second chance with, not me. I tried to reach out to her several times after the divorce once I'd managed to find out her location, which wasn't an easy feat because she kept moving. She refused to talk to me. When we'd been walking home, she told me she blamed herself for what happened the fateful day that changed all our lives. 25 years is a long time. She might forgive herself by now. Or maybe she needs you back in her life to help her heal. If you do see her, tell her I'd love to talk to her, to be friends again. His eyes widened. You'd do that? Yes. We both lived in the past for so long that we should start living in the present, and we could help each other with that. Word of advice, if I may. You might want to shave before you go to see her. First, even I had difficulty recognizing you behind all that facial hair. Second, when it comes to kissing. He chuckled as he stopped near the door. It's good to have you back in my life. If only as a friend. Likewise. I'll walk you to your car. She put on her coat and boots and wrapped a white scarf around her neck. Then she winced at the cold air as she stepped outside and followed him to his vehicle. He stopped near his car. A friendly hug? She hesitated but accepted it. Only to see Jonathan, with his jaw dropped, leaving his house as she looked up. She eased out of Dorian's embrace. Jonathan, I didn't see you. Obviously. Jonathan's voice was dry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Did he assume that? Oh, that was ridiculous. On the other hand, if she'd seen Jonathan hugging another woman, she might have jumped to the wrong conclusion, too. She gestured at Dorian. Dorian, this is Jonathan, my current neighbor and friend. She stumbled. She wanted him to be so much more than that but couldn't claim any other titles for him. Maybe yet. Maybe never. Jonathan, this is Dorian. Jonathan interrupted her, you said that, Dorian. Well, never mind. Nice to meet you, Dorian. Dorian extended his hand, which Jonathan shook after some hesitation. I think I'd better go. Nice to meet you, too, Jonathan. See you later, Cassidy. He climbed inside his sports car and, seconds later, revved the engine to life. She turned to Jonathan. I need to explain. No need. Hurt flashed in his eyes but disappeared so quickly she wouldn't have noticed it if she hadn't looked so closely. I thought you needed to know. Trent just got home and rushed to me saying Gina got herself in a pickle. My nephew and I are going to try to get her out of there. Cassidy's heart dropped. Where is she? What happened? I'm going with you. His eyes narrowed for the briefest of seconds, but he didn't hesitate as he opened his passenger door for her. Okay. Let's go. I'll explain the rest on the way. Chapter 9. Her insides shaking, Cassidy slid inside Trent's parents' sedan and clicked the seatbelt closed. The engine was already turned on, so she took off her gloves and moved her hands to the vent, welcoming the warm air. Jonathan rushed around the car, climbed into the driver's seat, and they took off. Hello, Ms. Cassidy. Trent's voice made her turn around. Hello, Trent. She took in his concerned features as he hunched in the back seat. Thank you for helping my niece. Trent attempted to shrug nonchalantly, but a muscle twitching in his jaw showed his worry. No need to thank me. I care about Gina. She'd been wrong about this teen, but now wasn't the time to think about that. Please tell me what's going on before I assume the worst. Trent's hazel eyes were shadowed. Well, there's this group of popular girls at school. And, lately, they started getting nice to Gina. I didn't like it. Cassidy's brows shot up. Why? I'd think that's a good thing. Were you, I don't know, jealous? The seatbelt tugged at her as she looked at Trent, so she wiggled it to give herself breathing room. He snorted. Right. I'm not some possessive sort of guy. I want her to have friends besides me, and she does, great ones. But her friends are, well, geeks. He lifted his hands. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Well, first, I thought the popular girls, the cheerleader crowd, paid her attention because she's my girlfriend now. Cassidy's heart sank a little. What did it remind her of? Oh, her own story. A popular guy paying attention to an awkward, geeky girl. Comes with the territory, I guess. Me being a quarterback, and such. I make friends easily. The teen shrugged as if he didn't take much pride in being popular, while that had mattered so much to her once upon a time. She'd strive to be liked. She had a feeling Gina was the same way. You said, you thought it at first. So that wasn't the reason? I got a gut feeling they were up to something. And Gina became secretive these last few days. Usually, we don't keep secrets from each other. She said she had some things to do in the afternoon today and wouldn't look at me. During a break, I saw her talking to Wendy, the head cheerleader. Gina looked uncomfortable, then nodded to something. When I asked her what they talked about, she wouldn't tell me. Cassidy tried to find some logical explanation. Maybe it was some girlish secrets. I mean, couples don't have to share everything with each other. Max had told her the latter when she'd had suspicions he'd been seeing someone behind her back. But she'd been right to be suspicious. She swallowed hard. The seatbelt bit into the skin of her neck, and it was getting uncomfortable sitting like that. But she didn't move. I get that. I do. But, it just felt off somehow. Elbow on his door, Trent plunked his jaw in his palm and frowned. So I talked to a few girls from that popular crowd. It dawned on Cassidy. Let me guess. You used to date them. Comes with the territory, Jonathan repeated his nephew's words. The teen's frown deepened. Maybe what's happening is partly my fault. Anyway, they said they just wanted her to be their friend. But then one of them got angry and blurted out that I'd pay for dumping her. Cassidy tensed as the car stopped, probably at the red light. Pay? How? Well, rather Gina would pay. That a friendship would come at a price. Gina would have to prove she wanted to be part of their company. Trent's voice dipped. Her heart sank further. I don't think I want to hear the rest. No, I mean, of course, I want to hear the rest. Well, he paused. She needs to shoplift to show them she really wants to be part of them. Cassidy gasped. She's going to get caught. Jonathan grunted, so she turned to him. Yes. But according to that girl, they promised they'd distract the employees. And Wendy's father owns the store. So Wendy told Gina it was going to be okay. No harm done. Gina just needs to prove she's brave enough to do it. Cassidy resisted the urge to hide her face in her hands. It's not going to be okay. I know. Trent groaned from the back seat. It's a trap, and she walked right into it. All because of me. Don't blame yourself, Jonathan gritted through his teeth. We need to get there before anything happens. The way the car moved told her he probably floored the gas pedal. Cassidy leaned forward as far as the seatbelt allowed. How stupid of Gina to agree to something like that. On the other hand, hadn't she done crazy things for Dorian, like jumping off the cliff? Making herself vomit after every meal so she could slim down? The desire to belong had been that strong. We're almost there. Jonathan's hand found hers, and the warmth from his touch calmed her roughened nerves. She laced her fingers through his, grateful to have him in this difficult time. If there was a time to pray, now was it. She had to forget that God hadn't helped her with Dorian or Max. Lord, please help Gina. There's the store. Trent's exclamation made her head jerk to the right. She clicked her seatbelt open, and the moment Jonathan pulled into the parking lot, she grabbed the car door handle with her right hand. Let me get off here. He let her left hand go. Let me drive you to the entrance, please. Then I'll be there as soon as I can park. He drove up to the curb, and she leaped out of the car. The sound of another door opening and closing caused her to glance back. You know I have to be there, too, right? Trent took off in a run. Yes, but please wait for me. She pumped her legs. A great runner she was not. If Gina had already shoplifted something, the store employees would rather listen to an adult than to another teen, and especially not the girl's boyfriend. Cassidy did her best to pump her legs faster as she breathed hard. Thankfully, Trent waited for her at the door, holding it open. Hurry, please. Puffing, she entered the building. Maybe she did need to start jogging in the morning like in one of her New Year's resolutions. Warm air enveloped her, sending her exposed skin tingling after the freezing air outside. On the other hand, jogging could wait until sometime in spring. She looked around frantically, trying to spot her niece. Jonathan rushed inside the store. How did he get here so quickly? Unlike her, he wasn't even short of breath. Gina. Where was Gina? There she is. Jonathan pointed somewhere to the right. She spotted the pink knit hat and scarf where he'd pointed. Trent was the first one to reach Gina in the fashion jewelry department. Don't do it. I know what's happening. It's a trap. A tall blonde girl with diamond earrings and a designer brand white coat approached. Well, look at that, Gina. Your so-called boyfriend behaves like he owns you. This was your chance to be one of us, and you're losing it. Gina turned pleading eyes at them. Why did you have to show up? You're ruining everything. Leave. Please leave. Cassidy placed a hand on her niece's forearm. Gina, listen to us. Let's go, please. You believe them and not me? Hurt coated Trent's voice as he lifted his phone and pressed something. Contempt filled a girl's voice in the recording. The stupid thing thinks she'll be in if she does what we say. She thinks Wendy's father is going to protect her because he owns the store. But Wendy is going to tell him Gina already shoplifted before and got away with it. Dumb Gina is going to get arrested. Maybe expelled from school, too. Are you going to stand by her then? Tears gleamed in Gina's eyes, and Cassidy reached her and took her into a hug, then handed her a pack of tissues. Jonathan scowled at the blonde. I take it you're Wendy? Huh. So what if I am? That idiot couldn't keep her mouth shut. Ruined such fun. The girl pivoted on her high-heeled boots and hurried out of the store, clearly not in the least ashamed of what she'd done. Cassidy hugged her niece again, her heart squeezing at the girl's shaking shoulders and muffled sobs. Let's go home. They are not worth your tears. A store employee walked to them. May I help you? No, but thank you. We're already leaving. Jonathan stood closer to them, then guided them to the exit. Soon they were on the way back, this time Cassidy in the back seat, hugging her niece and whispering that things were going to be all right. How am I going to go to school again? Gina mumbled between sobs. Holding your head high. With me by your side. Trent shifted to them from the front passenger seat. Don't you understand? They did this to you because of me. And, because you're smart, kind, and treat others with respect, everything they are not. They tried to bring you down to their level. Wow. Admiration for the teen stirred inside Cassidy. Sobs subdued, and Gina lifted her tear-streaked face. Do you really think so? I felt so flattered they chose me. I wanted to be in so badly. I wanted to belong. Jonathan glanced in the rearview mirror. That's the thing. You're already in with the people who love and value you. Who know your true worth. Warmth spread as Jonathan took a turn to the left. Cassidy was learning Jonathan's true worth, too. If only they didn't have to go different ways soon. If only so many things didn't separate them. She bottled up longing inside her and hooked her arm with Gina's. See? I know all about wanting to fit in desperately, but if we have to ruin our lives to do it, it's the wrong path to take. It's the wrong people to belong with. But, Gina blinked fast. Trent, you dated Wendy and several other girls from that company before. Yes, and there's a reason why I don't date them any longer. They are too shallow. There's a reason I'm with you now. You're fun, intelligent, and beautiful inside and outside. The sobs stopped completely, and so did the car. Really? Cassidy glanced out the window at the red traffic light. Then it went green, and the vehicle moved forward. Well, I'd rather tell you all these things when we're alone, but yes, really. The boy flashed Gina a smile. Cassidy nearly groaned. Where were guys like you when I was in high school? Dorian had told her a few nice words, but he'd never told her such wonderful things. Well, to be honest, I learned a few things from my uncle. Trent sent a grateful glance Jonathan's way. Gina, remember the time when you stumbled in the cafeteria? Gina rolled her eyes. At least, she wasn't crying anymore. Thanks for the reminder. It was embarrassing. I dropped my tray and had food all over the floor. Wendy and her company were laughing. It was nice of you to get up and help me. I felt bad because Wendy made you trip. I was dating her at the time because a quarterback and a lead cheerleader, you know.
Yeah.
I know. Gina swallowed hard. Comes with the territory. But when I glanced in your eyes, I remembered the girl who helped me with math a few years ago. There was so much gratitude and longing and kindness in your eyes that something inside me shifted. Anne. I felt something when our hands touched as I helped you pick up that food. I even wanted to ask you out, but I was a geek. I understand. Wincing, Gina ducked her head. I called my uncle, and he explained a few things to me. About what's really important in life. Cassidy's chest expanded with more respect for Jonathan. Cassidy, to answer your question, there were probably guys like that in your school, too. But unless they looked like Trent and were popular, most girls didn't give them a second glance. Just a tad of bitterness soured Jonathan's voice as he said this. Was it personal to him? I was a geek in high school, he answered the question she didn't ask. Really? Oh. Wow. Gina straightened her shoulders. I feel better now. It probably wasn't easy for him to admit. Thank you. Cassidy infused her words with affection and wished she could take his hand, but it was problematic from the back seat. He had a point. All eyes in her school were on Dorian. Nobody had paid much attention to geeky guys. Including her, Cassidy. As he turned to their street, he glanced back. How about going to our place? Trent and Gina can study, and we could share some tea and a pineapple upside-down cake. I'm all for it. The teen high-fived his uncle. I want to spend more time with Gina. Plus, she's much better at math than I am. Or than I ever will be. He winked at the girl. Do you even know how incredible you are? Gina beamed. I think I should say no so you'll keep repeating it to me. Cassidy sighed wistfully. Then the thought of tea and dessert warmed her as if she already sipped the hot liquid. Did Jonathan invite them to make Trent happy, or did he want her company longer? And why did she want so much for it to be the latter? Increased longing told her the reason. She was falling for this man. Chapter 10. Jonathan parked the car, turned off the engine, then climbed out and opened the door for Cassidy at the same time Trent opened the door for Gina. Cassidy stepped outside and inhaled cold air, but it didn't bother her since she knew she'd be inside a warm, welcoming house in a few minutes. In the entryway, he helped her take off her coat and scarf. As she walked with him to the kitchen, her hand in his palm, she couldn't help it. Longing grew bigger and bigger inside her. This was what she wanted. Quiet time in a cozy home with a man of great value and a loving family. Reluctantly, she removed her hand from his. Mrs. Mackenzie got up from the chair. Bryn was sleepy, so I tucked him into bed already. He wanted to wait up for you but fell asleep fast. Glad everything turned out okay. Thank you so much for all your help. Jonathan tried to pay the old lady, but she shook her head. How do you know everything turned out okay? Cassidy blurted as she breathed in the scents of mint tea and freshly baked cake. It was going to be difficult to leave this place in an hour or two. A soft smile further crinkled up the woman's wrinkled face. I can see it on your faces. And I can see something else, but I'll keep that to myself. Now it's time to get back to my honey. A sting of guilt reminded Cassidy that Mrs. Mackenzie had just gotten married. Yes. Of course. Thank you for all your help. The older lady patted her hand. Don't mention it. We take care of our own. She wobbled out of the kitchen, and Jonathan and Cassidy walked her to the door. Then it dawned on Cassidy. It wasn't only about the man or the house or the family. She missed her hometown. She missed the sense of community, the neighborly friendliness, the possibility to rely on somebody in the time of need. It might be painful to return here, but then it might be soothing, as well. She glanced Jonathan's way as they returned to the kitchen. Especially if a certain somebody considered staying here. Well, no point dreaming about things that might never happen. Take a seat. I'll get the tea. Jonathan smiled as he poured aromatic liquid into porcelain cups, then opened the cover on the cake dish. That smile soothed her soul's wounds. How could she not dream when he was here, near her? She took the nearest chair and wrapped her fingers around the cup handle. Then she bowed her head as he said grace. She didn't know what yet, but something was changing inside her. Something very important. As she sipped her sweet mint tea and nibbled on the delicious cake, he told her about his childhood and college years, and she shared about hers. They talked about their favorite movies, bands, actors, pets, fun things that had happened at work, their best friends, exotic foods they'd tried, and many other things under the sun. A few times, he got up to check on Bryn, and she took those chances to check on Gina. To Cassidy's surprise, the teens actually studied, though once she did catch them kissing. How about we take the second cup of tea to the fireplace? Jonathan suggested when their cups were empty. I'd love to. She always liked looking at the fire. They carried their cups to the living room, and he set up the fire, then sat on the sofa. As logs crackled, she took one sip of flavorful tea, then snuggled against him, warm joy spreading through her. He drew her close, and when she looked up, a silent question lingered in his eyes. How come, in a matter of days, she'd become so in tune with him? In response, she lifted her chin and tilted her head slightly as her pulse skyrocketed in anticipation of a kiss. When he claimed her lips with his, an amazing feeling swept her up and carried her into a world she'd never entered before. Yes, she'd been kissed before, many times, but the sensation was different. She was different. She responded with all her being as butterflies fluttered tender wings in her tummy. She felt as light as those wings. An immense pleasure spread through her, and she wanted to hold on to that moment and make it never stop. Somewhere through the mental fog, she heard a light squeak. Was somebody in the room? Every bit of her regretting it, she forced herself to move back. And stared at Trent clutching a book to his chest. The teen cleared his throat. Never mind me. I'm going to get this book and go back. Gina said she needed it. Keep doing what you're doing. He marched to the door, then glanced back. That does give me a pass to kiss Gina, right? No. Jonathan and Cassidy said in unison. Huh. Double standard. The teen grumbled as he left the living room. Jonathan looked into her eyes. I want you to know something. This means a lot to me. You mean a lot to me. Same here, she whispered. For a person who worked with words, and in different languages, she wasn't very eloquent. But how could she express with words this astounding whirlwind of feelings? Not to steal my nephew's words, but you're smart, kind, and so very beautiful. You're incredible. Such affection filled his gaze that she forgot she wasn't supposed to dream about things that weren't meant to be. Because she wanted with all her heart for them to be meant to be. You, too. Okay, that didn't sound right. I mean, you're incredible. I probably should have asked you about Dorian before kissing you. His lips tautened into a straight, flat line. He explained his reasons for leaving. As quickly as she could, she summarized what Dorian had told her. She touched the side of Jonathan's face. But we're just friends. Really? The tightness leaving his lips, they loosened into a smile. I know we met in the wrong time, probably in the wrong place considering we live in different cities. We might be wrong for each other. We have our issues to work through. But this feels so right to me. Her heart sang at his words. To me, too. She nearly cringed. She sounded like a parrot. One wouldn't think she was as smart as he thought based on this conversation. His phone rang, and he ignored it. Might be something important. As much as she wanted to continue hearing his amazing words, she needed to be fair. Feel free to answer the call. Sorry. With a slight grimace, he got up and fished out the phone from his jeans back pocket. Strange. I don't recognize this number. He swiped the answer button and pressed the phone to his ear. Hello? His eyes widened as he listened to something. Ophelia? What? Cassidy blinked, hoping she'd misheard. Ophelia? The woman he'd loved and who'd broken his heart. Was she calling him because she wanted him back? Cassidy's heart plummeted to the floor. She mouthed, I've got to go. No need to see me off. The elation he'd felt after the kiss was gone with Ophelia's call, despite him finishing the call fast and telling her he never wanted to hear from her again. He meant all the things he'd told Cassidy. His heartbeat increased at just one thought of her, and he missed her already. His rib cage constricted as he scanned the empty living room. Trent had walked Gina home and then gone to his room, and the cat joined him. And Cassidy had left. Longing grew inside Jonathan as he breathed in the scent of her, like a spring morning, lingering in the air. Despite their different backgrounds, lifestyles, and even characters, she fit into his arms and into his heart as if she always belonged there. He was falling in love with her. He had no doubt about that. His phone rang again, and he hurried to answer the call. Though he'd put the sound on low, he still didn't want to risk it waking up the kids. He should have put it on silent. Please listen to me. Please. Pleading notes heightened Ophelia's tone an octave or two above her normally smooth contralto. We have nothing to talk about. He frowned as he kept his voice low. Next time, he'd reject a call from that phone number or, even better, block it. I'm very sorry for what I did. Words came tumbling out as if she were afraid he'd hang up before she had a chance to explain. He blackmailed me. I'm so sorry, and I'm going to prove it to you. Her seeming despair stopped him from disconnecting. How? I'm going to return everything I took. Well, most of it. His jaw slackened. He didn't expect this. He straightened his spine. That you stole. Right. I regret it so much. Seriously? His heart started to soften. But then, he trusted her once already and paid dearly for it. I don't believe you. You will when you receive it. She paused. I'm also coming to Chapel Cove soon. I loved you, and I still do. The line went dead. He stared at the fireplace and the smoldering embers, rubbing his forehead. Then he called a private investigator he knew in Boston to launch another investigation. From what that PI had discovered in his previous investigation, Ophelia had seen the man she'd run off with for months after, and they'd looked cozy together. There had been photos to prove it. It didn't look like a blackmail scenario to Jonathan. Ophelia's call didn't change anything for him, but from the hurt and doubt shuddering Cassidy's eyes, it did for her. He couldn't bear the way they'd parted. He wanted to talk to her so badly his heart twisted. He checked his watch. 10 p.m. He rubbed his forehead again. Too late for phone calls, but he couldn't wait until the morning. His heart beating faster, he pulled Cassidy's number. He held his breath before she answered after only 2 beeps. "Hello, Jonathan." Her melodic voice stirred emotions inside him as he took a deep breath of the air filled with her scent and mint tea. "Sorry about the late call. I hope I didn't wake you up." "I wasn't asleep." She sounded cautious, unsure. I miss you. When can I see you again?" Was he pushing her too far too soon? But she seemed to be slipping away from him already, and he didn't want to lose her. Incredible, wasn't it? He'd met her only a few days ago, and he already couldn't imagine his life without her. "I miss you, too." A soft sigh whispered through the speaker. "I do have an extremely tight deadline, and I'm behind already." Disappointment slashed through him. "Deadline? I understand. Tell her you'll cook her lunch." "She's got to eat sometime," Trent's whisper nearly made him jump on the couch. "You were supposed to be asleep," Jonathan mouthed. "I wanted to return the book." His nephew grinned as he placed the book back on the bookshelf. "How about I cook lunch for you tomorrow? You have to eat sometime." He held his breath for the second time. "But Ophelia is in the past." "Oh. Okay, I'd love to." Her voice perked up. "Great. See you then." Jonathan high-fived Trent. "Huh. Just think about it. Taking dating tips from his nephew. Shouldn't it be the other way around?" "I'm glad you called." Tender notes appeared in her words, and he wished he could reach out and touch her. "Good night." "Good night, Cassidy." She ended the call. "You're welcome. And yes, I'm going back to sleep." Trent left the living room while Jonathan held the phone in his hand as if it could keep him connected to her for a while longer. After checking on Bryn and leaving food for the cat for the night, Jonathan kept thinking about Cassidy, and his heart fluttered. If only it were time for lunch already. He sat at the chair near the table and pulled up local restaurants on his phone. After studying the menu at a few of them, he checked his bank balance, more out of curiosity than because he believed Ophelia. The pending transfer amount made his eyes widen. Wow. Could this be real? Okay, this wasn't the entire amount that she'd stolen from him, but it was about 60%. If this was true, then her words about coming to town soon might be true, too. Then he decided to check his portfolio. After Ophelia had wiped it out, leaving only a few small stocks she hadn't been interested in, he hadn't checked it in a while. Whoa. That stock had skyrocketed. Could there be a connection between Ophelia's sudden remorse and this new development? Mixed emotions churned his gut. He might get his company back or have more than enough funds for a startup, something he'd wanted desperately. Or did he? Because now, when he thought of his heart's desire, an image of the beautiful woman next door appeared in front of his eyes. The budding relationship with Cassidy was already precarious at best. He resisted the urge to grind his teeth. The last thing he needed was for his ex to arrive and ruin it. The next day, while Trent was in school and Bryn in kindergarten, Jonathan called the woman who was becoming like a grandmother, aunt, and dear friend, all in one person. "Mrs. Mackenzie, I don't want to impose on you again, but pissed. I enjoy being needed. Besides, my honey is spending the day with his daughter. I'd love to take myself out of the house right now. What do you need?" He did a mental fist pump. "I want to make a home-cooked meal for Cassidy and the kids. And my cooking skills, they are," he did his best to find a good synonym for disastrous that wouldn't sound so, well, disastrous. "Got it. I'll be there in about half an hour. First, we'll go shopping. Any specific food you have in mind?" He recalled their conversations and how she'd seemed to enjoy the salmon from Fisherman's Hook. She likes seafood. Perfect. 3 hours later, the kitchen smelled of seafood soup, shrimp Rockefeller, and freshly baked honey butter biscuits. He lifted the lid from the pan with steamed vegetables and breathed in their delicious scent. "I don't know how to thank you." He knew better now than to try to pay her. Apparently, it offended her. I have different town events in mind. She winked at him. I'll be glad to help. If I am still in town then. The older woman eyed him as if she knew something he didn't. I think you will be. Strangely enough, the idea of staying in this small town with his nephews warmed his heart, and the image of the beauty next door warmed it even more. But could he trust she wouldn't leave as soon as her sister was back, maybe even with Dorian by her side? He winced from a sting of jealousy as he closed the door behind Mrs. Mackenzie. What do you think? He asked Princess, who strolled into the hall. Do we have a chance? The cat stretched and marched to the kitchen. I get it. What you think is it's time to feed you. He followed the cat and filled the bowl with pet food. Then he leaned and stroked her soft fur, and Princess purred as if she wanted to say that everything was going to be okay. He smiled as he straightened out. He was getting attached to a cat. His heart skipped a beat, he'd be seeing Cassidy soon. When his phone played a popular pop song in his jeans back pocket, he pulled it out. Premonition squeezed his rib cage as he eyed the number that his ex-wife had called from before. His finger hovered over the answer icon as he considered letting the call go to voicemail, but he wasn't a man to run away from his issues. Frowning, he swiped the screen. Please don't call me. I asked you this already. Do I need to change my phone number? Hello to you, too. The words came out tight, the way they did when she was disappointed with the yield of a project. I thought you'd be more welcoming after seeing the balance. He counted to 10 as he leaned against the counter. I appreciate what you did now. But I can't forget what you've done before. I can't trust you any longer. Let's leave the past in the past and go our separate ways. The cat, as if sensing his distress, left her food, approached Jonathan, and rubbed against his leg, meowing something. You could forget me so easily. A bitter peal rang at the end of that sentence. But I can't forget you. I need you. Can't you find it inside you to forgive me? He swallowed the same bitterness. But strangely enough, there was no razor-sharp pain inside him anymore. His heart had been crushed, but meeting Cassidy and getting to know her had started gluing the pieces together again. That's the thing. I forgave you. I just don't want to have anything to do with you. Ophelia, you're young, beautiful, and smart. You'll find plenty of men to deceive. But it's not going to be me anymore. Goodbye. This is not over. The line went dead. Jonathan slipped the phone back into his pocket and stared at Princess, who, by then, had returned to the food bowl. You don't think she'd dare to show up here, do you? The cat meowed something non-committal in response, sounding like she wasn't sure either. Chapter 11. For the entire morning, Cassidy's mood alternated from highs to lows and highs again. Joy expanded her chest at the thought of the lunch invitation from Jonathan. But then unease tightened it back up when she remembered the call from his ex-wife, and her own past insecurities surfaced. She did her best to concentrate on the translation as she hunched over her laptop on the sofa. But the letters jumped in front of her eyes, and all she could think about was Jonathan. Somehow, she managed to translate several pages, then rushed to the closet to choose an outfit. She settled on black slacks and a powder blue turtleneck that was supposed to accentuate her eyes. She added a silver bracelet and matching earrings that danced as she turned her head. Effortless, right? It had only taken her trying on every outfit in the closet about 3 times to get this effortless look. Good thing she didn't own many perfumes, or the result might be interesting. She snatched her coat and scarf. By the time she showed up on his porch, soda-sweet excitement bubbled through her. The door opened. You look beautiful, as always. Come on in. His smile warmed something inside her, despite the frosty air. She stepped inside, and as he helped her remove her scarf and shrug out of her coat, she breathed an enticing sense of shrimp and freshly baked biscuits coming from the kitchen. The lunch was delicious, especially the shrimp Rockefeller, but even more precious was every moment spent in his company. She didn't even have to talk to him. Just looking into his eyes, seeing his admiration for her made her heart soar. Despite being an introvert, she felt so much at ease with him she could imagine she'd known him her entire life. Just when she was about done with her plate, the ding-dong of the doorbell made her wince. "Are you expecting someone?" Was it her imagination, or was there a fleeting shadow over his face? His eyes narrowed a fraction as he got up. Maybe Trent came home early from school. Doubt echoed his words. Then he marched to the hall. That doubt reflected inside her, dulling the elation she'd felt just seconds earlier. Highly unlikely that school would be dismissed this early. Out of curiosity, she followed him. As he opened the door, a shapely blonde stormed inside. "I want you to give me another chance. You have to give me another chance." He cleared his throat. "I asked you not to come here." He turned to her. "Cassidy, this is my ex-wife, Ophelia. Ophelia, this is my friend and current neighbor, Cassidy." This was Ophelia? Cassidy swallowed a hard lump as she shifted from one foot to the other. This woman could have easily become a supermodel if she wanted. She was tall, nearly as tall as Jonathan, who was around 6 feet, and svelte, which became clear as soon as she removed her expensive fur coat. Those large emerald green eyes and high cheekbones could decorate a magazine cover. "Nice to meet you," Cassidy muttered as she nearly shrank into herself, though there was nothing nice about meeting this woman. So unfair that his ex looked like this. Cassidy glanced at her own simple outfit, her ordinary, okay, on the plump side, figure. How could she even hope to compete? Did Ophelia have to show up when Cassidy started hoping Jonathan might be returning her feelings? Really, God? Did this have to be how you show me to stop reaching for the unreachable? The woman sauntered to Jonathan and laid a hand on his chest. "I'll prove to you that I'm the same woman you fell in love with." The lump in Cassidy's throat grew bigger. She was clearly the third wheel here. She snatched her coat and shrugged into it, then put on her boots. I have to go." What did she have? "Oh yes. I have a tight deadline."
Bye.
Ophelia dismissed her with a wave of her hand without even looking at her. "Cassidy, wait." Jonathan stepped to her. "I really need to go." Cassidy slipped through the door and braced herself for the gust of air as cold as her heart now. Then she nearly tumbled down the porch and ran all the way to her sister's place. And stumbled into Dorian on her own porch. "Whoa." He steadied her. "What's the rush? Let's talk inside." She unlocked the door as fast as she could. He opened it for her. Once they were inside, she closed the door, ripped off her coat, and let it drop on the floor. Her heart nearly followed the garment. He picked her coat up and hung it up. Too bad he couldn't do the same for her heart. "Are you okay?" She rushed to the couch, flopped on it, and hid her face in her hands. "No." "What happened?" The sofa cushion sank beside her as Dorian sat near her. "I'm in love with Jonathan." Not a great time to realize it. Why?" He shifted closer. "I might lose him to the woman he loved first." He had to fix this. Jonathan had seen the look on Cassidy's face and followed her outside until he saw Dorian meeting her on the porch. Unwanted jealousy flared up again, and he had to let it go. He'd have to explain it to her, again, that there was nothing between him and Ophelia when Cassidy was alone. After a long conversation with his ex, he showed her to the door. Sending Ophelia on her merry way was difficult, but finally, she left. The cat meowed. "I know. I miss Cassidy, too." Jonathan picked Princess up and stroked the soft fur as he carried her into the living room. The next hour he spent working on his laptop, Princess curled up nearby as if she always belonged there. Company stuff. He kept his gaze fixed through the window, waiting for Dorian's car to leave as irritation was building up inside him. What was taking the guy so long? After Dorian left, Cassidy studied herself in the mirror and straightened her spine to its full capacity. She could mope around, or she could do something about this new development. She lifted a strand of her thin, frizzy hair and sighed. This would have to change first. She picked up herself and her cell phone and called the local hairdresser. Thankfully, there was a cancellation, so by this evening, she should have a new look. Then she whirled around near the mirror again and grimaced. Does this turtleneck make me look fat? The answer was that it wasn't the turtleneck. Cringing, she changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt, grabbed a towel, and marched to the gym room. As a former cheerleader, her sister took fitness to a new level and worked as a personal trainer. The room was equipped with exercise contraptions that Cassidy didn't know how to use, or wasn't even sure she wanted to use. Okay, she didn't want to use them. She zoomed in on the treadmill. The dog walked inside and settled comfortably on the carpet. Good for you. You don't have to run on this thing to get yourself back into shape. Okay, this should work, she muttered under her breath. She stepped on the treadmill. She'd never liked exercising, but neither did she want to lose the man she'd fallen for. She pressed several important-looking buttons, and the machine purred to life. The dog looked up, yawned, then put his head on his front paws and closed his eyes. So much for moral support and keeping me company. She started running. Just wait, when I take you for a walk next time, it's going to be a jog, not a walk, meaning you'll be jogging right beside me. The dog didn't even open his eyes. After a few minutes, she started panting, and her calves were hurting. Arg. Could her sister truly enjoy this? Sweat beaded Cassidy's forehead. She wiped it with a towel, the fabric soft against her skin, then placed it on the handle. Her phone rang in her sweats back pocket. She perked up, glad for the excuse to stop running, then shook her head and reduced the speed to walking. As she fished out the phone and saw Eileen's name on the screen, she smiled. Hello, Aileen. You sound weird. Like, out of breath. I'm running on a treadmill. Okay, this might be enough. She'd been running for a long time. As sweat trickled down her back, she glanced at her watch and shuddered. What? 5 minutes? Was something wrong with her watch? There was a pause. Then her friend said, for a moment there, I thought you said you were running on the treadmill. That's right. That's what I said. At least, she must be burning a lot of calories. She eyed the number on the tiny screen and calculated in her mind. That can't be. All this suffering, and she'd only burnt calories for a quarter of a biscuit? How did women like Ophelia stay that thin? They must be living on air and water. Another pause. But you don't like exercising. I don't. But I've got to do it. Cassidy panted. New Year's resolution? But, such doubt echoed in that word. It's been 2 weeks. Usually, you give up by now. I've got extra motivation. Cassidy grunted, then told her friend the story about Jonathan's ex. That explains it. Eileen's voice softened. Do you need me to come over? I could bring some cherry Turnov, she stumbled. Or not. Cassidy's mouth watered at the thought of desserts. Concentrate. That would be great, but I need to make it to the whole biscuit at least. Another pause. I think exercising is affecting you in a bad way. You don't make sense. Make it to the whole biscuit? I mean, burn calories for the whole biscuit. Gina should be back from school soon, too. Plus, I'm on a deadline. Okay. Really, don't stress this. I'm sure Jonathan likes you just the way you are. Besides, if he wanted to be with Ophelia, he would be. Right? Oh. That's the thing, he wanted to be with her. Ophelia was the one who left. Cassidy groaned, partially from the realization, partially from growing aches in her legs. I hope you can go shopping with me in Portland today or tomorrow. Oh, and it's going to be carrots and celery sticks for me for a while. That's horrible. I mean, being on a strict diet, not the going shopping with you. I'll gladly do the latter. I think I'll need to take a photo of this. I probably won't see you on a treadmill ever again. Gina's snigger made her look back. My niece and her attitude are here. I'll talk to you later. And thanks. Cassidy disconnected, placed the phone in her back pocket, and increased the speed to running. How did it go in school? She'd probably be seeing this treadmill in her sleep now. Okay, I guess. Wendy and her company don't talk to me anymore, but I'm fine with it. The girl edged in front of the treadmill. She looked way too radiant, considering her social life took a nosedive. We're having a double date tomorrow with Trent and his uncle. So I hope you weren't serious about carrots and celery sticks. Dead serious. Cassidy nearly ground her teeth. How did people actually enjoy that stuff? Ophelia probably lived in a gym, one of those people who thrived on endorphins. Wait a minute. She winced. What? We're having a double date tomorrow? Joy, not endorphins, surged through her, but then she struggled for breath. How was she supposed to lose 20 pounds in one day? Well, I'm not missing a date with Trent. A wistful smile appeared on Gina's face. They do serve salads in Tia Irma's. Oh, and you can stick to your carrot diet. They have a yummy carrot cake. That's not what I meant. Gina walked to her and turned off the treadmill, causing Cassidy to stumble at the sudden loss of momentum. My dear aunt, I'm all for a healthy lifestyle. But you look like you're about to pass out, and I'm not carrying you to the shower. Breathing fast, Cassidy slumped onto the carpet. I don't have strength left to walk to the shower. This treadmill should have been near the bathroom. Right. Gina handed her the towel, then shrugged out of her cardigan and tucked it under Cassidy's head. I'll go get you some water. You should stay hydrated. And start slowly. I'm responsible for seeing nothing happens to you while you are here. Actually, it's the other way around. Cassidy's throat was parched. But thank you for the promise of the water bottle. I'll get up in a minute to warm your dinner. Or 2 minutes, to think of it. Gina's lips widened. Don't worry. I'll warm up something myself. Thanks. Oh, and in an hour I need to drive, to the hairdresser. Gina left the room, shaking her head and muttering something about somebody getting overheated. Chapter 12. The next evening, as Jonathan stood at his neighbor's porch, he blinked. Then he blinked again. This couldn't be Cassidy, could it? Her blonde hair, that once flowed in cute curls down her shoulders, was now cut below her chin. And styled in the same way his ex-wife wore hers. While previously Cassidy had worn subtle makeup or no makeup at all, that he could see, now she went the opposite direction. Her eyelashes became so big and thick they hid her eyes, and purple eyeshadow gave him an uneasy feeling in his gut. Her scarlet lips matched fingernails that seemed to grow 3 times overnight. One wrong movement, and somebody might be missing an eye. Overall, the effect was a little scary. Finally, he recovered from his stupor. As he and Trent stepped inside, Jonathan glanced at Gina and gestured in her aunt's direction, asking silently what happened. Gina just spread her hands. Trent's eyes were big as he gawked. Whoa. Miss Cassidy, is that you? Yes. Cassidy's smile wobbled. I had a makeover. She looked at Jonathan with uncertainty. How do you like it? He searched for the right word. Frankly, he missed the old Cassidy, but he didn't dare to hurt her feelings. It's astonishing. Her scarlet lips were pressed tight, and her shoulders hunched as if she were bracing herself. Hopefully, she didn't have a stomachache or other ailment. Concern stirred inside him as he let Cassidy and her niece outside. Are you okay? Her scarlet smile forcefully uncoiled those taut lips. Yes. He'd anticipated this dinner the entire day, but now his rib cage constricted. She didn't look okay. Her black boots on impossibly high heels made her look taller now. But would she be fine walking on those? As if to answer his question, she stumbled as she stepped onto the porch where crispy air met them. His arm shot out to steady her. As he breathed in her sweet flowery scent and held her forearm, a warm wave spread inside him, and he leaned to her. Trent and Gina, who were already strolling down the steps holding hands, glanced back. We can wait for you two in the car if you need a moment to yourselves. No, Cassidy straightened. We'll be right there. She made a few unsure steps and staggered again. Oh, oops. He wrapped his arm around her waist to support her and, well, because he enjoyed the feeling of having her close. Maybe some things about her makeover weren't so bad. You know, I could carry you to the car, he whispered in her ear. His temperature increased despite the cold air. Oh yes, he'd enjoy it even more. Her eyes widening, she paused as if considering the idea. Then she shook her head. No thank you. Really, I can walk in these. See? She wobbled a few steps forward. Despite her reassurance, her foot slipped, and she gasped as her arms flailed. He swept her up to prevent her from falling. Let me do this. Please? She stared at him with her blue expressive eyes, making his breath go shallow. Then she nodded and wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you. It's so nice to have you here, not to let me fall. Breath caught in his throat for a different reason. While carrying her to the car, he felt something changing inside him. Just as she needed him when she stumbled, he needed her in his life. He couldn't explain when it had happened or even how he could try to make the relationship work. But he was certain that, from now on, he couldn't imagine his life without Cassidy in it. Or without Trent, Bryn, and even their pets, but that was a totally different story. This couldn't be his woman or his family or even his town, but as warmth enveloped them while he held her close, he knew they belonged together. There and then. Lord, can I trust you that somehow this is going to work out? Then it dawned on him. He didn't just stop trusting people after Ophelia's betrayal. He'd stopped trusting God. Before he could fully trust Cassidy and let her into his heart once and for all, he needed to trust God again. The path to the car was way too short for Jonathan's liking. Trent opened the front passenger door, and Jonathan placed Cassidy on the seat, ignoring his nephew's chuckle. Soon they were at the restaurant. He welcomed the delicious scent of fajitas and pulled out the chair for Cassidy while Trent did the same for his girlfriend. When Jonathan helped Cassidy remove her coat, he understood why she appeared so tense. Her red suit, a jacket and a knee-length skirt, was so tight she seemed to be taking small breaths only. No wonder, because if she took a deep breath, her buttons might pop out and hit somebody's eye. By the looks of it, Trent thought the same thing because he moved his chair to be out of her buttons' trajectories. The waitress brought the menus and took their drink orders, including Cassidy's water with lemon. Cassidy studied the menu, turned the page, frowned, then flipped back to the previous page. Maybe she needed a recommendation? But they'd visited the same restaurant recently, and she'd been way more excited about the food. While he wasn't a regular, he'd studied the menu and reviews online long enough to make a suggestion. They have world-class chicken fajitas here. Oh yes. Delicious. Trent closed his menu and dropped it on the table. That's what I'll be having. They come with rice, beans, side salad, and guacamole. Oh. She sighed wistfully. That sounds great, but I'll just have a salad and guacamole. Gina rolled her eyes. My aunt went on a diet and took up exercising. I'll have fajitas, too. Me, 3. Jonathan placed the menu on the table. While he was all for a healthy lifestyle and worked out at the gym regularly, he couldn't understand Cassidy's need to go on a strict diet. She was beautiful the way she was. As they gave their orders to the waitress who'd put drinks on the table, he smiled at Cassidy to give her encouragement. When he'd had his company, he'd overheard some of the female employees' conversations. He could never understand their obsession with diets or pounds and waist inches, or rather losing the latter. To him, it was never about a thin waist or shapely figure, though he'd happened to fall in love with a woman who'd had both. It was about the wonderful feeling inside him when he'd realized somebody truly cared about him. It was about the proverbial butterflies in the stomach when he'd kissed Cassidy for the first time. It was about mutual understanding and support and the desire to have her by his side. It was about the bond that formed between them and the children, and the way she seemed to care about his nephews. He leaned forward while she sipped her water. For what it's worth, I think you're gorgeous already. Every inch of you is perfect. Trent did a fist pump in the air. Good one, Uncle Jonathan. Cassidy brightened as she returned her glass to the table, but then her cheeks flamed up. You're just saying it. I mean it. He was eager to reach for her hand but thought better of showing a sign of affection in a public place. She seemed to be a little shy, and he had to respect that. He totally understood that women liked changing their appearance sometimes, and he used to have an employee who'd arrived with a new hairstyle and a new hair color every month. But he missed Cassidy's long, soft hair. He'd even imagined how silky it would feel when he ran his fingers through it. He missed her breathing normally and walking normally, though carrying her in his arms had been a definite plus. The waitress brought their steamy, except for Cassidy's, dishes, and he said grace. As he thanked God for all his blessings, he finally felt closer to the Lord. Everybody gave the food its due, and Trent and Gina chatted about something quietly. Well, Cassidy rather poked at her salad, and he suppressed a grimace. Most of all, he missed her lovely, sincere smile and her ability to enjoy every moment with him. He ached to bring that smile back. The fajitas were delicious, but he barely felt the taste. He was so in tune with her that he noticed the exact moment she stiffened even more and her eyes narrowed. He tensed as he followed her gaze, then relaxed somewhat. Ophelia, dressed in a body-fitting red dress, waved at him before leaning to some man and placing her hand over his. He resisted the urge to fall into his nephew's habits and roll his eyes. Ophelia obviously tried to make him jealous. So ridiculous. It just proved again how little he'd known the woman he'd once loved and even married. His gaze moved back to Cassidy, and his heart twisted. Did he know Cassidy much better? He'd nearly fallen in love with her in a matter of days while he'd known Ophelia for years, and look how that had turned out. Could he trust a woman he'd known for such a short time? He didn't understand the change in Cassidy, which maybe meant he couldn't understand her as well as he'd thought. For some time, they seemed to be simpatico in all things, and now they weren't. He scooped some brightly colored rice. A deep sigh left Cassidy's lungs as she took another sip of her water. She looks stunning. But she's not you. This time he didn't resist reaching out to her and taking her hand in his. And you're incredible. I want you to know that. Thank you. Her eyes lit up and then dimmed again as she removed her hand. He missed her touch immediately. What happened? Dorian got me an interpreting job. A very lucrative one. It starts after my sister returns. Huh. How nice of him. He did his best to ignore a sting of jealousy and infuse his voice with excitement. After all, he was glad for her. He really was. But based on her slumped shoulders, she didn't look excited at all.
Yeah.
It's in Russia. For a month. She pushed away her nearly untouched plate and searched his eyes. How exciting for you. But he didn't feel excited. He felt as if he'd been hit by a brick. He didn't want her to leave. I'll miss you, though. Emptiness expanded inside him just at the thought of not seeing her for so long. That was when he knew he'd given his heart to her, and she didn't even notice it. I haven't made a decision yet. She blinked fast as if resisting tears. I'd miss you, too. And the kids and pets. Something else was weighing on his shoulders lately. While he'd expected the connection at the cruise to be sporadic at best, the fact that his sister hadn't checked with him about the children again made his gut twist. His texts had been left unanswered, and premonition squeezed his heart as if his world was about to be turned upside down again. Cassidy unbuttoned her suffocating blouse and changed into her favorite t-shirt and old jeans. Oh yes. Finally, she could breathe again. How did women in previous centuries wear corsets? Feeling more comfortable, huh? Gina swapped one pair of jeans for another, looser pair. After Trent had told her he'd liked her the way she was, she'd stopped wearing those vertical striped pants. Thankfully. You have no idea. Cassidy walked to the bathroom mirror and removed the heavy fake eyelashes, then wiped away her makeup. Her stomach growled, but she resisted the urge to make a trip to the fridge. One wouldn't say she'd come back from dinner by the way her tummy asked for food. For a minute, she considered running on the treadmill as she walked out of the bathroom and sank onto the couch. Okay, maybe for several seconds, not the entire minute. Gina walked from the hall with a plate in her hands. Here. It's a sardine sandwich. You need to eat something. Cassidy took the sandwich and paused before saying grace. When she risked losing the man she'd fallen in love with like it had happened before, praying became difficult again. Gina sat down near her. Aunt Cassidy, why do you let this Ophelia's appearance affect you so much? Cassidy took a bite, then put the plate on the alder coffee table nearby. Childhood and teen insecurities, I guess. Getting my heart stomped on twice. And try growing up with a sister who was a cheerleader and a prom queen. I had plenty of reminders of being geeky, unattractive, unpopular, and unathletic. Gina snorted. Try growing up with her as your mother. I've been in her trophy room plenty of times. But remember what you said when I talked to you about feeling insecure and inadequate? As the conversation surfaced in her memory, Cassidy reached for the plate again and gave the sandwich its due. I said it's not about the sports trophies, as great as they are. It's about trophies of the heart. Gina smiled as she leaned against the sofa's back. You went on a mission trip that year and did a lot of pro bono translations. You did things that mattered, that helped somebody. You had those invisible trophies of the heart. Cassidy's heart warmed. Thank you. It inspired me to start a charity with Trent and to reach out to other girls who felt as neglected and unpopular as I was in school. My mother wanted me to become a cheerleader, but I felt I could become a mediocre cheerleader at best even if I gave it my all. Why do that when I could become a great scientist? Like you're a great translator. I look up to you, you know. Huh. She'd never considered herself as a role model. You do? I thought you looked up to your mother. She's so confident and beautiful. Gina snorted again.
Yeah.
After all those plastic surgeries. She still tries to look like she did 20 years ago, and Dad is getting tired of it. I heard them arguing. You, on the other hand, achieved so much. You have your own business that's doing great. You traveled the world. You help people. Cassidy's eyes widened. Gina had a point. Well, you just taught me something. You have no idea how much I needed this conversation. Maybe we can do each other's nails or something later. That sounds good. Your artificial nails look a bit scary. No offense. Gina grinned. Don't get me wrong. I think cheerleading is great. One of my friends is a cheerleader from a different town who joined our charity. She wanted to do something more, be something more than what everybody expected of her. I'm sorry I nearly shoplifted to become part of Wendy's company. Cassidy studied her niece. This girl did grow up so fast. I understand. You wanted to belong. Yes, but I wanted to belong with the wrong crowd. It's just like you said before that, if you can't find people to belong with right where you are, maybe you need to do extra work and find them somewhere else. Like you, I have a lot of online friends, and I tell them things you taught me. The world is a much bigger place than the local high school. Cassidy leaned in and gave her niece a hug. This was the best validation she could have received. This was so much better than her sister's room full of trophies that she used to envy once upon a time. I love you, Gina. Her heart squeezed when her niece hugged her back and replied, I love you, too. Cassidy winced at the doorbell and shifted back. I'll see who that is. Gina marched to the hall. Hi, Gina. Jonathan's voice caused Cassidy's heart to beat faster. I know we just said
Goodbye.
but I'd love to see your aunt again. Jolting upright on the couch, Cassidy cringed. She wanted to see him again, very much so, but she'd taken all those elaborate efforts to make herself look beautiful. And now. Come on in. With the extra perkiness in those words, Cassidy could almost see the girl smirk. "Thank you, my darling niece." Cassidy considered grabbing the tight suit and rushing to the bathroom to change again, but it was too late. He stepped inside the living room. Then his eyes widened, and he hurried to her. Before she knew it, he lifted her in his arms. "You look so wonderful." Her heart expanded in her chest, and she gawked at him. "I'm wearing an old t-shirt and jeans and no makeup. No fake eyelashes, but best not to mention those. And you look like you again. Except for," he glanced at her hair. "Well, never mind." He whirled her around a few times before placing her feet on the carpet. Her head was spinning for more reasons than one. Wait a minute. What a minute. She did her best to gather her runaway thoughts. He preferred to see her in a ragged, old t-shirt and loose jeans that probably added a few pounds she didn't need in the first place. It didn't make sense. He shifted from one foot to the other. "No offense, but I was scared your buttons might pop off and hit somebody in the eye." She straightened her spine. "What?" "Aunt Cassidy, that's why I chose not to sit opposite you." Gina gave her a sheepish smile. "Before you get upset, remember, I love you. I like you this way much more than what you were," he made a gesture in the air, "half an hour ago. You wouldn't say that if you knew how much that skirt and blouse cost, as well as those boots." If she continued adding pieces like those to her wardrobe, she'd have no choice but to take that interpreting assignment. Let's sum it up. She'd spent hours at the hairdresser's. Even worse, hours at the treadmill. She swallowed. Okay, maybe minutes at the treadmill, but they definitely felt like hours. All her effort went unappreciated. But then, what was she thinking, getting that ridiculous makeover? Now when she'd heard Jonathan and Gina, it sounded like such a crazy idea, especially getting a wardrobe she could barely breathe in. No wonder Aileen had done her best to talk her out of buying it. "I would because I like you being able to breathe." He hugged her again. "And eat. If I bring you some food, will you eat it?" By food, I mean something more substantial than salad. Gina cleared her throat. "Okay, I'll go do my homework." "Good idea, Gina." It took Cassidy a moment to find her voice as everything inside her woke up at his embrace. Her niece paused. "On second thought, maybe I should take all the wonderful pastries we have to my neighbor. I don't think I can eat them all by myself." Cassidy narrowed her eyes at her niece. Gina wasn't going to see Trent instead of doing her homework. Gina rolled her eyes. "Fine. Homework it is." She marched to her room. "I want to do something I thought of the entire evening." He stepped to her again, emotion darkening his eyes. Her heart fluttered as she breathed in his signature spicy scent and her entire being responded to his proximity. But then she said drily, "Besides being concerned that my buttons might pop and hit you in the eye?" He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, then smiled and claimed her lips with his, which probably was the best response. She forgot everything as she melted into his embrace and responded to his kiss, butterflies taking residence in her tummy. Only, somewhere very deep inside her mind, a question remained. Was she on the road to her happily ever after or the third heartbreak? Chapter 13. 6 days later, Cassidy's sister was back, looking even slimmer if that was possible. While she, her husband, and Gina went out to dinner, Cassidy hunkered down over her laptop, making final corrections. She'd politely refused the invitation because another emergency assignment from a regular client was due soon. Concentrating on the translation was difficult once again with her emotions in such turmoil. On one hand, she could leave Chapel Cove now if she wanted to. On the other hand, she didn't want to. The last few days were so amazing she couldn't imagine being anywhere else. A smile touched her lips. Jonathan had been attentive and showered her with flowers and compliments. She, Gina, and Jonathan's family had gone to the park, the movies, 2 restaurants, and shared wonderful evenings at home playing games, doing puzzles, and reading children's books to Bryn. Her chest expanded. She didn't remember the last time she'd been this happy, and each day she'd fallen more and more in love with Jonathan. He'd invited her to dinner tonight and said he had something important to tell her. Cassidy closed her eyes and opened them again as the image of Jonathan on one knee, with a box displaying a sparkling ring in his hands, kept appearing in her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. Could she hope that? Or was this too much too soon? They hadn't even admitted their feelings toward each other. She read the page about 5 times, then gave up and closed the laptop. Maybe a cup of coffee would help to clear her mind. She hurried to the kitchen and poured a cup of coffee from the pot her sister had made in the afternoon. As she breathed the enticing aroma, she added a vanilla-flavored creamer. Gina and Trent had acted all mysterious, but Cassidy had ferreted from Mrs. Mackenzie that Jonathan had driven to Portland yesterday and visited a jewelry store. He'd also mentioned to the older lady that he had a very important conversation tonight. As Cassidy took a sip of coffee, the same goofy smile pulled at her lips again. She knew what she was going to say if he popped the question. Well, moving to a big city was one thing that made her cringe. She'd fallen in love with her hometown again nearly as much as she'd fallen in love with Jonathan. But with his sister and her husband returning today, most likely he wouldn't stay in Chapel Cove for much longer. She drained the cup, placed it in the dishwasher, and squared her shoulders as she marched back to her room. Enough daydreaming. She had work to do. Gathering her willpower, she opened her laptop again and managed to concentrate on proofing her translation, somewhat. Finally, she sent the assignment off, closed the laptop, and got up from her chair. She needed to get ready for what was probably going to be the most important date in her lifetime. It would be in her memory forever. This morning, she'd replied to Dorian she wasn't taking that interpretation job overseas, so that was out of the way, too. The doorbell made her wince. Wide-eyed, Cassidy flung the door open and stared at the visitor. Ophelia? Without a greeting or an invitation to enter, Ophelia marched inside. This won't take long. Once inside, she turned around and waved a manicured hand. I heard about your fling with my husband. Cassidy's jaw dropped. Your ex-husband. The woman shrugged off Cassidy's comment. My ex-husband and my future husband, too. He was madly in love with me before, and I'm sure it won't take long for him to fall for me again. He's already falling for me. He just took pity on you and didn't tell you yet. Cassidy's legs didn't want to hold her any longer, so she leaned against the wall. Gathering her strength, she looked Ophelia in the eyes. I doubt that. He knows exactly who you are now. The boxer trotted into the hall and growled at the visitor. Sit, Cassidy said without expecting much. To her surprise, the dog sat down and didn't move while watching Ophelia, scowling from time to time. Obviously, he didn't like the visitor either. He'd get extra treats tonight. If that dog as much as sniffs me, you'll pay, literally. Then a mocking smile appeared on her scarlet lips. I returned most of what I took, and I came up with an excellent story on why I left him in the first place. Stroked his self-esteem, too. Men believe what they want to believe. Cassidy pulled her shoulders back. First, you don't give Jonathan enough credit. Second, I don't remember inviting you in. Third, how did you find out about me and Jonathan dating? Ophelia laughed, a melodic laugh that men probably found very appealing, like the rest of the beautiful package. Oh, it wasn't that difficult. Just spare yourself suffering. Jonathan was only passing time with you while he was in this tiny town because he needed your help with the kids. Oh, and seeing you in Tia Irma. Trying to look like me is flattering somewhat, but so pathetic. Grimacing, Cassidy glanced at her artificial fingernails. That was a mistake. As well as him dating you. It will be over soon enough. The dog growled again. Cassidy drew a deep breath for courage while her gut tightened. Jonathan will decide that and not you. Oh, come on. Don't you see it? You're just a boring overweight woman. Over 40, right? You probably thought Jonathan was your last time, but you chose the wrong man. Did you really think you could attract and keep a man like Jonathan? She snatched Cassidy's hand and dragged her to the mirror. Look at me and then at yourself. She smoothed her hands over her slim waist in a designer coat. Why would a man in his right mind choose you over me? Cassidy jerked her hand out of the woman's grasp at the same moment the boxer leaped to them, barking. It's okay, she told the boxer. Then she turned to Ophelia. I'm going to ask you to leave. Or I'll ask my dog to escort you out. Once he starts chasing you, I'm sure you'll make it to your vehicle extremely fast. Your choice. Those scarlet red lips thinned. You'll regret this. Cassidy opened the door and gestured outside while the dog moved closer and growled louder. Jonathan was mine and will be mine again. You'll see. The woman stomped outside. Turmoil in her heart, Cassidy closed the door, locked it, and looked at the pet. Let's go get you a biscuit. The dog barked his enthusiastic agreement. As he trudged alongside her to the kitchen, she did her best to keep her head high, but doubt started worming inside her, unwelcome and unwanted. No. She gave herself a mental headshake as she handed him a biscuit. I'm being silly, right, allowing Ophelia to get to me? While busy with the biscuit, the dog took a moment to bark his agreement. She needed to put the conversation out of her mind and get ready for what was probably going to be the most important date in her lifetime. It would be in her memory forever. She marched to the guest bedroom with the intention to go to the closet. Her phone ringing made her fish it out of her jeans back pocket. The corners of her lips stretched up again as she glanced at the screen and swiped it to answer. Hello, Jonathan. I can't wait to see you again. I'm sorry. I have to cancel dinner tonight. His voice sounded strange. Her heart fell. What happened? The question was on the tip of her tongue, but her natural shyness stopped her from asking it. Oh, okay. Sorry. Was it concern or guilt that clipped off the end of the word? I'll call you later, okay? She sank back onto the chair. Okay. As he disconnected, she stared at the phone's screen, her earlier elation gone. It was unlike Jonathan to be so abrupt. Maybe she should have asked him what was going on. Distraught, she walked to the window. Staring at the snow glistening in the dim lantern light could calm nerves sometimes, right? She peeped from behind the curtains. What? Her eyes widened, and she had to grab the windowsill not to fall. This couldn't be right. It couldn't be true. But it was right in front of her eyes. The house was so close to her neighbor's house that she could see their living room window from this room, and the curtains there weren't drawn. The picture was too clear. Jonathan and Ophelia were standing there, embracing, looking like they belonged together. Then Ophelia lifted on her tiptoes, obviously to kiss him. Her heart breaking in two, Cassidy stepped back and sank onto the tiled floor, cold as her insides. This was the reason he'd cancelled dinner, probably the reason he'd gone to the jewelry store, his ex-wife, not his plain, ordinary next-door neighbor. Could Ophelia's words be true then? No. 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 But Ophelia's hurtful words, echoing what Max had once said, rang in Cassidy's ears. The proof was in front of her eyes. His old feelings had returned. Right along with her low self-esteem. But why hadn't he told her sooner? Or was this the important conversation he'd hinted at? This was the third strike. Everything inside her numb, she grabbed her phone. She couldn't stay here another day, watching them together. Ophelia was gorgeous and suited him much better than Cassidy ever would. The ex, who could probably soon become his wife again, could organize social functions important for Jonathan's business in Boston that he no doubt would be getting back now, which Cassidy couldn't do. Though there was that issue of Ophelia once deceiving him, the woman obviously had great skills at manipulating men. Tears burned behind Cassidy's eyes, and she let them fall. She needed to talk to him before she'd fall apart. She needed to straighten this out before jumping to assumptions. She called him, but he didn't answer. Instead, she received a text from Ophelia. You lost. Jonathan and I are back together. She called Jonathan. Again no answer, which probably was an answer in itself. She couldn't go to him because Ophelia might still be there. Memories of Max's infidelity and his hurtful words rushed through her mind. He treated her well in the beginning, or she wouldn't have stayed with him for as long as she had. But in the end, he traded her for someone far more glamorous, at least according to the Chapel Cove grapevine. Ophelia's words rang in her ears, each word like a new stab to her heart. It was too painful to bear. Well, she wasn't going to sit there and suffer. Her hands shaking, Cassidy sent a text to Dorian. "That offer for the interpreting job, is it still open?" The reply came back quickly. "Yes. But you'd have to leave tomorrow." Her stomach tightening, she forced herself to get up from the floor. Moping around never helped anyone. Another text made her wince as she looked at the screen. Hope fluttered inside her. Could this be Jonathan, saying dinner was still on? Could what she'd seen in the window have some logical explanation? No. Dorian again. "You're welcome to go with me if you'd like to. I had a plane ticket for you open, hoping you'd agree. I can pick you up early tomorrow morning. Can you do that?" Her heart plummeted. She was so sure Jonathan was the man for her, but he chose a different woman. Okay, the same woman as he'd chosen before. What should she do? With Cassidy's sister back, Gina didn't need her anymore. She could spare Jonathan from long explanations and guilty conscience. Jonathan wasn't Max, and he wouldn't put her down. But she had to go somewhere where she was needed. Somewhere where she could get her self-esteem back and grow in her confidence so she could be an equal partner in love and in marriage. Maybe this was her chance. "Lord, please help me become the person you want me to be." The dog walked to her and licked her hand. "You don't need me anymore either, do you?" She hugged him briefly. "I'll miss you so much. I'd even give you all my chocolates, but they are not good for you. I'll miss so many people here." She blinked to stop tears from falling. The dog whined a little. Hopefully, that meant he'd miss her, too. She hesitated, then typed on her phone a single word she'd longed to say tonight in response to the question that would change her entire life. Then she sent the text to Dorian. That word was going to change her life, all right, but in a totally different way. Yes. Jonathan tossed and turned for most of the night, then gave up on sleep and stared at the ceiling. What was he to do? The news of his sister falling in love with somebody on the cruise and leaving her husband had hit him as sharply as news of Ophelia's betrayal originally had. Her husband going on a drinking spree added to the commotion. He'd spent half of the day yesterday doing his best to make them change their minds, to no avail. Talking to a drunken person had been nearly useless, but Jonathan had wasted hours hoping he could get through to his brother-in-law. Jonathan's long and desperate emails to his sister had gone unanswered and calls unreturned. As much as it had pained him to cancel dinner with Cassidy, he had to think about Trent and Bryn, who still didn't know what had happened. Kids needed their parents, and Jonathan's heart went out to them. Rattled, he sat up in his bed but didn't leave, reluctant to risk waking the children. His bed shook. What in the world? Oh, the cat now curled up near him. He stroked her soft fur. What are we going to do? Meow. That probably meant, how could she abandon me? I don't understand either. He resisted the urge to grind his teeth. Much less, how could she even consider leaving her children? Okay, Trent and Bryn weren't her biological children, but she did love them, didn't she? Don't worry. I'm not going to abandon you. Or the kids. Princess stretched as if that comforted her somewhat. Ophelia's visit yesterday had rattled Jonathan, too, though her attempt to comfort him and hug him might have been touching if not completely misguided. He'd moved away when she tried to kiss him and said his goodbyes to her. Hopefully, this time for good, as she'd promised to leave Chapel Cove and get on with her life. The lovely image of Cassidy appeared in front of him again, and he couldn't wait to call her. He had to let her calls go to voicemail while he'd made his pleas to his brother-in-law. But when Jonathan had tried to call her back yesterday, she hadn't answered. She'd probably been busy finalizing her translation. She sure had worked a lot, and he could respect her work ethics. He'd wanted to go talk to her, but then he'd given extra attention to Trent and Bryn, feeling guilty that their parents had behaved that way. He glanced at his watch as he lit up its screen and grimaced. 4:00 in the morning. Far too early. He rose on his elbow, opened the nightstand drawer where the engagement ring box stayed. Maybe he shouldn't have canceled dinner with Cassidy. Her silent support or her advice would have calmed his rattled nerves, would have helped him find the right answers. His heart squeezed. He needed her. More than that. He loved her. He had no doubt about that. Would she be open to staying in Chapel Cove with him, Trent, Bryn, and their pets, at least until things cleared up? His heart warmed. Cassidy was the one bright spot for him now, and he thanked God for her. Lord, please help sort this all out. I don't want the kids to suffer. Please keep Trent and Bryn safe in your care. And thank you so much for sending me Cassidy. Amen. He trusted God now. Despite worry for his nephews tightening his gut, he had to believe everything would work out in the end somehow. He'd been heartbroken when Ophelia had left, but she wasn't the woman for him. Cassidy was. The incoming call had him scrambling to grab the phone from the nightstand. Thankfully, he had it on silent. His sister's name on the screen made him frown. Well, he had a lot to say to her. He swiped the screen to answer. I hope you're calling to say you're coming home, he whispered, careful to keep his voice down. Then he got up, closed the door, and returned to the bed. I can't. A low huff followed the firm words. You know he doesn't want to have the burden of children. What are you doing? I understand if you don't love your husband anymore, but how can you leave your children? Despite the anger, he managed to keep his voice low. It breaks my heart, but they are not my children. I'll still visit them. Visit? Had he truly just heard her say that? Do you think it's enough? He gripped the little phone so tightly its edges cut into his fingers. How could his sister be doing this? She must be blinded by love for that man she'd met. He couldn't find another explanation, still couldn't comprehend this was the girl he'd grown up with abandoning her family in ways worse than Mom ever had. Listen, it's difficult for me, too. But I finally want to start living my life. Our marriage was on the rocks for a while. Can you take care of them a while longer? Something that might have been a stifled sob, or maybe a silenced twinge of guilt interrupted her. Until my husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, comes to his senses. Once upon a time, Jonathan lived and breathed his corporate job. But not any longer. Now, he wasn't even sure he wanted to start a large company or regain his own. His childhood memories appeared in front of his eyes. Maybe a small welding business right here in Chapel Cove? Plus some consulting online. Lord, is this where you're leading me? His nephews came first. He didn't remind his sister that biologically they weren't his nephews. The moment he'd met them, he'd treated them like his own blood. That wasn't going to change now. Thankfully, his sister and her husband had signed papers allowing him to take care of Trent and Bryn in their absence before they'd started spending vacations in Boston with him. Of course, I'll take care of them. He jumped out of bed and paced the room. But you're the one who should come back to your senses. I have a right to be happy, too, she snapped. Most of our marriage, well, except for the first years, he cheated on me while I was raising his children. Now I've met someone who explained to me that I don't have to live like that any longer. Compassion stirring him, he drew a deep breath. I'm sorry. I should have realized you were this unhappy. I should have helped you more. You were busy with your job. It was all you talked about. And when that thing happened with Ophelia, you were so crushed, a sigh reverberated down the line. The cruise was our last desperate attempt to reconcile. He winced from a stab of guilt. He should have intervened a long time ago, instead of concentrating on his career to the point of nearly neglecting everything else. Taking care of Trent and Bryn once a year for 2 months wasn't good enough. Can you find it in you to think about Trent and Bryn? That's why I'm calling. Please take care of them until. As her voice trailed off, he stopped pacing and stared into space. Until what? I don't know. The words came out so low he wouldn't have heard them had he still been pacing. I guess until I can talk him into accepting me with children or until my soon-to-be ex sobers up. Something. A firmness almost overrode her obvious desperation. I'm finally feeling loved and appreciated. I can't give it up. He tried to work up enthusiasm for her finding her soulmate. But he couldn't. How could he explain to the kids that, instead of returning from the cruise, their parents just, well, checked out? Apparently, neither can you sleep. You're a great brother. You'll make a great father, too. She disconnected. He pulled on jeans and slipped the phone into his back pocket. Well, no way he could fall asleep now. For the next hours, he worked on starting up a consulting business. Disappearing into his work helped him calm the turmoil. When the sun filtered through the curtains, he walked into the kitchen and made coffee. But as the aroma spread through the room, the night conversation still made him cringe, and walls started closing in on him. He pulled on a sweater, boots, and grabbed his coat. While he wouldn't leave the children alone, at least he could step out on the porch. Frosty air met him as he walked outside, and he took a deep breath. Then he stopped in his tracks. Dorian's car was parked on the curb near Cassidy's sister's house, and the man was opening the door for Cassidy? Looking down as she slipped inside Dorian's vehicle, she didn't seem to notice Jonathan. His jaw slackened. What was going on? Were they going out for a friendly breakfast? She might be upset because of him canceling dinner. Knowing about her insecurities, he shouldn't have canceled it. His phone signaled an arriving text, and he pulled it out of his back pocket. Cassidy. He hurried to open the text. I tried to call you. I'm leaving for the interpreting assignment overseas. I wish you and Ophelia the best. His heart crushed for the second time, he nearly ran after the fast disappearing car, the one leaving only fumes, regrets, and pain. No, that wouldn't help. He jumped into his car and turned the key in the ignition, then forced himself to think rationally. He couldn't leave the kids asleep in the house and take off like that, no matter how much he wanted to. When Trent and Bryn woke up, which should be soon, he'd tell them what he wanted to do. Besides, Trent might get more detailed information from Gina about her aunt's trip. Cassidy made her decision, and she'd gone about it in a strange way. At least she could have told him to his face instead of breaking up via text. He'd trusted Cassidy. He'd given his heart to her. Now his happiness was disappearing in the distance. He could hardly take his next breath. Could this be some kind of misunderstanding? Or had he lost her forever? Did she make the right decision? Her heart heavy, Cassidy stared out the window at the snow-covered hills as they passed a mile marker telling her they were 10 miles away from Chapel Cove. You really love him, don't you? Dorian's voice reached through her mental fog. I do. No point denying it. She'd left part of herself in Chapel Cove, and she'd never get it back. Her niece had tried to talk her out of leaving, but what was the point? Admitting to herself she'd loved and lost again was difficult enough without having to look at him and Ophelia together. At least, she'd made her niece promise not to tell her boyfriend about Cassidy's leaving until after Cassidy had been gone. Then why didn't you stay? Dorian shot her a puzzled glance, his brows pinching together, before he refocused on the road. Her shoulders hunched. His ex-wife returned and she couldn't push another word past the lump in her throat. Oh. I see. Then it's his loss. I'm sure there was a reason why it didn't work out between him and his ex the first time. And he'll never find another wonderful woman like you. He flexed his fingers on the steering wheel before muttering, I know that now. Wonderful woman. Jonathan had given her plenty of compliments, too. But they felt like empty words now. Her phone buzzed in her purse, and she took it out and looked at the screen. Jonathan. Her pulse increased, and she longed to answer him. But why open a wound that didn't even have the chance to close yet? She slid the phone back in her purse. If she talked to him, she would be tempted to return. She was tempted to return already. Her gut twisted, she stared out the window at cedars dusted with snow. She had a long time to think, and she wasn't sure whether it was a good or a bad thing. Why wasn't she ecstatic that her first love had returned, safe and sound, and even willing to rekindle old feelings? If anyone had told her she'd be able to have a second chance with Dorian years ago, she'd probably have died from happiness on the spot. Well, she was glad that Dorian and Ty were fine, she really was. And it didn't even sting as much as it could have that they had nearly cheated on her behind her back. She let out a shaky sigh. She wouldn't have been happy with Dorian. Because of his adventurous spirit, she'd constantly tried to change herself in her teens, tried to be worthy of his affection. She'd wanted to belong to that popular crowd, to belong with Dorian so badly she'd done her best to squeeze herself into the tight and uncomfortable clothes of a confident, adrenaline-seeking person. She'd never be the same way she'd tried to squeeze herself into a tight suit for Jonathan. After all, one of the most popular guys in school had chosen her, an awkward nerd, so how could she miss that chance for self-validation? Early or late, that costume would have suffocated her, little by little, made her suffer. It had already affected her badly when she'd gone through a bulimic stage. She'd hated herself for so long for not going with Dorian that fateful day, for deciding to be her cautious self when, in reality, she'd done the right thing. She was so angry with God after losing both Dorian and Max. But the truth was, she wouldn't have been happy with either of them. This wasn't God's plan for her. She wasn't the party junkie and socialite Max had looked for, and as much as she'd tried to fake it, she couldn't succeed. She didn't need to. It wasn't who she was, and Max had done her a favor by breaking up with her, though it definitely hadn't felt like that at the time. She drew in a deep breath. It was the opposite with Jonathan. He'd already seen her embarrassed and clumsy, and she didn't need to prove anything to him. Except when she'd done her best to pretty up herself. She closed her eyes and opened them. How embarrassing. She'd gone exactly the same route she'd taken with Dorian and Max before. Instead of following her own path, she'd tried again to change herself to please someone else. But just when she thought Jonathan valued her for what and who she was, he'd proved her wrong. He'd preferred staying with Ophelia. Or had he? Could it all be her own insecurities and Ophelia's manipulation? Jonathan wasn't like Max at all. If she carefully searched her memory, there had been signs of Max's infidelity. Jonathan had never given her a reason to doubt him. Or maybe she was just kidding herself. Her phone rang again. Do you want me to talk to him so he'll stop bothering you? Dorian extended his hand. She might as well answer. She fished out her phone, hesitated a moment, then swiped the screen. I tried so hard to become like Ophelia in order to appeal to you, she said the words fast. But no time at the treadmill or trying to fit in skinny outfits would make me like her. I don't want to be like her. I want to be me and to be valued for who I am. If Jonathan couldn't love her for her, would it be love at all? Cassidy, listen, if you still love Dorian. She rolled her eyes like Gina would. Right, put it all on her. I really wish you the best. Give my regards to the kids and pets. I'm sorry I left without saying
Goodbye.
A knife turned inside her. She'd miss them so much. She'd miss them all. I will. His voice softened. But I think we need to talk. I can't let you go like this. She didn't need any explanations because it only hurt more. And maybe she needed some time alone to figure it all out. But she didn't want to lose him either. Dorian snatched the phone from her while keeping his left hand on the steering wheel. You're done. Don't call her again. Then he disconnected and returned her phone. She stared at it as the car ate up the miles and emptiness inside her grew. Chapter 14. Jonathan couldn't let Cassidy go like this, without trying one more time. Thankfully, Trent and Bryn had woken up early and had the same opinion, especially after he had to tell them their parents weren't coming home anytime soon. He'd never seen either one of them get ready so fast. I'll be right back. Fully dressed, already in boots, Bryn dashed to the living room. Trent shrugged into his blazer. We should make it. I talked to Gina, and Miss Cassidy's plane leaves in 2.5 hours. Jonathan sent his older nephew a grateful glance. God willing, we will. Ready? Bryn appeared from the living room. Jonathan cringed as his nephew clung to the cat. Bryn, seriously? We can't leave her alone, can we? The boy lifted pleading eyes. He thought about the hamster and fish and nodded. Okay, but if she escapes somewhere, who is going to be chasing her? We all will. Trent opened the front door, and the cold air rushed inside. Jonathan nodded his agreement. After the difficult morning conversation with the boys, Jonathan didn't have the heart to deprive the child of this small joy. A stab of guilt made him wince as they all hurried to his brother-in-law's family sedan. It wasn't right to drag them along with him, and they might not make it back in time for them to go to school and kindergarten. But the boys had begged him so much to go with him he couldn't tell them no. It was as if they clung to him now after knowing that their parents had basically abandoned them. Seconds later, he turned the key in the ignition. As the motor revved to life, he took off away from the place that had become dear to him. So dear, that he could easily imagine living here with Cassidy and the boys. From what he'd done at night, it looked as if the consulting business was going to take off, and either way, he had more than enough to tide him over and even donate to his charity until it did. Thanks to that stock soaring and Ophelia returning most of the funds, he also had enough to buy a large house in Chapel Cove if his brother-in-law and sister put claim to the one the boys lived in now, as well a new car for Trent. Not to mention the college fund he'd started for Trent would be fully funded now. Of course, he hoped and prayed that his sister would come to her senses and return and her husband would do the same. But Cassidy. Her lovely image stood in front of his eyes while he left the green welcome to Chapel Cove, where life begins sign behind him. He didn't want to let that dream go. Even if she had different ideas, he couldn't be mistaken about the feelings he'd seen in her eyes, could he? He'd found the woman he belonged with. He was certain of that. Lord, please help Trent and Bryn. And if you meant Cassidy for me, please help me get her to return to me. I love her, Lord. Amen. Despite the despair inside, he had to hope that God would make this right. It was difficult, but he trusted God now. Jonathan's heart sank even lower when he glanced at Trent, then back at Bryn, and found them both sulking. Slowing down around a curve, he tried to find the right words. Bryn, are you okay? That didn't sound nearly good enough, but it was all he could come up with. My first mommy left me. Why did God take away this mommy from me, too? Was it because I was a bad boy and broke the cup yesterday? I'm so bad that I don't deserve a mommy? The child's words broke his heart. No. Certainly not. Jonathan infused his voice with all the warmth he could. Having a conversation with a kid in the back seat while keeping his attention on the road was so difficult that he questioned pulling to the shoulder and stopping. Uncle Jonathan, please keep going. We need to get there in time. Seeming to understand his dilemma, Trent turned to his brother as much as his seatbelt allowed him. It's not our fault she left. She'll come back. You'll see. Jonathan resisted the urge to grind his teeth. Being angry with his sister didn't help anything. We don't want her to come back. Trent's voice dipped lower. Unless you're in a hurry to leave. Huh? Jonathan sat up straighter. Are you kidding me? I don't want to leave you at all. I love you. I mean it. The road before him was straight, so he allowed himself a quick glance back. Bryn peered at him, his chubby face far too serious for his age. We love you, too, Uncle Jonathan. The boy's soft voice warmed his heart.
Yeah.
Summers with you were the best time of our lives. Except for this time. Trent's words warmed it further. Jonathan did his best not to let it go to his head as he steered the car around a sharp curve. The best time of my life, too. Your dad means well, though. You should give him a chance. Dad always cared more about chasing skirts than about us. Trent said it as a statement, no emotion, just, well, undeniable fact. We were a burden to him he didn't need. You're not a burden. You're a treasure. Both of you. How could those who should have taught them their precious worth instead bring these boys to think such things? The warmth in Jonathan's heart chilled, and he resisted the urge to shiver as that chill sluiced through his veins. For what it's worth, I'd be honored to be your father. You're great kids. But, the rearview mirror reflected Bryn's face, his lower lip trembling. All the other kids have their mommies with them. What was he supposed to say? His recently renewed faith was still fragile, and this was an enormous hit on it. But he had to hold on. Let's pray. I don't know why this is happening, but I have to believe God will bring something good out of this. God, please send a mommy who will stay with me. The child's features softened a little. I want to be a captain even more now. My mommy got lost, so I'll find her and bring her home. Tears welled in his eyes, and he blinked fast, reluctant for Trent to notice them. Lord, please help us. Amen. Amen, Trent echoed. I don't want to sound bad, but I mean it. I don't want her to come back now. If she found her happiness, and we're in her way, she can have it. Don't say such things. Jonathan kept his voice soft as he made a turn. But from what he'd picked up, his sister had paid little attention to the boys these last 2 years, and he couldn't blame Trent for his attitude. She made a mistake. Trent snorted and whispered, probably so Bryn wouldn't overhear.
Yeah.
She did. I heard her telling Dad she made a mistake marrying him. Can Miss Cassidy be our new mom? Bryn's pleading interrupted any response Jonathan could come up with. A lump clogged his throat. This would be a dream come true, and not only because he wanted her so desperately by his side. While he'd always considered the boys his nephews and loved them as if they were his own, officially they weren't blood related. If his sister didn't come back and his brother-in-law continued drinking, adopting the kids while being single would be much more difficult than while being married. Cassidy left you. She's off to travel the world. Do you think she'd be eager to return when she learns of the additional luggage? He did his best to ignore the voice in his head. Let's take it one step at a time, okay? Ms. Cassidy is cool with me. Just sayin' a dot. Trent perked up, sitting taller in his seat and then tipping his head toward Jonathan, one eyebrow raised.
Oh no.
The boys were already attached to Cassidy. Jonathan's heart ached. If he didn't manage to convince her that she belonged with all of them, their little hearts would be crushed for the 3rd time. Too many times for anybody, especially for the kids. He said another prayer. 90 minutes later, Jonathan pulled into a parking bay at Portland Airport. He placed the cat in a bag, took Bryn's little hand, and rushed the 3 of them to the entrance. It took some time reading the tableau and weaving between passengers before he made it to what he thought was the right terminal. His heart fell. If they already checked in, we won't be able to go there. Have faith. They might have gone to have breakfast first. Trent waved to the cafes emanating delicious scents of coffee and freshly baked pastries. Lord, please, 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 help us. Jonathan scanned the crowds. I see Miss Cassidy. There. Bryn screamed, turning a few heads. Jonathan's heartbeat picked up speed as he spotted Dorian and Cassidy at a table in a little cafe to the left. Dorian was talking about something. But her gaze was distant as she stared out the window, and the corners of her lips were turned down. She didn't seem too excited to leave. Could he hope? His steps slowed as he found himself holding his breath. Before he was able to say a word, Bryn torpedoed to her. Miss Cassidy, we missed you. Her lower lip trembled, but a smile brightened her face as she knelt and hugged him. I missed you, too. But what are you doing here? She looked up, and her blue eyes became misty. When they met his, a soft little sound whooshed past her lips. Jonathan and Trent strode to the table. Dorian, would you please give us some time alone? Jonathan kept his voice firm. Dorian glanced at Cassidy as if asking what she wanted him to do. She gave him a quick nod. A meow sounded from the bag. Cats were allowed at the airport, weren't they? Thankfully, Bryn solved his dilemma by saying, meow. Sometimes Bryn imagines he's a cat. Trent shrugged. Dorian chuckled, obviously unconvinced, and leaned to Bryn. There's a nice sandwich place nearby. How about we go get something to snack on and to drink? Dad, I mean, Uncle Jonathan, can we? Bryn clambered to him. The lump grew bigger in Jonathan's throat at the child's slip. Of course. He shook Dorian's hand. Maybe the guy wasn't that bad. Thanks, man. Anytime. Dorian placed his hand on the kid's shoulder and guided him toward the small cafe further away. Trent followed them with the cat in the bag. From time to time, Bryn remembered to meow. His heart beating fast, Jonathan took his place near Cassidy. As he gazed into her luminous eyes, he wanted to say so much, and yet he couldn't utter a single word. She started speaking first. I'm sorry I left without saying
Goodbye.
to you and the boys in person. It was childish of me. Even if. What? Never mind. I'll miss you all. More than I realized. Her lower lip trembled slightly. Searching her eyes, he squeezed her fingers. Don't go. I don't want to lose you. She leaned toward him, so much emotion in her eyes, and he believed she considered returning. His phone beeped with an incoming message. He was about to ignore it when intuition insisted he open it. His eyes widened at the words. Ophelia had just had an accident. She begged him to help her. Even if she'd been manipulative in the past, did he have it in him to leave a woman in need to her own devices? Torn, he faced the woman he'd grown to love. Ophelia needs me. Cassidy's mouth twisted. Sure, she does. Beautiful, capable Ophelia needs you to run to her rescue. No, no, no. He was losing her again. And what if the text was just Ophelia's usual manipulation? There's nothing between us. But there was, and there might be in the future. Her eyes became shadowed. What could he do to bring that moment back when he'd sensed she'd wanted to return with him? I have feelings for you. But you have feelings for Ophelia, too, don't you? And remember how you doubted me when Dorian returned? For a relationship between us to work out, you need to trust me. Completely. Indignation flared inside him. This was about something more than Ophelia's return. Were Cassidy's insecurities so deep-rooted that she preferred to run away from them rather than risk pain again? Maybe it's you who needs to trust me completely. I'm not Max. I'm not going to cheat on you, mock you, or leave you. Why is it so hard for you to believe me? His phone beeped again, but he didn't pay attention to it. Her eyes widened. No. I don't know. I need to be sure. I need to think. I need to know. Meanwhile, Ophelia waits for you. I also have somebody who needs me and my help, and it's good to feel needed. A stab of jealousy caused him to flinch. Who? A client. Adoption papers that need to be translated urgently, besides other things. She hesitated. I'll pray for you. He stepped to her. Cassidy. This couldn't be the end, could it? His gut twisted. Tears welled in her eyes, but she shook her head. Then she turned around and left, shattering his heart again. The next morning, Cassidy sank onto a plastic chair near her bags. Dorian and she had a 3-hour layover in Amsterdam, and she might as well rest while he'd gone to get coffee. During the long flight, she hadn't gotten a wink of sleep, unlike Dorian, who'd slept through most of it as if he didn't have a care in the world. Her thoughts were rushing through her head like the passengers here, everyone hurrying in their own direction. Had she made the biggest mistake of her life? Her fingers gripped the chair's smooth edges while the aroma of freshly baked croissants reached her from a man sitting nearby. In her mind, she was far away from this place. She'd believed Jonathan when he'd said there was nothing between him and Ophelia. Then why hadn't she gone back with him? She should have, shouldn't she? Okay, she wasn't sure there wouldn't be something between him and Ophelia soon. No, not that. Or not only that. The woman's spiteful words had hit Cassidy where it had hurt the most. Here we go. Dorian handed her a cup of coffee. Thank you. Fingers wrapped around the warm, smooth surface, she took a sip of the sweet, flavorful liquid and studied his handsome profile as he sat down. She'd thought for such a long time how her life would have turned out differently if only Dorian or Max hadn't left her. How happy she would have been. She was obsessed with if onlys. Tired? Dorian smiled at her. Yes. A little. Once upon a time, that smile had made everything tremble inside her. Now it only caused a little sweetness, like the foam at the top of her cup that was gone quickly. Her life would have turned out exactly the same way had she married him or Max. No, not the same. She would have had additional pain. Those marriages wouldn't have worked, and they would have gone their separate ways. You know, we were teenagers crazy in love, but there's not much in common between us. There are no sparks now. She voiced her thoughts as she took another sip. Dorian's eyes darkened. Speak for yourself. I'm still attracted to you. Nostalgia overtaking her, she stretched her tired legs. But you don't love me anymore. Maybe you're just attached to beautiful memories of when we were young and full of hopes. With time, we would have fallen out of love. We might have stayed friends, but not more than that. In fact, I think you and Ty are much more suited to each other, but for some reason, you don't see it yet. Don't tell me you're becoming a matchmaker. The familiar mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Well, somebody needs to lead you two in the right direction. She gave him a small friendly shove. His phone beeped, and he fished it out of his pocket. Excuse me. It's about work. Sure. She nodded. And what about Max? The memory didn't cause the sharp pain it once used to. She loved him so much that she believed he loved her, too, and that they could make it work. She glanced at a young couple where a plain-looking girl placed her head on a handsome guy's shoulder while he was ogling women passing by. Then he straightened up, causing her to look up. Listen, would you mind bringing me a sandwich? His tone was rather of a command than a request, and compassion stirred inside Cassidy. Sure. The girl rushed to do his bidding while the man flashed a grin to a well-shaped woman in tight jeans. Max had wanted to party and socialize, and Cassidy was the one who'd wanted a cozy house and children. He just allowed her to care for him and feed him dinners. She tried to fit him into a mold he didn't want to fit into. Their relationship wouldn't have lasted. They were going in separate directions. It was useless to try to drag him into hers. Not to mention his cheating and his belittling words. God had spared her a lot of pain when Max had broken up with her. Thank you, Lord. So why had she stayed with Max? Okay, he treated her well for a while, but there had been more to that. Back when she was 35, she probably felt he was her last chance. Yes, women married at 50, 60, and even 80 these days. But I'd felt that if I didn't marry Max, that would be it for me. I didn't want to think that maybe God didn't mean this man for me. I was impatient. I didn't wait for God's perfect timing. And she didn't wait for the man God had meant for her, a man who could love her for who she was, insecurities and all. She drained the rest of her coffee and placed the empty cup in the trash. As she returned to her seat, she spotted the girl bringing a bag with a sandwich to the young guy. Based on their features, they didn't look like brother and sister, and there was so much love shining in her eyes, that more compassion expanded Cassidy's chest. That girl was so eager to please her man, just like Cassidy had been once upon a time. Then it dawned on her. She'd measured her self-worth by what people she loved wanted to see in her, or she thought they had. Once, Jonathan had told her he'd measured a man's self-worth by his bank account, and thankfully, that had changed. It wasn't about the size of the bank account or the size of the waist, but about the size of her heart. She was precious in God's eyes, just the way she was, and that was what should matter. She recalled Gina's words about trophies of the heart, and Trent's ability to see her true beauty even when she didn't, growing up with the mother who'd scolded her for her lack of physical beauty, in her mother's opinion. Before Cassidy had left, her sister had talked about having another plastic surgery. Jonathan's words how he liked Cassidy better before her makeover rang in her ears. Her cheeks flamed at the memory of her ridiculous makeover, a moment of temporary insanity. Her gaze shifted to a teenage girl in a seat to the left who was looking at the page of a magazine, an ad with a super thin and super gorgeous model. A wistful sigh left the girl's lungs. A low murmur of the guy somewhere behind her who'd been bragging about getting the latest Hot Wheels to someone on the phone reached her. Cassidy's eyes widened as the realization hit her. Everything fell into place. The issue wasn't that Dorian or Max didn't love her for who she was. They didn't even truly know who she was because she'd pretended to be someone she'd thought would appeal to them. The issue was that she hadn't accepted herself the way she was, at least not when she'd been with them. It wasn't Jonathan who needed to value her for who she was, though he probably had, based on his words and deeds. She needed to learn to value herself. Why do we base our opinions about ourselves on what other people think about us? Why do we want to be liked by other people so much we forget to like ourselves, to value what God gave us? It was so simple that it was shocking it had taken her so long to realize it, to admit it to herself. Her gaze shifted to an older couple with a man hugging his wife. Then to a 30-something couple with rambunctious boys. The man lifted the younger boy on his shoulder, then placed a kiss on his wife's cheek, causing a smile to blossom on her face. This was what Cassidy wanted and deserved. She deserved to be loved for who she was, with a forever kind of love, and to have a family based on love, compassion, mutual understanding, and trust. It probably was impossible, but she'd love to help raise Trent and Bryn, too. She pulled her shoulders back. It wasn't that she needed Jonathan to complete her. She was a complete person already, a fabulous one at that. It was that they could be better and happier together. The old Cassidy would be too insecure anytime Ophelia or another woman called him. The new, more confident Cassidy could make Jonathan happy. She made a few new resolutions. Besides exercising her body, she'd exercise her soul. And she'd start to like and accept herself the way she was. She'd spend each day doing at least one thing that brought her joy. Hopefully, those kinds of resolutions she could stick to. God, thank you for helping me realize this. Squaring her shoulders, she leaped to her feet. What happened? Dorian slipped his phone back into his pocket. I'm sorry, but I'm going back. Once the decision formed, she felt as if she could breathe freely again. What if you find him with Ophelia? Dorian frowned as he got up. Then I'll know Jonathan wasn't the man for me. I don't think I will, though. Her stomach tightened. But there probably won't be any tickets. He snatched the bags. There might be cancellations. And if business class is available, I'll buy it for you. An apology for dragging you here while your heart stayed in Chapel Cove. Or maybe a part of a wedding gift? He winked at her.
Way.
Too early for thinking of a wedding, but a girl could hope. Thankfully, there was a cancellation in business class, and true to his word, Dorian bought her a ticket. We don't have much time. How fast can you run? The answer was not too fast. She really needed to stick to that resolution to start jogging. Puffing, she sprinted beside him. I feel bad about the job. I've never backed out of an assignment before. Besides, I don't want you to have issues for referring me. He waved at her. Don't worry. I speak the language well enough to take care of this. Her eyes widened. So, you really didn't need me? Oh, I did. Just not in the way you thought. Now, we need to hurry. Lord, please help me. She ran faster than she'd ever had in her life. The next evening, Jonathan winced as he stared at a fresh cut on his finger. Mrs. Mackenzie placed a wrinkled hand on his forearm, then took the knife from him with her gnarled fingers. Let me make the salad. The cat wandered into the room and said meow, as if hinting that even she would be better at making a salad than Jonathan, in his current condition. The air filled with a vegetable aroma as the old lady worked fast. I can't believe Cassidy left. I thought she loved me. He sank onto the chair. He had a few minutes before picking Bryn up from his playdate. The only good news was that Ophelia had left for Boston. It probably had helped that the private investigator had sent him information about the guy she'd run away with leaving her, and cozy pictures of her with a different man who'd probably tired of her machinations soon enough. Surely, the emergency she'd texted him about had been made up. I'm sure Cassidy loves you. But sometimes, we have to walk away to realize how much we want to come back. We might not know the place where we truly belong until we leave it. Mrs. Mackenzie's soft assurance soothed his nerves somewhat. He groaned. I can't wait the entire month for her. Even a minute without her is unbearable. And what if? What if she never returns? I don't suppose you'd consider learning Russian and going after her? Mrs. Mackenzie winked at him. He straightened his shoulders. I did learn a few phrases, but... The doorbell made him rush to the front door. He opened it and stared for a moment, afraid that, if he blinked, the beautiful image would disappear. He couldn't say a word, so he just waved for her to come in. Cassidy stepped inside, her eyes misty. I'm sorry I left. He had to restrain himself from taking her into his arms as he helped her remove her coat and scarf. But you came back. He'd wanted it so badly he still had difficulty believing it. I feel I need to pinch myself to make sure you're not a beautiful mirage. Here we go. Trent pinched him as he passed by, making him wince. Ms. Cassidy, glad you're back. But I kinda knew you'd be. Then his nephew knew more than he did. Jonathan rubbed his forearm. Thanks. Trent sniffed the air. Dinner smells nice. Then he looked from his uncle to Cassidy and back. I'll go pick up Bryn from his playdate. As his nephew disappeared behind the front door, Jonathan shifted toward Cassidy. Does it mean that? She sank against the wall. I called Gina from my stopover. She said you weren't with Ophelia. There's nothing between us, and she already left Chapel Cove. Her emergency turned out to be a trick. A relieved sigh left her lungs. That's what I hoped for, but... I finally realized something. I thought about Gina and how she wanted to belong so badly she nearly committed a crime. And Gina told me about your sister. We all want to be loved and appreciated. We want to belong so much we do crazy things for it. She paused as if it was something difficult for her to admit. He ran his fingers along her hand. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I want to. I don't know why I didn't see it before. I probably avoided it. She gazed into his eyes. I wanted to be loved, to belong, so badly I tried to change myself, to be someone I wasn't. I'm a timid, insecure introvert who's more comfortable with a book or selected friends than in a crowd. And you're totally amazing. She lifted her hand as if asking him not to interrupt her. Then a tentative smile blossomed on her face. But it wasn't other people who needed to value me for who I am. I needed to do that. From what I've seen, you do value me already, don't you? He ran his fingertips along her delicate jaw, and his heart skipped a beat when he received a contented sigh in return. Of course. You're incredible just the way you are. And the way you make me feel is, he searched for the right word to describe the feeling inside him in her presence. Incredible? She smiled. Once I met Ophelia, I became more insecure than usual. I had this mold of a stunning woman I couldn't fill. She propped a hand on her hip. Okay, maybe I had too much to fill it. How could she even say such things? Cassidy, you don't need to be anybody but yourself. God created you the way you are for a reason. I know that now. Going away and losing you made me realize it. I had to find the courage to stay true to myself instead of trying to mold myself into something I wasn't. I'm not a chameleon, nor do I want to be. She chuckled. I'm going to return all those expensive tight clothes, except the one I wore for dinner. I'll give that one away. I'm not saying we shouldn't improve, but we should always stay true to our core. To value ourselves. I am what I am. What you see is what you get. He grinned, drawn to her with irresistible force. Yes, you're what you are. And you're fabulous. He couldn't wait any longer as a wave of anticipation spread through him. He drew her closer and waited a moment, which seemed to last forever, for her to give him a tiny nod. Then he claimed her lips with his, and wonderful sensations swept him up. Finally having her in his arms so close, kissing her, made him believe that she was back in his life, that she wouldn't disappear again. This was real. This was the woman God meant for him. This was somebody he belonged with. At the whoosh of the front door opening and closing and a gust of cold air, he ended the kiss way sooner than he'd wanted to and moved back with reluctance. Trent entered and rested a hand on Bryn's shoulder. Oops. I think we showed up a little too soon. It took a moment for his mental daze to clear. Too soon for what? Oh, right, dinner. Bryn looked up. No, Uncle Jonathan. The important moment. Then he hugged Cassidy's legs. We love you, Miss Cassidy. You won't leave us again, will you? Cassidy leaned to him and hugged the boy in earnest. I won't. I love you, too. With my whole heart. Hope and love expanded Jonathan's chest. We'll be right back. Trent snatched Princess and his brother's hand. They returned with a black velvet box tied with a bow to the cat's collar. Smiling, Mrs. Mackenzie stepped into the hall. Dinner is ready. Besides, I'm not about to miss this. Trent stuck the squirming cat into Jonathan's hands. Here. Hurry up, please. I think she's getting impatient. So am I, for that matter. Trent. Jonathan tried to find the perfect words for his proposal. The teen rolled his eyes. Otherwise you might miss the moment, and we'll be traveling to the other side of the world for Ms. Cassidy. And I don't know if I can stay away from my fish for that long. On the other hand, Bryn was already packing bags. Bryn nodded eagerly. Do you want me to ask for you? Ms. Cassidy? Will you be our new mommy? Cassidy blinked fast. Oh, Bryn. Jonathan's heart shifted as he dropped on one knee. Was this too much too soon for her? Lord, please guide me. He stilled. He had to trust in the Lord's guidance. Calmness overtook him as if in response to the prayer. This was the right moment and the right thing to do. The cat meowed and squirmed in his arms as Jonathan removed the box. As he placed the pet on the ground, he expected her to disappear, but Princess stayed. Jonathan did his best to gather his runaway thoughts. It was especially difficult to do it in an unfamiliar to him language. Ya liablai tebia. Vahodi za menya zamuz. What is he saying? Bryn's eyes grew big. I love you. Marry me. Trent smiled. I helped Uncle Jonathan, Dad, learn those words in Russian. I can't be held responsible for bad pronunciation though. Dad. Happy tears prickled behind Jonathan's eyes. He couldn't explain how from something so disastrous God could make something beautiful, but he did. Thank you, Lord. Yatos tebia lia blue. Duh. A wonderful smile blossomed on her dear face. Bryn tugged on his brother's hand. What does da mean? Yes. Cassidy laughed. Trent lifted his brother in the air. Congratulations. That means I can marry Gina soon, right? While his heart sang in delight, Jonathan shook his head at his nephew. Nope. Then he slipped the ring on Cassidy's finger and swept his fiancée in his arms. I love you so much. Well, it was worth trying. Trent laughed, the sound music to Jonathan's ears. Seeing the change in Trent and Bryn healed Jonathan's own heart. While they'd still been hurt beyond measure, there was hope that, with God's help, they'd be healed, too. As he held his fiancée close, he knew Cassidy would play a big role in their healing. God had brought the perfect woman into his life when he'd least expected or wanted it. It took him a while to trust in God's timing, or even to trust God, but when he did, this was the result. "It's not going to be easy to take care of 2 boys and numerous pets," he whispered to Cassidy. Her smile kept shining just as brightly. "I know. I'm all in." His brother-in-law had already agreed to Jonathan adopting the boys, and his sister had seemed relieved. They didn't know what they were losing. But Jonathan knew very well what he was gaining as he placed Cassidy on the ground and gave a group hug to his new family. Family. Love. Happiness. Everything he could possibly wish for. Epilogue. 3 months later. Her heart expanding, Cassidy leaned into her new husband. The word husband tasted foreign on her tongue but as delicious as Eileen's chocolate cake. For the occasion, her friend had made it white chocolate and decorated with roses. Jonathan cupped her hand, so much love showing in his eyes. "I love you so much." Elation filled her entire being. "I love you more." Then she looked around, scanning the dear to her people at the reception at Tia Irma's. Bryn was busy with his food while Trent refilled Gina's glass with iced tea from a pitcher nearby. A happy smile blossomed on the girl's face. As usual, these teens seemed to be in their own world. Mrs. Mackenzie, sitting beside her newlywed husband and Eileen's father, toasted them with her lemonade glass and mouthed, "Congratulations." Joy spread through Cassidy as she nodded her thanks. The restaurant was becoming a popular wedding venue, and they even had a live band every Friday, including this one. The band consisted of local musicians, with some of them playing music part-time, including the guitarist. Her eyes lingered on the latter, and Dorian gave her an encouraging, if somewhat sad, smile. He'd played guitar in school. But now, he took it to a new level, and his voice was amazing. He'd come to Chapel Cove for only 1 day for her wedding, going back to the other side of the world tomorrow, and she mouthed, "Thank you." Then Cassidy pointed with her gaze at Ty, who moved food on her plate. The conversation before the wedding with her former best friend had been somewhat uncomfortable, but at least Ty came to the wedding. It was a start. Cassidy said a silent prayer for Dorian and Ty. "Don't tell me you're going to try your hand at matchmaking." Jonathan leaned to her, giving her the whiff of his signature scent that still made her head spin. Or rather, it was the man near her who made her head spin. "My life is so amazing right now that I want to help other people find their true match." She looked into his eyes, cherishing the incredible feeling growing inside her. "That's my wife." He placed a kiss on her cheek. His wife. Finally, she had a family of her own. No, not finally. Right in God's timing. Jonathan's parents waved at her. By some miracle, they'd all reconciled just before the wedding, and Cassidy couldn't be more grateful Jonathan had made peace with issues that had pained him for years. He and his father had even decided to weld together. Cassidy smiled at her mother who, for the first time, looked at her younger daughter with approval. On the other hand, her sister didn't look happy as she snapped at her husband. Most of her salad, the only thing she'd gotten from the scrumptious menu of beef and chicken fajitas, tacos, and enchiladas, remained untouched. Then her sister smiled at Cassidy, but the smile appeared taut either because it was forced, or because the skin on her face was too stretched due to many plastic surgeries. "Congratulations," her sister whispered. "Thank you." Cassidy flashed her a genuine smile and made a mental note to give her sister a hug later and sit down for a long conversation. It was time for them to become closer. Other people here were due to be congratulated. She shifted toward Aileen, sitting next to her as her maid of honor. "I'm so excited for you. Congratulations on the new addition to your family." Aileen was glowing. "We're beyond thrilled. Jonah can't wait to become a big brother." Cassidy's gaze shifted to Eileen's teenage son who was as attentive to his girlfriend as Trent was to his. For now, Cassidy was content to become a mother to Trent and Bryn, but maybe in the future. All in God's timing. Aileen continued, "And I'm so happy for my friend Christina. She and her husband are expecting a boy." Not that there's anything wrong with having a girl, but she already has grown-up twin daughters and is raising her husband's little girl. They are all ecstatic. Cassidy laughed. Chapel Cove is growing amazingly. Can we get a dog? Bryn looked up at her, giving her a grin she had difficulty resisting. Jonathan chuckled. It does. In many senses. Bryn, let's say, we'll think about it. Then he winked at Cassidy, and that was another smile she had difficulty resisting. Nor did she want to. Thank you, Lord, for everything. When Jonathan drew her to him, she knew she'd finally found the place to belong. In his heart, in his arms, in his house, and in his life in a small town that had become home to her again. The end. Thank you for listening to Belong With Me. A Chapel Cove romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2020 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde.